hands on and off.
I wanted to be the first comment in there. I did it.
Testing.
That's a good question. Because usually there's some stage. I mean,
We probably moved that one.
yeah, you put a name right. You got to figure out how to look like.
Try or
Yeah, I went in there and I thought it.
I have to pass.
okay.
Thank you. Give it to you. It's up right there. You know, there's all this thing. See
Check 1, 2. Check.
Thank you. All right, well.
I think this is gonna work. She's filming right down the aisle, so I'll be.
Well,
Nobody's speaking until.
someone else?
Yeah, I guess we're done.
Justin, 20 to 30-second delay on here. So just as we're going to take that. So 20-second delay. Just protect the
Everything's good?
30-second delay. 30-second delay, yeah. I'm gonna go in there and say I'll bet $100. And it makes sense to you. You know, Lloyd, go for the joker.
So, I agree. We don't actually sits out at their own seats here, so. I guess, but that's what tips are doing. So when you reach, we have the methods. Table before you reach. Go to a joker. I understand. I understand, but you can certainly very good. See if the stop says, hey, DC, yes, sir, yes, sir, take the right flight. Certain other runners besides yourself?
No, I don't, not that I know of. Maybe someone from the registration. We had 120.
Check 1, 2, Mike. Check 1, 2. Thanks, Rob.
I think I saw him do one of those. When I see somebody driving a nice car, I'm like, bring it.
You know, this thin little aisle and snap camera.
We're gonna the rest of it.
Oh, no, it's too social. You gotta get mine to somebody get it. Yeah, it is. It is. So.
I can't go on to my license.
There's about 10 people still alive, but that's it. And these guys need to start. Yes, nobody else.
Bringing us some more in. It's good fun. Thanks, Tim. We have little projections. Yeah, look for it. Just a couple more minutes so we begin. Tournament always starts on time.
You didn't actually fire me.
For some reason, I don't know. Such a like,
Did you read some? Okay.
Is it TDA?
Oh, yeah. Everybody, every board member should have a badge. Yes, absolutely. Because no board member registered themselves. Except Matt did. Matt did. Linda, the one shortcoming we're maybe gonna have is a runner. We're gonna have one runner for this whole.
Can you be my? For 2 hours until I have day 2 of the ladies. Okay, great.
Turn it on. Well, it's on when that's.
Yeah.
And
Wow, cheers and party. Cheers, I like that.
Let me grab my phone. Yeah, over there. Thank you.
Great tennis. Or straight pair.
morning, come on.
Yeah, you might also.
Well, talks through everything. I didn't get like some chat and it was like, yeah, it keeps forgetting where one is.
It's just created.
Some people go the other.
Created chances. Very.
That's what they're going to do a trade.
He's sitting over there, or standing right.
You're not strong like
Here's John's over there.
Sarah's full of.
Next outfit, my shortest short. Just pretty for him. He combed his mustache.
Just a couple minutes till we start again. If you don't mind sending out that live stream to people that aren't here at home, it's posted up there. It's also on my social if you want to get it out. The live stream will start in 2 minutes. Grab a chair. Danny McDonough's here. I know Danny was here. Walking back, walking across. Walking. Huh? Right there in the back. Oh, no, it's not. What's that? No, Danny McDonough. Yeah. Yeah, I invited Randy. It's one of this about stuff. They want to do. Wow, look at this. Oh, dude, overflow. All right, it is 9:15. Thank you for showing up. We did actually run out of seats, which is great. That means that people are showing up at a much better clip than they have in the past. So thank you very much for being here. I want to thank you all for attending TDA Summit number 11. This is the 11th one that we've done. The TDA was founded in 2001 with myself, Linda Johnson, Jan Fisher, and Dave Lamb, and it's come a long way. So we're excited that you're all here today. And it means that you guys care about the poker industry. So thank you for being here today. I'm going to start off by introducing the board. Walking in, she's making her own. This is Hall of Famer Linda Johnson, the First Lady of Poker. In 2001, when I couldn't get the TDA started, and I'd gone to talk to people about it, Linda's the one that gave me the venue. She had the World Poker Industry Conference at that time, and so gave me the venue and the place where we could actually get the TDA started. And started off that first year with 25 players from around the United States, or tournament directors from around the United States, and we had I think one international tournament director there at that time. So it's so great to see so many people coming from all over the world to be here today. Jan Fisher, right over here, Women in Poker Hall of Famer, one of the original four. Stand up, Jan. Stand up, Jan. Dave Lamb, who's not here, he's the board emeritus as well. He was one of the original four. Special thanks to Mike Bishop over here. Mike, could you stand up, please? Our TDA administrator. And literally years and years ago, the TDA was, we were going to fold, but it wouldn't be what it is today if it wasn't for Mike. So I really want to thank him for being that. He handles the website and all of those things. He does it all for us. So very happy to be here. Next in line, we have from the Asian Poker Tour, Neil Johnson. Not with us today, but working very hard down the street. I met with him a couple hours a day. The vice president of the biggest festival in the world, Jack Effel, also on the board. Also from the Asian Poker Tour down at the end of the aisle there is Lloyd Fontillis. A respected player and a tournament director. We have Kenny Hollert here as well. He's now with Poker Stars as the player live events advisor for Poker Stars. From the Brazilian Series of Poker and Latin America, we have Devenir Campos. And our tournament director of the year down here, two-time tournament director of the year. He works at Aria and with Poker Go, Mr. Paul Campbell. And our newest board member, we're very happy to have him here. He is with Poker Stars, the tournament director for Poker Stars, Mr. Toby Stone. Toby is also the reigning tournament director of the year, so we're excited to have him here as well. All right, we're going to start off with the slides, and one of the topics I want to focus on is we've had the tournament director's rules, as you guys have seen for many, many years. But one of the key things that we're going to focus on there is enforcement. I think that from time to time, all of us get a little lax in the enforcement of the rules that are already in place. And as you'll see in the slides that are upcoming, it has led to some problems in the industry. So I really want everybody to be focused on being on their game and maybe even stepping it up a little bit on the enforcement of things because as you'll see coming up, there's some things in this slide that will open your eyes to some things that you may not be seeing in your local card room or in your tournaments around the world, but is truly happening. Also like to thank the volunteer staff that is here today. So give them a round of applause. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Rob Perlman in the back, who's handing the audio and video. So if anything messes up, he's the guy to blame. He's in the back in the center. And Tim Duckworth, who has been invaluable. Tim, raise your hand over there. Tim, come from behind the curtain. He loaded in all the chairs this morning. So thank you, Tim. And we'll start off with the TDA mission statement. The TDA is comprised of poker room personnel from around the world, and the common mission is to adopt uniform standards, rules, and procedures that positively impact the poker industry. To achieve this mission, the tournament directors, players, and media are invited to the TDA Summit to evaluate and vote on proposed rules. You guys in this room today will be making rules that we will use for the next 2 years and hopefully for the rest of poker tournaments. So it's very important that you guys are focused and that we can come up to an agreement. Now, the way the Tournament Directors Association works is that we want your opinions. We want all of your input, and we will not make a rule if there are people in this room that do not agree with what we are proposing. If that happens, what we will do is we'll try to get a major majority, and then we'll try and get the rest of you, if you can live with it, for the interest of standardization. Tournament Directors Association's key goal is that we're making things consistent and standard for the players that play these games around the world. Even if it's something that you may not like yourself, it doesn't mean that you can't, you know, move your opinion of something for the benefit of the industry. I have done it in the past myself. It's not always so easy for me to do. Paul down there will also say himself, he has made some things that maybe he doesn't like as well. Neil as well. You know, if we feel that there's an interest that we can get something standard, it's better for the industry itself if we can make that happen. And that is basically our mission on the TDA. All right. So you'll see this. This is the coding that we use. As you'll see, the red is the focus language. Maybe there's some rules that we're going to go through that are already in place, and maybe there's needs to be some wording changes. Jen Brooks over there, who you'll hear from, I'm sure, she'll make herself known at some point. We're going to work on maybe making the language a little easier to read and put it in order after we get through this summit this year. So there's going to be some changes to it, but not for specifically to the actual wording of the rule, but the way that it's written out will be changed a little bit as we get to the end of this. Rule number one, you'll hear that a lot during the summit. Rule number one is that the best interests of the game and fairness are top priority in decision making, but unusual circumstances occasionally dictate that common sense decisions in the interest of fairness take priority over technical rules, and the floor decisions are final. So a lot of times you guys might have a rule out there that it's black and white. This is the way it's written, but we're asking you as the best and the leading tournament directors and industry leaders to make changes in the way you present this case if something you feel is not fair, it's not just, and that's why we want you guys here to make these decisions flow. But at the same time, if something is not in the interest of fairness, you can definitely overrule what happens in the TDA. So no rule can account for every possible situation. Use Rule 1 for infrequent occurrences and exceptional situations. Okay. All right. So we're going to start off with rule number 2, which is basically player responsibilities. Now, you can go to pokertda.com for that menu, but one of the things is calling the clock when warranted. Now, we discussed this on the board the last couple days. We were talking about issues. Is a clock can be called from anybody in the event. Are you allowing players to call the clock uh, on tables that they are not at? This is something that is up to the tournament directors to decide. We up here, I think, have all called the clock on players ourselves at one point or another if we feel that they are disturbing the flow of the game. Anybody else want to say something about this? No? We good? All right. Anybody have any comments on that? Okay. Go DC. Devin or Campos?
Hello. Hi, good morning, everybody. One thing that we've experienced over the last few years is that in our tournaments, we've decided to go with action clocks from the get-go for all tournaments. We do action clocks for turbos, for the main event, for the satellites, for the high rollers from the very first hand for every single table. And since then, we don't need to call the clock on anybody, even on hand for hand, stalling at the end of the day. So it really solved that issue for us.
Thanks, DC. So yeah, and another point I want to bring up is that the TDA is for everybody. It's for your home game, your bar league, your daily tournaments from rooms. And so Linda really wanted to focus on the fact that even though we're running events that are 250,000, $1 million buy-ins, we want the daily tournament player, the league player, all playing by tournament rules. So we don't want to create anything that we're going to mandate on you. So some of the suggestions like he's making about having clocks from the beginning isn't for everybody. It's not for every tournament. The WPT, we use action clocks in all of our products in our WPT 500s, our prime events, and our championship events. We use them as well, but it's not for everybody. But it's just a suggestion, and you're going to hear many suggestions over the next couple days that may work for you, may not work for you. But issue number one on this one was a player calling the clock when not in a hand and on break. I know we've had this come up. I'm okay with it. I know that some of the board members were everybody okay with that, or you weren't okay with that? But everybody was in the hand from the start. Okay. You want to talk about that? No. Okay. All right. Use your judgment on that one. Who can call for the clock? For my tournaments, I allow players on other tables to call the clock only when on the bubble. But again, now with WPT events, we're using those action clocks, so it's not an issue anymore. All right. This one's a big one. Number 2, transfer tables promptly. I've seen it now with Big Blind Ante as widely used, and I believe anybody not using Big Blind Ante in this room? Anyone? Wow, that's amazing. All right, so with Big Blind Ante, I see this all the time in tournaments that I play in. The floor person will either give out the seat cards or give out the seating assignments if they're using Poker Atlas. Poker Atlas is our presenting sponsor of the TDA. They hand out slips for everybody where they go to their new tables. And I see the floor person just turn around and walk away. Please ensure that those players are going directly to their table. We want to make sure that they're not dodging their blinds. Obviously, there is a penalty for that, for dodging your blinds. But I think it is part of our responsibility as tournament directors, as managers, that we make sure that players are going directly to their new tables. And I see it time and time again that people are not watching them go to their table, not telling them where those tables are. Now, we're running big events. Maybe your room is not as big as ours or as big as some of the events that we're running around the world. But still, you need to ensure that those players are going to their new tables. And I know you're going to say up here that you have, well, maybe it's in a different room or in a different section or something like that. Again, the TDA is for everybody. So just help those players get to their new tables. We don't want to penalize players. We don't want to see players go by their blinds. And with Big Blind Ante, there is a big incentive, especially later in the tournament, to see your big blind and then just walk by your table. And it's happening out there, folks. It's happening all the time. So please make sure that you are back to enforcement doing that. So now big blind dodging by a new registrant or alternate, especially because of Big Blind Ante, extended registration time, which I have been trying to pull back on my registration times for my events. but it makes the bigger blinds a bigger issue. And let's talk about next up is seating alternates, walking them to their seats. I know it's hard to enforce, but in our tournaments, for many, many years, I would have the floor people or even an extra dealer walk those players directly to that. Now we're going to get into this conversation a little bit more. Linda, do you want to comment on that, or you've changed your mind? So we were talking last night, and Linda Johnson says, "Well, I've registered for the tournament, and I go to my table. When am I in the tournament? When are you in the tournament?" We need to come to an agreement today, I believe. When somebody registers for the tournament, when should they take their seat? It's becoming more and more commonplace for a player to go to their table with a seat card and see that the blind's coming up and not taking their seat. I'd like some comments from the board up here on some of the discussions that we had and what people think about that.
I firmly believe that someone is not in the tournament until they have sat down and taken chips. There's a couple of reasons for that. Historically, if you decide to play the 1K with Jack at the World Series, you rock up, you see Ivy Negranu, you see a murderer's row, and you're like, you know what? There's a 1K tomorrow. I'm not going to play now. I'm going to go and I'm going to unreg. We all allow that. You haven't entered the tournament. You can get your money back. I mean, most places will not let you back in the tournament.
We all allow that? Allow that? I don't allow that.
You don't allow somebody to unregister after they walk in. Okay,
After
not
they've
everybody allows that,
registered?
but
After they've registered for the tournament, you allow them to unregister?
they can't.
After they walk to their table and see that they don't like their table, you allow them to unregister?
Sure, they're not in the event. They don't. They can't get back in again. They can't table shop with it.
Are you allowing that?
But
at
the other
PokerStars?
thing, the other thing is,
to unregister if the tournament hasn't started. After the tournament started, then it's a TD discretion.
Okay, so I registered and I go to my table and I say I don't like my table. You're allowing people to walk back up and say, you know what? I'm not going to play. I don't like my table.
But they can't register back into that tournament.
exactly.
Cannot register back into the tournament. I mean, we don't know if that player's gone to the table or not. There could be a million reasons why that player now isn't playing the tournament. He might be playing another tournament and I have an emergency. So the standard rule, there's some logistical issues as well, but the standard rule is that if the tournament hasn't started, then you cannot unregister. If the tournament has started, it would be TD discretion. So, sorry. Okay, it needs to be much closer. Sorry about that.
But I'd also add, Matt, that there's a second thing that I don't like when the TD necessarily has to interpret. Let's say you go to the table, and we've talked about this in the last 2 days as well. When should you start the tournament? When they're starting short. So I rock up to the table. It's about to be my big blind, but there's only 4 people, or there's only 3 people. I don't want to play 4-handed. It has nothing to do with my big blind, but I entered a 9-handed tournament, and I don't want to play 4-handed. So I walk away until that table fills up a bit more. I don't think that, like, a floor looking at that and going, you know, you're dodging the big blind, and now you have to put in a penalty, or when you sit, we're going to make you wait until it's the big blind. Like, it just opens up, to me, it's a much easier rule to just say, you've entered the tournament, when you've sat down, you've given your ticket to the dealer, and the dealer has pushed you your chips. Now you're in, and now all the things come together. I understand the other opinions, and I'm not saying that, like, I'm not dying on this hill, but I believe that the player has entered when they've received chips from the dealer. And I know that goes to, as you were talking with alternates and stuff, certain places give the chips to the player, send them on their way. I mean, that can be a standard as well, but I know how we handle alternates, who gives chips, isn't actually standardized across all of us. So it moves into other areas. But for me, as a baseline, you're not in the tournament until you've given the dealer your ticket and you've received your chips.
Any comments out there? Yeah, I'm very strongly opposed to that. We have satellite winners that have won seats into the tournament. Are you letting them unregister? No, right? They can't unregister. They've won seats for their satellite, right? You're not letting them unregister.
They can't unregister, but they can still sit down when they want. So yeah, if it's a qualifier and it's a must play, then no, they cannot register. But this is a different type of tournament. And you can have rules for different type of tournaments. So in this tournament, you can have that you must play, you cannot unregister. And for a direct buying tournament, you can have the rule where you can unregister before the tournament starts, like we do. Yeah, we don't do direct satellites into specific flights. There's nothing wrong with that.
We just don't do it. We don't need to do it.
Okay. Any other comments? Kevin.
Cavan Gardens
Introduce.
Casino.
Yeah, there. Thank you.
Cavan Gardens Casino, Los Angeles. So Neil, we actually write it on our structure. Our tournaments will start with four-handed or whatever handed you want to start with. So obviously it's a logistical thing, but our floor are going to be on top of a new table starting. So we're on top with registration, and when we have 4 players signed up, and we know exactly what seats those are. So we will have them put those. If player wants to walk around and go do whatever, once they've signed up, they know. But I think if you wanted to try to create some kind of rule, it's about if they go to the vicinity. So any player that's going toward their table and then doesn't want to sit down, then I mean now they're dodging. They are dodging something. We don't know what that reason is, but then that's where we would come in and enforce and say, what's the situation? Going to the bathroom is usually the number one answer why they don't want to go sit down. So they just wanted to register. But anyway, I mean, we actually clearly stated we will start four-handed. So yeah, it's a 9-handed tournament, but we start new tables with 4.
That's slightly different because you're effectively in your rules, and again, many of you may have this rule as well. You're saying if I've bought the 3 seat and you guys have decided that the 3 seats are going in play, so that table, the 1, 2, 3, 4 seats have been bought. They've been bought, so you're sitting the 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks, regardless of if the bodies are there. The players are aware that that's that's a rule for your room. Then it doesn't matter. I don't have the ability to say, oh, I don't want to play four-handed. If I don't want to play four-handed, then I have to time my registration better, basically, in that scenario. So that, to me, that's slightly different because you're putting the chips down no matter what. Whereas, like for us, we don't put the chips in play without a body. So it's slightly different, but I do understand what you're saying.
And it's different for pre-reg versus, once the tournament's going. So
absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like I said, if somebody does sign up, once the tournament's already going, they come in and sign up. And they go to that table, and my buddy's at that table, my horse is at that table. I don't want to play at that. I said, if you're gonna end up on his table later when we break a table or you make a final table, it's gonna be the same situation. So we're not going to change that seat, but we do let them unregister. And yes, they are not allowed to register. We make that very clear. If you want to unregister now, you will not be able to play in this event. And 90x% of the time, they go play in that table because they know they can't play. So, Justin.
Someone in the chat brought up something good.
Who are you, sir?
I'm Justin. I work with Poker Atlas and various. It said, what if the player receives chips from the floor person? Because people do that at some places. So to Neil's point, if you give someone chips, you can't really do the same thing that you're talking about because they have to sit. But also, there's this great dilemma that usually happens with PLO players where you're trying to start a game and there's 9 of them and they all don't want to sit until 5 people are seated. And so you have 9 people wandering around and nobody seats. So if you're doing what Neil talks about, you run into that dilemma a lot where you have 6 people signed up, but there's 3 seated and all of them don't want to play four-handed. So none of them are sitting down and they're all just wandering around.
Cancel the event.
Cancel the event. I like it. So 2-part. I think that's a good point that was brought up in the chat. What if they're receiving chips? And also, when the great PLO dilemma happens, what do you do?
For me, you can decide on what time you start a tournament. You can't choose the position you start a tournament. So for me, if you decide you want to play a tournament and you go to your table, you can't wait for me until the big blind passes you or anything, because that's, for me, it's unfair towards the other players. Like, poker is a zero-sum game, and by letting, for example, the button pass before you sit down, you gain an advantage. And that advantage comes, like, you gain an advantage, and because poker is a zero-sum game, that's to a disadvantage of all the other players that are specifically playing at that table, and that creates an unfair environment for me. So I would not let a player choose whenever he can start a tournament, or at least a position, but he has free, like if he wants to start at a certain time later, that's always, of course, going to be fine for me. But for me, the moment you step inside the tournament area, decide that you want to start a tournament, and the button will be at that point, that's just going to be random.
Right. Again, so like I said to Neil, when you sign up, you're given that seat assignment. You need to be prompt. Like I said, you transfer tables promptly. If you signed up, you've now registered. The event's already going. I'm saying it's not pre-reg. Event's going. You sign up. You need to make your move. You know, you need to make your move promptly to that. And then if we see you not going there, then that's when we would step in and enforce it. And like I said, yeah, we're starting it. We do make announcements too. Hey, starting table 22. You know, we put those stacks out. We know you signed up. We've given you a reasonable time to take your seat, and we're going to start that.
I agree with Kenny on this one, where once you are in the tournament area, you are basically telling us you're ready to actively participate in the event. At ARIA, we have it where if you get an assigned seat, you are in the tournament. If you're a tournament alternate, once we've assigned you chips, you are in the tournament. This is a slippery slope to allow players to just take their seats when they want to. We spent a lot of time in TDA standardizing that a new player into the tournament and an existing player in the tournament are treated the same. They can take any position at the table, including the button, including the small blind. We don't differentiate between a new player and an existing player. And I think now trying to say, oh, well, we're going to handle a new player and an existing player differently would be going backwards.
Sorry, Matt, but to be clear, like all of this, I tend to agree with. This is a very small subset. We do put people into our events in half a dozen different ways, whether you have somebody sitting at an alternate desk passing out stacks as they come up and sending them on their way. If you have enough people where you're having dealers or floor walk them to their table, like there is a number of those ways. I just, for me personally, in these, even I think back to one, when I was with Stars, we ran a 5K RAS in Barcelona. Somebody entered and then decided they didn't want to play because there were no fish. Now, I asked him how many fish he thought was entering the largest RAS tournament that's held outside the World Series, but for some reason he thought there would be fish. And when he saw the lineup of like online murderers row that sat down, he was like, yeah, I'm not playing this. And so it's like these types of things that lead me to believe, for me personally, of setting the rule of saying, once you've sat down and got chips, you're in. Before that, I don't care. I'm not counting you against my guarantee. I'm not counting you in my event. I'm not any of those things because as Toby mentioned, you have a lot of different things. Maybe they look over and they realize they wanted to play this event, but then they see the event in 2 hours is now it's ramping up, it's filling, and they're like, you know what? I didn't think the Omaha was going to get anybody, but now I don't want to play the no limit anymore. They might have bought it the day before. For those of you who have pre-reg online and stuff, they bought it because we're worried about space, and then the next day it didn't matter. Like, there's a lot of reasons, and honestly, as an operator, I don't care what those reasons are. For me, it's just a little bit simpler in that unique situation to say, when my dealer gives you chips, you're in my tournament. And in a scenario where Lloyd and I, where we have to give alternates chips or something like that from a thing, then yeah, as soon as you grab your chips, you're in my tournament now. But in general, I personally prefer the rule to be you got to sit down and take chips from the dealer to be in.
Just some problems that we have with chips on the tables. I think there's nothing wrong with that if that's written into the structure, if that's how people want to run their tournaments. We've done everything in every different way, and we've had problems with chips on tables. Like, we're running different tours around Europe, and 50-60% of our players are new. And most of those players, getting the information to those players that your chip stack is going to be on the table at the start, it's impossible. We can have thousands of players, and only a small amount of them know when we used to put chips on the table. And that was a massive problem for us. You know, we also lost chips on the table. Chips got integrated into the stacks next door. It causes a massive problem. So I generally don't like to put chips on the table for those reasons, because we tried it, we failed, and now we don't do it. So all the arguments say there's good reasons for that. I just don't see a solution for us anyway. For me, if you register before the tournament starts, your tournament chips are in play. If you register before the tournament starts, your chips are in play. If you want a satellite and you've received a seating assignment, your chips are in play. Yes. Absolutely. If you give them a voucher, it's different. They haven't received a seating assignment. If you get a seating assignment, you have a seat into the tournament. Now, again, let's go back to where I would like it that in my events that we are not giving players, and I know this is going to come off poorly because I know that a lot of you do this up here. You guys hand them chips, and it may be a 30K stack, and it may be 2 chips. You hand them 2 chips, and you say your table's over there. It drives me insane to see that. And I know many of you are doing it that way. Yeah. So it's to me, there is the game protection of that part of it is so poor that if you have the ability to seat those players yourself or your staff, then I think you should be doing that. That is just my opinion. It's not shared of the opinion of everybody up here. I'm sure it's not shared by everybody in the room. But again, if you have a 6 table tournament and you hand players and say, go sit over there, I feel like you're doing something. Those players could go to the bathroom and those players could do something else. They could do something they don't even know is wrong. And for years at the Commerce Casino, I would tell my floor staff to go seat those players. Give them an opportunity to learn that player's name. Sit them at the table. Say, welcome. Welcome to the table, Kenny. Here's your seat. Everybody at the table, this is Kenny. Say hello, whatever. I know you're not all dealing with top professional tournaments and things like that. And I know that some of you are running massive tournaments like Jordan does down at Seminole Hard Rock, where you just have an alternate table, you send players on their way. They're going to go to those tables many times, and they're not going to take their seats. They're going to walk by it because they're in the big blind. Now, players at the table are going to tell the floor, hey, floor, he was here and he just walked by his table, creating other issues for you. If you have somebody to walk those players to the table, that issue is resolved. It's not an issue anymore. So that's just my point.
I think if you're going, is it on? I think if you're going to have this rule, if you're going to create a rule saying that once you buy in, you're in the table, then you really have to educate the players about that. Because personally, I play a lot of tournaments and I late reg, and I don't always go to my seat, but I didn't know that was I was doing anything wrong. I polled a lot of my friends to say, do you think that it's okay once you've bought your seat? Do you think it's okay to wait and skip the blind? And most of them said yes, and they didn't realize that they're doing anything wrong by that. So if you do make that rule that once you're in, I think you have to really try to educate the players because a lot of them don't know it's wrong.
All right. Any other comments from the board? I don't think we're going to come to an agreement on the way we do everything together. I'll give my point of the way I do it, and you guys can speak about how you do it.
Well, like you had mentioned this last night, Matthew, and it's a great point, is that if we give the okay to the new players that it's okay to wait and kind of see where you're going to be on the big blind, it's going to create an issue later in the tournament when they are an existing player in the tournament, and we break a table, and at one point of the tournament we're telling them you can dodge the big blind if you want, and now when you're in the tournament and you're breaking a table, absolutely you cannot dodge a blind. You must go directly to your table. So we're giving players two information. At this point of the tournament, you have to follow one procedure. At a different point of the tournament, you have to follow a different procedure. It's just much cleaner if it's standard, where if you are in the tournament, you just must go directly to your new seat.
Especially giving up chips, obviously, that is, mandatory. Hello. Who are you, sir?
I'm Alan. I haven't run a tournament like this, and I haven't played in one in a long time, but I can recall a time back when a new player, late registration at least, sat down at the table. He was treated like he would in a high stakes cash game. He either posted a blind or waited for the blind. I don't know why nobody does that now. A lot of people used to do it, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that. That would certainly eliminate now for new players. Uh, for a new registrant, that would certainly eliminate dodging the blind. For a table change, uh, I don't think you could implement that, but it would solve half the problem.
Jan said that last night as a option. I don't know why. I never did it. I never had him do it. I never did that. But I know that a lot of people did, but then we went away from it. So reasons why we went away from it, do you have any remember?
They want people. One reason is they wanted people to get into action right away. They didn't want to play shorthanded while somebody's waiting. I think that's one of the reasons.
makes sense to me.
Matt, I got something. Matt. Just curious from the crowd, who has penalized new players actually signing up and trying to dodge blinds? And what's your penalties?
So a new player, Shannon, new player, didn't take their seat.
Correct. Correct. He didn't take his seat. We obviously saw it. The whole table saw it. He saw his blind. He walked away. We approached him. We told him that we know that he dodged the blind. If he admits it, he'll get a 1-round penalty. If I have to go check the camera, it'll be a 3-round penalty.
So that's for a new player.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I see all the clauses that, it's great that you're doing that, but I disagree because we're trying to promote poker to be fun and, try to bring up the upcoming amateurs, whatever you want to call them, and I don't think it's fun being penalized before you even start the tournament. So, I know Cam will make some wait for the big blind instead of penalizing. I'll probably be alone on this. I would love to see them have the option to actually wait for the button to pass. And a lot of players would see 3 free hands, just deal me in. That's a recreational player. He can't wait. They don't want to wake up with more hands. So I think that simply giving the players an option to wait, I think would be the best solution. But I'm alone on this.
I think if you intentionally dodge the blind, you know what you're doing, and you're not that new to the game anymore. Like it's purposely doing it. Somebody that's playing live poker for their first or second time will not intentionally dodge the blind because he's not aware of that concept. So if somebody intentionally does it, he has a very good reason for him to do it, and it's against the spirit of the game. So I would still always penalize that player.
Is there anything here? I would love to come up with something that was standard, but I don't know that we can. No.
Hi, Jeremy Hamill from the Lodge Card Club in Round Rock. So for new players, the people starting the tournament table don't have the option to skip their blind. So any other new player, I don't think should also have that option. Side note to when someone has to sit at their table, I also disagree that they can sit whenever they choose, because you could end up with 3 people at the same table not taking their seat, and so you have a table playing shorthanded for the entire registration period, because no one can then register in their seat. So in our room, we give them 10 minutes. We also only have like 150 feet from where they register to any of our tables. So we give them 10 minutes. That gives them time to go to the bathroom, get a drink of water, do whatever they need to get to their seat before their chips are put into play. So I think that's something we should consider based on the size of the room or the distance of the tournament registration to their potential table. You could have some type of time limit to get to their seat, but I don't think they should have the option to walk by their table, see that they're in the blinds, and skip them intentionally, because not every player has had that same opportunity.
Yeah, and again, obviously it's different for every room. Some tables, they may have 5 tables, they may have 3 tables, they may have 100 tables. So it's not really reasonable for that situation. I understand that, but again, I think getting players to their seat as soon as possible, especially if they have chips in their hand, is vital. I think that's something that's super important for the game.
Jeremy Matter from Wild Horse Resort and Casino. All this problem of dodging blinds is solved if your floor is setting them down. Absolutely. So that's the way we do it. We did all the pre-registered stacks go into play. We advertise it at a registration. That also solved the short-handed play for us. So once we did all that, we've never had any issues about dodging blinds or any of this that's coming up here.
Okay. We're moving on. Anybody else have anything else they want to say about this? I don't think there's anything here we can do, but I think we do need to say that the players should get to their table in a timely fashion. Yeah? Okay.
I think maybe we could come to a consensus on when do we start a tournament. Like how many players minimum are needed to have some standardization. Because some rooms are doing 3, others are 4. I've seen 5.
Who's doing 3 to start a table?
But considering a nine-handed tournament,
Brand new tournament, just started. How many players, active players, need to be seated to start your tournament? 3 on a 9-handed table. 3. How many are doing 4? And how many are doing 5? Well, it's interesting. 6? Anybody doing 6? Yeah. Wow. There- who had that last night that said the half or more? Was
That was me. We
Okay.
do half or more at Aria. You know, we have that if they're pre-purchased stacks before the tournament, then your chips go into play. So for a 9-handed event, we open up 5 seats on every table. For PLO, that we always play 8-handed. We open up 4 right away. Any mixed game like a horse or an OE, it's also 8-handed. We open up 4 right away, and that's just to get the tables open at the beginning of the tournament, and then we get them 5-handed, 6-handed. So our rule at Aria is that you are guaranteed to have half or more of the stacks in play at the beginning of the tournament, and the dealers are allowed to deal when they have 3 active players at the table.
So half or more stacks in play, 3 or more active players. And so is that for you as well? Is it seats or is it there's 3 active stacks? So if there was 3 bodies at the table and only 3 stacks, you would start dealing. Okay. Yeah.
Use your mic, man. Yeah, sorry.
Hello. So we're talking about this blind dodging issue. I think there's a
Who are you,
major.
sir?
Oh, sorry, I'm Rachel from Hong Kong, Hong Kong Poker Players Association. So I think there's a major divide between a small field and a large field tournament. I'm from Hong Kong. I run a 15 table room. So in my poker room, I'm with Matt. I instruct. I tell my floors to be what Matt say, like like walk the player to their table, to take their seat promptly so that they don't miss their blinds and so on. However, I also I work for a living. I work for a tour that is up to 80 tables. In that case, it's not always practical for to have a dedicated floor person to walk the player to their dedicated seat in that case. So in that case, I think Neil's suggestion is way more practical. So that in that case, we define a player is in the tournament until he takes a seat, so that we don't. I, I mean, I think in an ideal world is we want to discourage them from dodging blinds. However, trying to penalize them, I simply don't think it's very practical, nor in mirroring Loy's suggestion or ideal that I simply don't think it's very good to discourage new players. I just don't think it's very welcoming to new players if we try to penalize them for something that they don't even think is a bad thing. So I simply want to bring up the point that I think there's a divide that from small field tournament and large field tournament on this particular issue. Thank you.
I agree. And I like Matt's suggestion of trying to walk the players to the tables. And we always try to accommodate walking the players to the tables. Obviously, when you're running big fields, just an example. I don't know if anyone's had the opportunity to see the Aria poker setup, but we have 60 tables out there. A lot of our tournaments are using 50 tables, and I'll maybe have 3 tournament directors. We can't maybe literally walk every player to the table, but I'll have a certain tournament director assigned a section in the area. Maybe one's on one side, maybe one's in the poker room, one's there. And basically, their job is to patrol that area, but also when the players are walking over to that area, they'll approach the player and say, "Oh, where's your seat? I'll come help find you. What table do you got? I'll come help find you." So instead of having literally walk every player to the table, just having floor people designated for certain areas to kind of flag down the player. You see a player walking with chips in their hand or a rack, and then you say, "Oh, let me help you find your table. Table 42 is over here. Table 55 is over here." That alone just solves it. We don't have any really blind dodging issues at our area because we have people stationed in certain areas helping the players find their seat and kind of being the traffic controller.
We're gonna get to racks later on. I'm gonna talk about racks later on, but yeah. How many of you are making the players walk to their table with a rack? New players. And how many are letting them just walk with the chips in their hand? Okay. It's yeah. It's DC said that they must use a rack there, but
Yes, on our tournaments, we don't allow players to move any chips unless they're in racks. Even though if you're late, if you sign up late and you get 25K chips, even if it's just 2 chips, use a rack because for the surveillance cameras, it's easy to see and it's a lot safer. And I just want to add to this issue that there are very big differences if you're talking about a lower buy-in tournament, smaller tournaments, and a high roller full of professionals. And I think this issue is more for the high roller events because there is, as Kenny put, a very big advantage in especially if you are max late regging and if you're signing up for with like let's say 20 bigs and you skip the blinds, you get a huge advantage. So, and I really liked at first, for example, the suggestion that Lloyd brought that well, just like cash games, have the players wait for the big blind, but for a player when he max late reg to wait 7 hands while everybody else is playing and risking their stack, it is a huge equity advantage. So I think that walking the players to the table is a great idea if you can, and make sure that their stacks are in play as soon as possible. With our system, our floor staff from time to time, they look at their system, they know which sits are filled. We put the stacks in play. We know which alternates have not yet showed up. So when we have time and if we have seats, we start assigning seats and putting the stacks in play.
okay. So I'm gonna try and move past this, but is there any way, does anybody feel like they would, like Toby, could you move your number higher? Could you move that number higher?
Yeah, I can move to 4. No, that's not a problem. Yeah, I actually think 3's a bit too short, and we do have some problems in the beginning. With
Honestly,
short-handed tables.
players,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
recreational players, professional players, generally all seem to complain when their tables start short.
We do have that problem. I think 4's a good number, and it was what the majority here said they start with. I think we would have a problem starting the tables with 5 because, we can start with 100 players, and then we'll have 1,000 players in the end. I mean, that's 900 new, if you want to call them new players, but it's 900 players who are registered after the start of the tournament. And registration is in another room, and we could be in 2 different rooms. And that's the reason why we cannot walk every player to the table.
Just so all you know in
It's
this
just
room,
impossible.
in the 2001 World Series of Poker, the year before I got there, 2002, if you weren't there when the tournament started, you did not get to play the tournament. Just so you all know.
Yeah, let's try go back to that. Yeah.
Reg closed at the start of the tournament. And what they would do is would start the tournament an hour late every day. So when I started in 2002 and I said the tournaments will start on time, players were showing up and saying, "What are you doing? The tournaments never start on time at the World Series." This is a true story. This is a true story. Yeah, sometimes they would start 2 hours late. So, yeah, we want our tournaments to start on time. Um, I I actually like your half or more, Paul. I like that a lot. Um, but I mean, I know in Florida, you walk around the start of the tournament and there's 30 tables that aren't going because players aren't there. So it's a tough one. I would like to suggest that we do at least 4 to start the tournament. I mean, and could you go back the other way, Paul? Is that the minimum guideline? Half rounding down. Yeah, 6-handed tournament, you would need at least, 3. Still 3. Yeah.
And I do think if there's 3 players seated and they all agree that they want to start, just let them start. If if the 3 players that are seated want to start,
I
you
disagree
can
with
let
that.
them start.
Just keep it simple. The number's the number, and that's it. Oh, but we want to play. Let us play. Oh, okay, you can play then. and then next door this tournament they don't want to play. I just think like you don't want to have that conversation with any players. Just it's four, that's it. The rule is four, walk away. Not argue with the players.
Can anybody? Yeah. Yes.
Hi. Hello.
Who are
My,
you? Where are you from? We want to know.
is this on? Hi, I'm Felicia. I'm from Brisbane. I'm just a circuit dealer and have had some experience with the little logistics of things. When you mentioned the racks being required for all movements, so even from the cage to the table for a late entrant, if you have multiple tournaments happening, could a colored tag on the chip tray, something just bright, colorful, be useful for signifying a new entrant and getting them to the table faster? So then TD sees it and goes, "Hey, come here, sit down. We'll get you seated straight away."
It's interesting. I like it. Um, things like this, by the way, we have a lot of great suggestions that are coming up tomorrow. So I know that a lot of you will not probably show up tomorrow, but be here tomorrow because we have a lot of great suggestions. Uh, Tomorrow's a fun day, and we have a lot of great suggestions that actually many, many, many of the great ideas that have come out of the TDA have come on day 2. So that's just a little prelim on that. I love that idea. I think that's cool, especially with multiple different events and things like that. And again, I know that the majority of you don't run multiple events like that, but I like it. That's a great suggestion. Obviously, it's not going to be made a rule. Can we make a recommended procedure on this? Are the people that are going 5 to start the tournament, would there be a major backlash if you guys started your tables 4? That's the question. Okay.
Hi, I'm Janine from Desert Bluffs in Kennewick. Why not just have the player, when they walk up to the cage to buy in, they are told, we start our tournaments four-handed or better. Are you ready to sit down and play? If they say yes, we sell them a seat. If they say no, we don't sell them a seat.
Well, we can sell what we call ghost tables. It's a little problem registration because now you have to talk to every player, which slows down registration, makes the queue longer. You know, we have a language difficulties, so it's really a best effort thing. But we try to ask the player, "Are you going to sit down now?" Which is basically what you're suggesting, which is a good suggestion. Are you going to sit down now? And if they say no, what we do is we give them a ghost ticket. It's basically a ticket without a seat, all right? And then they can see when they want to come and take their seat. They can go to any floor tournament in the tournament to take their seat, and the floor will just sit them down on the phone. So it's a good idea. It can be logistically problematic if you've got long queues and you've got a lot of players, you've got language problems, but it's a good idea. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the reason why people would do that in Stars event, for example, is they know it's going to be busy the next day. They buy their ticket the day before, and they ask. Basically, they're getting an alternate ticket. They're alternate number 1, so they can walk in. Let's say the tournament starts at noon. At 2 p.m., the tournament might be full, but they are first on the alternate list. But they bought their ticket the evening before. That's kind of the concept that's being used.
Yeah. We open registration 2 hours the day before for every tournament because obviously we have some lines and we have limited space. We don't have this luxury that you guys have over here. So we don't want to open registration an hour before. That's a nightmare for us. So to encourage people to encourage people to come the day before, we do give them that option. But they can also take a table and a seat. And this is the reason, one of the reasons why I don't like putting stacks on the tables is because, we don't want to encourage people just to come half an hour before registration or just when registration starts. We want people to come the day before and register. So we'll give them the option of the ghost table, but if they do take a table and a seat, they can then show up whenever they want. And they could potentially, and it is a problem and I don't like it, but I just don't have a solution. They could show up on level 6. And yeah, and that stack is, well, the stack's not out there, but the seat can be sold. And it is a problem sometimes, but not all the time. Generally, those players who buy in the day before, they're in there in first level or the second level most of the time.
We'll talk later. I think we could actually come up with something here. I do think that we shouldn't be starting tables 3-handed, but 4 seems right. And the other thing is, how many of you are still running 10-handed tournaments? Yeah. Is 4 still okay with a 10-handed tournament for you guys? You think that's why you're saying 5? I like the half or more rounding down. Does that make sense to everybody? So a 9-handed table could start or should start 4. Yeah. Is any? Yeah, I mean, it could be a rule. I mean, it could be, but is that Mike? Is that a recommended procedure or a rule or whatever? Anyway, all right. No, because I mean, they start their 10-handed tables. Could you start your 10-handed tables 4? Oh, half or yeah, half. Okay. What's that? Yeah, 6 max would be 3, right? 7 max would be 3. Pretty simple to know. All right, we can have our first thing. And this is actually a big one. A lot of players complain there's no procedure. They don't know how they're doing it from place to place.
But are we talking about stacks or bodies?
Yes, active players, right? Stacks.
That was my question is if we get the 4, but we also need about active players. So
if there's 2 and you have 5 active stacks, oh. Well, can you do 4 active players? Okay.
So yeah, I mean, like I said, we start 4-handed. We tell them. I mean, we walk them to. We do all of the things. A lot of the recommendations that you guys are talking about in a controlled environment when we can, right? And we got 4 players that are signed up. We got the chip stacks out, and 2 of them walk away because they want to go get a coffee or whatever they're going to do. I've got 2 at the table. I mean, we're starting because no,
Yeah.
they know we're starting. We're starting 4-handed. They're aware of it. They choose to leave the table. I'm not going to make everybody wait then to start the event,
I'm
to start the
saying
table.
in that situation, Kevin,
And
you had to have started dealing at 4.
I mean,
before.
they know we're starting with 4. The 4th person showed up. We announce it. The table starting. The guy's like, oh, okay, oh yeah, we're getting ready to start. And he walks away to go get his coffee or does whatever.
I prefer if you did it with 4 active players when you dealt the first hand.
And that's what I'm saying. But all 4 of them are aware. We're starting 4-handed. They are aware we have 4. And whether they choose to sit down or not, I'm not going to let them choose to when we start. I'm not going to sit down so you can't start. That would be their angle. While we're not going to allow them to do that, we need to run the event. We need to make the decision based on the whole event, not the individual. So we're going to start that. We know 4 people
All
are
right.
sold. They've already showed up to the table. They've they've already had a reasonable time.
I know that none of the tournament directors in this room would actively put a player at that table if they were short, right? If they were short, they wouldn't force the next player to go to that table, right? Nobody does that? Or does everybody do that? If there's one table that's short, they have 5 players that are active, or there are 5 stacks that are down, but there are only 3 players there, and we had to do it at 4, and you were controlling the system where the next player went, would you force that player to go to that table? Completely random, but it happens a lot.
So the question
says
is,
Justin.
Matt, the question is, we have 4 seats sold. We start with 4, but there's only 2 people there. You guys won't start because there's only 2 people physically there.
Correct.
Even though 4 people are sold.
Correct.
4 people have showed. 4 people have stacks out, but only 2 physical people are there. So the game starts because they're all 4 there. 2 people get up and walk away.
Then
There's not
you're dealing.
It's not a cash game, right? Walking rule.
You're
So
dealing.
you're going to keep dealing.
Yes.
So it's whether they were there, they got a seat, they got.
All right,
chips
here's the
next to-
proposal.
No
Here's the
reason to not
proposal.
deal.
Half or more of the number of players that are starting that tournament, rounding down. Does anybody not feel that they can do that? Does that make sense, Sam? I see you looking confused. Active players. You don't deal until you have half or more rounding down. Active players. You need to have 4 active players to start the tournament. Just to start the table. Yes. Too high. At the beginning of the tournament. Yeah, at the beginning of the tournament.
I thought we were talking about stacks the whole time.
So how many players would you start the tournament with? If you had 5 active stacks at the
I
five
mean, I
stacks.
honestly think 2 is a little short, but 3 players with with a minimum of 4 of active stacks, or I'm okay with the half rounding down on that. I'm good with that for the stacks.
Two players, how many stacks?
4. Bill says 4. He says if 4 seats are sold and 2 active players are there, that the WSOP starts. I don't know if that's true. That's what he's saying. But I know that's what the Gardens does. So that too.
That's you saying, he's saying, speak up. He's saying, speak up to Phil.
I mean, Matt,
No, because you need these.
When I asked the question, how many people do we start with? Most of the, when you said 4, most of the hands in this room went up. Is that 4 bodies or 4 stacks?
Correct. That's why I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, sorry, by a show of hands, how many people, sorry, Sam, I'll let you go 1 second. By a show of hands, how many people are putting, I guess you would call it unattended stacks in play? How many people put stacks in play? So that's about, what, 2/3 of the room, looks like? Okay, because I know that, sorry guys, I know the stream only faces one way. About 2/3 of the hands, for those watching, were raised as people who put unattended stacks in play. And how many people will not put unintended stacks in play? At any point in the tournament?
Hardly anybody.
About 10% of the people put their hands up, guys. Thank you. Sorry, Sam.
no, I mean, I wanted to just voice out why do we start tournaments at 5-handed or 4-handed? I mean, we want a random draw. I mean, that was kind of the purpose why we started kind of short, because we know we have late registrants. Um, Otherwise, we would probably start it with a larger field on the start of the table. Uh, I think, like I said, I think 2 is a little bit short in terms of physical players starting the tournament. I think 2 people can manipulate just nailing all the blinds. I think 3 is a fair compromise of it all. But I mean, like all this discussion, I was under the impression, I think most of the participants here thought we were talking about active stacks when we were talking about half rounding down. I think it's too many. I mean, we it's not so much of a problem down in San
Not a
Jose.
problem at all in San Jose. I don't know what you're
No,
talking
in San
about.
Jose right now we have a 1K tournament with 130 players in level 4 right now. Yeah, we started the tournament at 8:30 in the morning with
Yes.
over 100 entrants in a 1K. So it's not a problem in San Jose, but larger fields, late registrants up until level 6 or till 4:30 in the afternoon, this becomes a problem. This becomes a problem.
Putting on my player hat. Quite often it happens, you buy your ticket, you go, you hand the dealer your ticket, he gives you your stacks. This is 10 minutes before the announced start time. Now I run off to the washroom and I get back just as they're starting, and there's 6 stacks there. It's not active stack situation. I mean, the player was physically there, but there's 5 empty seats and 2 of us sitting there. Why shouldn't we be starting right away? I'm there. I got there on time. I handed in my chips. These people handed in their tickets. Why shouldn't
Because you and your friend are going to say, let's just not play
it's
any
not my
hands.
friend. I mean, it's just
You're the other person that's there are going to.
6 random people.
Their
Yes.
people are going to make agreements and say, let's just deal fast
Well,
and not play any
if we
hands.
make
That's
such
going to
an
happen.
agreement, if we make such an agreement, we're violating a rule. But if we just sit here and play, and I certainly would play, I wouldn't make an agreement. Why should I not have that right?
Yeah, I think we're going to move on, but I think we're going to. And yeah. Yeah. Well,
Can I just say one thing real quick? Oh, let him go. Go ahead. at Bellagio and prior when I worked at Planet Hollywood, what we used to do with that situation, if we had two players at the table but we had multiple stacks, we actually set a time. So blinds wouldn't go. You get one round of blinds per minute. So that way it still could go. They still could be playing, but they're not blinds are not going to be moving on. So you have 1 minute time frame. The blinds move every 1 minute. So
Yeah,
that
I've
way,
done that in heads up tournaments for sure. People that show up late, but all right.
I just want to say real quick, if you register before the tournament starts, everybody is aware that if you register before the tournament starts, your stack is live once the clock starts. And that's the player's responsibility to be there when the clock starts. They know their stack is live. If they're in the bathroom, they got diarrhea, sucks to be them. If they got a phone call from their wife and they can't get off and the tournament starts, they know their stack is live. If they want to dawdle, get something to eat, spend too much time doing whatever they're doing, they know their stack is live. So if there are only 2 people playing there and the other 3 stacks are live and those people aren't here, the onus is on them to be there on time. They know they're going to start losing chips as the puck goes. Sorry, I forgot. I'm Jen from Canada, and I say puck. I do not say button. So when the puck goes around, you're losing your chips, and that's your responsibility. Rule number 2, player's responsibility. It's my favorite rule in the entire manual. What? That's all.
Yes. Yes, Lloyd. Yes. Yes.
I don't run fabulous.
Hell yeah. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I'll have nobody register for my tournament when my tournament starts, and I'll have 100 people standing and buying it 1 minute after the tournament starts. I want 100 people to register 2 hours before the tournament starts. So it makes it easier for me. I don't want to do it the other way. I don't put stacks in play, so I don't want someone to think they have to be there at a certain time because their stack's in play, because it's going to make them want to not register early. And I want as many players to register early as I can get, because that means I can start the tables more balanced. If people will show up knowing it's not a penalty.
Not always.
Not always, but I think.
Because
But if I tell them your stacks are going to be in play, then
if you have 8 people registering the night before and 2 people show up, and then you have that table, those 2 guys just sitting there waiting, and this happened in Calgary when I was running an event in Calgary or Calgary. They had 2 people show up on a table that was full, and they didn't show up for like 3 levels, so they stopped that practice. And then anybody that's registered for the tournament started, registered before the tournament started, their chips were in play, and it fixed that problem. Justin Hammer.
I keep hearing it's a penalty if you put the chips in play and it disincentivizes signing up early. But if you're having somebody sign up early and their chips aren't in play and there's 4 of them at one table, you're penalizing the other people who showed up early because those seats aren't getting sold. Like they're playing short because you aren't putting those stacks in play. So I keep hearing this. It's a penalty if you put the stacks in play. If you do it like Jen said and everyone knows your chips are in play at the start of the tournament, you aren't penalizing them for doing exactly what you said you were going to do. You were doing exactly what you said you were going to do, and you're not penalizing the other people who are in the tournament that showed up early by forcing them to play short until whenever these other guys why are you showing up? Why are you signing up early and not showing up on time? I don't understand this. But like you're signing up early and then coming in level 6, then you're penalizing everybody else at the table who did sign up early. So you're still doing it. You're still doing it.
I'm on the other side. Matt, sorry.
Can a player speak? Matt, can a player speak? I always show up on time, and I love it when other players register and they don't show up on time. And if there's only 2 of us at the table, I'm happy to play heads up with empty stacks, and I'll be happy to run around and post their blinds for them. But if you're going to play a tournament and put up your money when my money's in, my butt's going to be in my chair when the tournament starts. And I think that's, Jen, player's responsibility.
All right. I'm on the other side. I'm with the team that doesn't put stacks into play. And I know this makes it a lot more work, is why you guys are putting stacks into play. You know, I have 80 players. I start my, events forehanded like you guys do. I spread them out tables. So I don't have problems with having dead stacks out there. My terms are started still on time. I know Toby's is as well, and he does it. He runs one of the biggest shows, not putting stacks in play. It's just more work, right?
I would disagree with that. But anyway, let's move on. And I would actually love to come up with something on that. Uh, let's. Right. All right. Um, there's a new thing out there. It's been around for a couple years now. When you start late registration tables, and I believe it started in Vegas, where you were having tables that were full or getting full, and then players come in later. And how do you start additional tables? All right. When you have 500 players, 1,000 players, it's not as much of an issue if you open up 3 or 4 more tables. But even in those tournaments now, they are taking players off of tables that signed up on time. I'm against that practice. I know a lot of people are for that practice. I think you should be able to leave seats open on certain tables and open up more tables. I know that Jordan Cutter is a big proponent of this down in Florida, where he runs tournaments that get 1,000 entries. Others are not. Others want to reward players that show up late by giving them the total random table. I think that it's something to look at. How many of you are just opening more tables? You have, let's say you have 5 tables, and then those tables are getting full. Are you opening another table? How many of you just open one more table? You have seats open on the 5 tables, and you open another table. Yeah, it's the tournament that's growing. How many of you do it that way? Leave seats open, open more tables. Yes.
I only open more tables if I can open at least two or three tables. I never open one table at once. I'll rather leave the players waiting a little bit as alternates, and if I have enough players to open 2 or 3 tables at once, then I'll open more tables, just so we don't have to be picking 3 or 4 big blinds every time.
We all want random tables. And these are honestly, to be honest, this is not a problem for the smaller card rooms. It's never been a problem for the smaller card room. We've had events that we were full and we were on alternates, and they had 10 people or 9 people waiting to get into the tournament, and we would break a table and say the next 9 players go to that table. Nobody complains. Nobody says a word. Everybody's happy to be playing. But now there are a lot of tables. You're doing it the wrong way. You have these late registration tables. I signed up at this time, and this guy was behind me in line, and we're on the same table. It shouldn't be that way. So a lot of tournaments are doing it differently, where they are pulling players off tables that have registered on time to start additional tables, so it could be more random. It's a lot more work for the staff. It's a lot more work for everybody in that tournament. But yes, it is. If you don't have Poker Atlas, it is. It is a lot more work for everybody in the tournament. Okay. I feel it's unfair to those people that registered on time to be getting pulled off their tables. There are others that say, you get pulled off your tables anyway. You break tables anyway. Why are you doing it that way? Why should you not do it that way? There was a tournament a couple days ago at a tournament down the street. 30 tables started the tournament. They ended up with 70 tables. They pulled players off of those 30 tables to make those other 70 tables the entire time instead of opening more tables. It would be a pet peeve of mine, but that would be too strong. Hello.
Can you guys hear me? Is
Yes.
it on? Perfect. I'm Kelly DeSellis. I'm from Brigada. And I think that this is something that we do often at Brigada. So we run large events. My example of this would be a 6 max event, opening 34 players to start. We end up with 350 players to end the tournament. Very slow drip of registration. We have ongoing issues, and we have had issues in the past where groups of players who are close friends will register together. They all end up on the same table. Opening 2 or three tables at once to let this drip in. They'll sit for 2 or 3 levels. So what we have put in place is when we open up a new table, in order to make sure that it is completely random, we'll sell 2 or 3 seats at that table, as well as balance the next big blind off of the highest denomination table for the next 4 tables. Once that table gets up and off of the ground, then we'll go to the next one if we have to. If we have a good volume of registration, that act is not in play and we'll be able to open 2 or 3 tables. So it's really about the pace of registration and what's happening, and when we need to do a late reg table in order to make sure we don't have a group of players that are able to manipulate the system and sit together.
There's no rule here. I don't think there's anything that can be done because I think that they're going to continue to do that. I just wanted to say that because it falls this way in the current rules about how you transfer the plays. I can tell you that the players that do show up on time don't like it for the majority. They don't like it. I asked. Well, I'm not saying do it if you have only one table, I'm fine with that procedure.
I don't like doing this thing where you say, oh, players who get on time are disincentivized, because you have to move them at some point. It sets a bad precedent later when you're talking about doing something. If I open too many and I have to break a table, and that table is a bunch of people who showed up on time, am I punishing those players? Or am I just doing a naturally occurring part of the tournament and moving them as necessary for the tournament? Sometimes it happens an hour in, sometimes it happens 10 hours in. But when you show up early, you are still one of the players that is going to move at some point. And whatever procedure we do, players are going to not like it. I don't think there is a majority of players that don't like it because they're opening a new table. I think they like that you're spreading new players into the tournament. So saying they don't like it, you can use that excuse for everything because you're going to find somebody who doesn't like
So
it.
who should be the ones accommodated? The ones that showed up on time or the ones that showed up late?
Everybody as best as
Every
possible.
player, I'm saying you're not being unaccommodating by moving a player in a tournament. It's part of a tournament. Same thing you would do if
Spoke
you're
at a group on Wednesday, and everybody in the room said they hate the procedure of getting moved off a table when they signed up on time, so that we are accommodating late registration players. I'm just telling you,
everybody, Alan Kessler,
It
everybody.
is
everybody in the room did that.
it
Was
is
that
Matt.
everybody in the room?
Matt, it is actually a bit of a philosophical question because why do we have late signups? We have late signups because we want to get that extra revenue from players that are running up late. And it is important for us as an industry. It is important for us as a business, and and players like it. Players do show up late, professionals especially, and lots of recreational players that can't be there at 12 when the tournament starts. So it is a bit of a philosophical question because we want to accommodate everybody. And I know it is a pain in the ass sometimes to be moved a lot of times throughout the tournament, but it's part of life. It's part of playing in a tournament. Some things that you like are going to happen. Some things that you don't like are going to happen. And I don't think that is a very, very big issue just because you registered 12 minutes before the tournament started and now you're being pulled to a new table. I mean, it's just one of those things that happens when you choose to play a poker tournament.
Uh, hello, hello, Rachel from Hong Kong. So nowadays we run tournaments with very sophisticated tournament software. Nowadays, I think it is first of all, if we believe that players who register early deserve to be less likely to get moved. I'm personally, I'm not very sure about this point. First of all, I think someone in this room will disagree. However, if people in this room feel strongly about this and you run tournaments with sophisticated software, I'm sure these software could probably potentially do something like assign probability to assign a certain parameter to players according to which level they register to a tournament, so that they are less likely to get pulled. So basically, whenever you have to break a table, so basically the software would say, hey, bring me, you need say, oh, you need 9 players, then generate 9 players according from the whole pool of players. But like, but according to the rule, like players who register in early levels will be less likely to be chosen. I think
you know, with the technology we have, I mean, for God's sake, we're in 2024. I'm 100% sure this can be done. I mean, I'm sure. So
Okay. Uh, Good.
Yeah, I think as well, if like as a player, I like getting a random seat, but and I realized with having the option of late registration, they're already catering to me because they're allowing me to come in later in the tournament, getting a full starting stack. So I am fine with getting a table that has also people that showed up later in this tournament, especially if the starting stack is still relatively, or sorry, if the average stack, if not many players are eliminated, so to speak. So if the average stack is still close to the starting stack, I think it's fine, especially if you can open 2 or 3 tables that you don't move any players. Of course, if you only open 1 table, it's probably better to move players from other tables, but do high card, please, as well. Don't take the big blind, because if you're going to take the big blind, the player that's waiting in line to get that next seat will guaranteed come into the cutoff. Like he will never have a random seat, because you take the big blind, the next hands get dealt, and then by the time a new player gets to that table, he will be in the cutoff. So always high card a player when you take players away from the table. That's my suggestion.
So we use both procedures at Aria, depending on what point in the tournament you're at. So we'll kick off our tournament, our large, MTTs, and like I said, we do the half or more, and then we see how many people are in line, what the registration looks like, and we'll open up numerous tables while opening up other seats on the additional tables. So tables are just organically being added, but yet new players still have the opportunity to draw all tables in the tournament. Those extra 4, 5, 6, whatever tables we add, yeah, they might be 10 minutes. They might start 10 minutes later. I don't have a lot of sympathy. The players have chosen to show up late, so if they have to wait an additional 5 minutes for the best interest of the tournament, that's what it's going to be. And then there's a point of the tournament where I'm no longer comfortable with that procedure. Usually it happens around a couple hours into the tournament where I don't want to just open up a table or open up a second table. I do feel it's important for the integrity of the tournament to open up a table with existing players in the tournament. And it has to do with how many chips are on each table. So if I open up 9-handed table, 30,000 chips, there's 270,000 chips on every table. After a couple hours, I may have seeded some alternates on a table to the point where they might have 12 stacks of 30,000 on that table, and now they have 360,000 chips in play. Now I feel you're compromising the integrity of the tournament by just seeding 9 players on a late reg table. You are putting those players at a competitive disadvantage because they have less chips that they can win at that table. I feel once you have reached a certain point, whatever threshold that is, my threshold is kind of when average stack is 20% more than starting. I feel like that's the point where we start using the late reg tables. Those new players deserve to be competing against average stacks. And if you move players randomly off of tables to create those tables, they are theoretically competing against players with an average stack in the tournament.
Correct. And I'm okay with that too. Go ahead. Yeah. All right, we're moving on.
Regarding this issue, I've heard it many times that players complaining about, or organizers telling me stories about players being moved more than once when trying to create tables. Just to share with my procedure, I've always been taking from the lowest number of tables possible to avoid a multiple move. I think it was last night somebody said, a player complained, I got moved 7 times when trying to create tables. It should never happen, right? Matt mentioned pulling players from 30 tables. That should never happen. I'm always taking it from, a set group of tables to ensure that when players do get moved, they're only get moved once when trying to create tables. Just want to share that.
I need to talk about this one because this is asking questions during hand. This one comes up quite a bit. Are dealers and floor allowed to discuss procedures and rules mid hand? Um, I know. I don't want to talk about that. I skipped a page. It didn't make much sense. Uh, Players are entitled to a reasonable estimation of chip counts. It's in our rules already. We do have players that say, how many chips do you have more often than others? Some never ask. Some always ask. So this is in there as a rule. Are players entitled to an exact count of those players' chips? And if the player won't do it himself, should the dealers be reaching out and counting those chips for that player? I'm not talking about all ins. I'm talking about when a player's up against another player and how much do you have behind? Right. We're there. We're at no. I'd like to leave it at that. I'd like to leave it at that. Next, RP12 says dealers should announce bets and raises. How many properties are not having their dealers announce bets and raises? Raise your hand, Jordan. Raise your hand, Jason. So how many are not having their dealers count bets and raises? Yes. The amounts. I'm talking about the amounts. I'd like to know why. If Alec Guesser doesn't like it, he's in. He's changing it. He's changing the rule. I mean, why?
There can be mistakes from the dealer. It's often unnecessary. You know, it's just constant work.
But
It's
players want
more
to
wear
know
and tear on
the
the dealer,
amount.
constantly counting, tiring them out. So I just feel it's unnecessary. It's like raise, the player can see how much, roughly what it is. If they want a count, then they can ask for a count, which is quite rare, really.
Okay,
It's
there
a
was
lot of wear on the dealer.
there was
You know,
three
the dealer's
hands.
fresh.
There was 3 hands in this room that were raised. 3, and not to mention
That's 3 wrongs.
you. And the 3 people that raised their hands have some of the best dealers in the world. Why? And yeah,
I checked the World Series rules. It says that the dealer is only supposed to announce bet or raise, not the total. We had an argument on a table I was on where every single hand there was a raise, and the layouts that they have chosen to use in the World Series are blending in with the chips. All the designs on there, people can't see what the bets and the raises are. It was slowing down the game significantly when we had to ask every single time, what's the bet? How much is the raise? What's the raise? And we got to the point where somebody called the floor over and the floor said to the dealer, if this whole table is cool with you announcing all the bets, then announce it every single time. It actually saves time when you have to have someone asking every single time. The place that I play the most is Playground. I don't think anybody is here from Playground right now, but it's a big poker room in Quebec where their dealers are top notch. They are super fast. Every single bet has been announced ever since at least 2012 when I first started playing there. And they cut every single bet every single time it's out there, and they announce it not only in English but in French every single hand. They say 2 languages, they cut the and it's super fast. They are one of the fastest run tournaments if you've ever been there. It's one of the best places to play, and this is their procedure. They've always had it, and it is definitely much better than having to ask how much every single time. In the World Series, it says that they're only going to announce the amounts when there's a clock. So if it's a shot clock tournament, that's the only time the World Series says they're going to announce the amounts. Do you know why? Because it speeds up the game. They want it to be sped up when there's a clock. So clearly, if it's speeding up the game, we should be doing it all the time.
understand what he's saying. Yeah. Sir, who are you?
My name's Lee Jones. I'm a long distant poker executive.
I think Lee's been to almost every one of these TDA summits.
Most of them, I think.
Yes.
So I don't play tournaments. I love you all. I'm a cash player, and there is nothing that tilts me harder than somebody putting out a bet, and then the guy across the table sits there for 30 seconds, and then he goes, "How much is that?" And all I can think is, what was going through your head that last 30 seconds? And we've all seen it, right?
And the reason that the dealers don't do it is because in the old days, when Matt and I were young, the 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 old guys, the Johnny Mosses of the world, it was an angle. They didn't want the dealers to announce the bet sizes because it gave them a chance to basically maybe slide a big denomination chip under the stack, or just basically like the player, it was a way to angle the fish, right? And so they would yell at the dealers, and that person has become Alan Kessler now. They yell at the dealers who announce the bet sizes. And yes, once in a great while, the dealer will make a mistake, but dealers make mistakes. That happens. But it speeds up the game. It makes things much clearer, and a half decent dealer can cut out the stack and announce the bet size in 0 time, and then we don't wait 30 seconds, and then the guy says, "How much is that bet?" Thank you.
Also, nowadays, most new players, are having their first experiences with poker, with online poker. And online poker, you have all the information available. You have the bets, you have the pot size, you have everything available. So I think it greatly improves the experience of our recreational players, which are the ones that feeds the whole ecosystem of poker. So I don't see why not having the dealers announce all the bet amounts.
That's a huge time waste, and that could be a huge time waste. So I love the online argument. Who do you work for again, Toby? Yeah, Poker Stars, where all the bets are counted. Yeah.
Can I just make an observation? So software that helps players get better is very common these days. So as players get better, they're going to want to know more exact numbers in general. Just,
The problem I can see is when players want to know how much somebody has behind, they will use it as an opportunity to stall the game. And therefore, we should not do it.
When we use our clocks on the World Poker Tour, the dealer counts every bet, every raise, every all in, and then they start the clock. There's never a pause of the clock ever. We never pause the clock. Now, early on, when that clock comes out and somebody moves all in, do we have to count every all in? Yes, it doesn't take that much time. Again, especially with the way people like Jordan color up chips, doesn't happen to take in much time at all. It's something that we do. It works. Once players start to learn that that's the procedure, they're okay with it. And again, later in tournaments, when somebody moves all in, how many times has somebody asked us how much it is? Almost every time. Almost every time. And if they're not calling, they're folding anyway, so it doesn't really slow it down. So it's worked out very well for us when we use that on the World Poker Tour. Uh, I it's not Jason or Jordan who really likes not counting the bets. I know who it is. I'm talking to you, Bill Mason. I know you're watching.
Hi. Hi. Mike Coleman, Sequan Casino, San Diego. I've been a dealer before, a floor man, and I never announce the bets because, in my opinion, it violates the one player per hand. If someone's not paying attention, and I'm counting out the bets for them and announcing for them, and then as far as wasting time or being more, a lot of times they look at the size of the bet and they just throw it away, or then they ask. I know how much it is when he puts it out. I can count it out fast when he asks, but when he doesn't ask, where's the time lost? No time lost. We just go.
Generally, the bets that are made are not they're not massive amounts of chips, so it's a very quick thing. It also makes your dealers better, in my opinion. If you're counting those, makes your dealers better.
But where does it stop when we're talking about accommodating online? Are we to say the bet is 1,500 and the pot is 4,500?
No, we're not giving the pot amount, and we're not even
Just
announcing.
saying.
We're not even announcing all ins. By the way, what I said for the World Poker Tour, we do the all ins only when the clocks are out. We're not announcing all ins unless it's asked for. It's only bets and raises.
So the WSOP, the dealers just go bet.
Correct.
That's it. Right. I'm in total agreement with that. That's what I'm talking about. Or they say all in. Now we wait. Right. There's nothing wrong with that. Is that what we're? Or we want the deal. So we want the player to be say all in and go all in for 1,200. Not the all in. Okay. Okay. Only on a bet. Okay. Compromise. Only on the bet. Okay. Got it.
All right, we're gonna move on. The majority of all of you are doing that. I would really like it if Poker Stars, the WSOP, and some Hard Rock did as well, but it's up to them. It is a recommended procedure. Doesn't mean that you have to follow it. I would love it if they did. I think it makes it better for the players for the reasons given. I think we're going to move on. Now we're going to talk about what can a player ask during the hand. This one comes up quite often. Is that a legal raise? Is that reopen betting? What are your thoughts on that? I have always been okay with telling the players the situation, and some aren't. Some players aren't okay with that. They think that we're getting involved, that it's it's changing the way the game is played or things like that. But I do think there's so many new players. If players did not understand that rule, they wouldn't be asking the question. There's a reason why they're asking the question. And again, the TDA is for everybody. So even at the highest levels or the ones that aren't playing for millions of dollars, should we be answering the question? Does that reopen the bet? Does that you're not coaching the players if you're stating the rules, what I've heard from you guys. So comments. Oh, how many feel you should be able to answer that question? Only if it's their action. How many disagree?
I think what you should do is just tell them the rule. If somebody says to me, "If I call, can he raise?" I'm not saying yes or no to that. I'm definitely not. That's helping them decide what they're going to do. It's their responsibility to know the rules of the game that they're playing. I would state the rule to him. I would say, if he's facing a full raise, then yes, he will be able to raise. That's all I'm going to tell him, and it's his job to know if that guy's facing a full raise or not. What's the other question? The other one is that a legal raise? You can answer, yeah, that's a legal raise, but I'm not going to tell somebody, if I call, can he raise? Same thing, I'm going to tell them the rule. Action out of turn is binding unless the action changes. I'm not going to give them all the
We're
scenarios.
going to get to that in a minute.
Yeah, well, if you call, then his money stays. If you this, his money comes back. I'm not going to answer that. I'm going to tell them the rule. So I don't think we should be withholding the rules from them, but I don't think we should be giving them yes or no answers to help them decide what they're about to do. Give them the rule, explain the rule, don't give them the answer. So can we have a revote now? Because there was way too many hands up that first time.
Our take on that rule is that we allow our floor staff to answer questions regarding that specific player's actions on his turn. He will not be able to get answers about future action for other players. For example, can I re-raise? We will answer yes or no. But will he be able to re-raise if I raise here? Will not answer. I say, well, make your action, and then we'll see what happens.
All right, that's not I just want to make sure that where we're at with that. I don't think it's a rule. I don't think it's. I mean, could that be a recommended procedure? I don't know. Mike.
Hello.
Anybody feel like that could be a recommended procedure?
Hello. Rachel from Hong Kong.
It could be.
For the last year, I've been trying very hard to promote mixed games in Hong Kong and Asia. So we've been playing a lot of games such as Badusi, Badesi, Do Sevens, games like that, and very often comes up is during a hand, player would ask, for example, like, like Badusi, so is the Baduki is ace low or deuce low or that kind of question. And of course, like we being friendly, we'll answer that question. But at some point, we want to be serious about that. So how do we feel about that kind of question? Yeah, let's. Okay, I mean, but how about the consensus? Okay, like okay, for example, like okay, specifically, right? Like, but do see, someone asks, is ace low in Batusi? Like during a Batusi, in the middle of a after the first draw, someone oh, so is ace low or high?
Question. I'm thrilled he's playing, and I hope he plays the next.
That's really. Wait. So what's the consensus? Is that question okay or no? Yes or no? Well, it's a very simple, direct question, right? Oh yeah, that's why a simple question, right? In no limit hold'em, is ace high? The highest is ace the highest card in this game? So the same thing, right? In Badusi, is ace the worst card? So
Yes, he's asking about the rules of the game. It's just like if you're playing a short deck tournament 6+. If he asks if the ace can go underneath the 7 for straight.
So just a quick follow up. So the player can ask a dealer a floor. How about the other players?
You
So who
can't
can
stop
answer?
that.
By the way, like who is allowed to answer the question?
In no limit hold'em, if a player asks, is 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 a straight, you're going to answer the question, right? You're going to say no. So I think you can answer those kind of questions.
Okay.
It's the rules of the game, the value of the cards. Sorry, the rules of the game, the value of the cards. It's fine in my opinion.
These questions are going to be answered at the table, and the floor is never going to hear it. The other players will answer mixed games. We've seen this. Lloyd and I have been putting a lot of mix in Asia. The players will help. They're so happy to be running those games that they help everybody with.
Okay. Okay. Short answer. We're okay with players, floor, dealers. Answer these questions. End of answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I like what the WSOP says here. They can state the rule, but to help, but we don't help the players understand how the rule applies to the current situation. And Jack, we met with Jack and Ti over there at the World Series, and they had a lot of input that we're going to discuss coming up as well. But I do like the way that reads. Any other statements on that?
Yeah, I've got one. Shannon
Okay.
Vandenberg, Mixed Games Academy from Australia. We're talking about gameplay. So in Badusi, where an ace is only high, and in Badasi, where an ace is low, it's like asking, does a flush beat a straight? Can two pair win here? Is my straight any good in no limit hold'em? Like you're basically giving the answers to the hand rankings, and I don't think that's okay in a live hand. And what I tell my players are, if you have a question and you're outside of a hand, please come and see me. But while you're in the hand, I can't answer it for you. Now, if the table decides to answer it for them, that's a different scenario. But I don't believe during a live hand, when we're on first draw, second draw, third draw, I don't care where we are, that they should have an answer given to them.
Okay.
Jeremy from Texas again. I think I'm on the opposite side of that because some players can have a hand ranking chart in front of them. So telling them whether or not a flush beats a straight is the same as giving them a hand ranking chart. So I think that's okay to answer a rule specific question based on hand rankings without looking at the player's cards.
We're going to talk about charts coming up.
I think that if they're asking a question, is ace high or low? I think they're going to be a recreational player, and I think it's okay to answer and just give them the rules. Why not? Why wouldn't you tell them what the rules are? I don't understand the not telling them what the rules are.
I think that's where we're at. I think we are talking about the rules per se. So I think that's where we're going to be. Do you have one more?
Is it okay for a player to ask, can I still rebuy when they're facing like a large bet or an all in and they're trying to decide if they make a bad call, if they can
Yes.
rebuy. They can ask
I
that
think
during
so,
a hand?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Um, okay. We are going to take a short break, and we're going to get into the next topic. Take a look at that as you leave the room. Be back, please, at 11:15 sharp, please. 11:15 sharp. Restart will be on time. 11:15 sharp.
Exactly. We're going to put your laptops in play if you're not at your seat.
Paul, is that Ryan Kirk for the got us the drinks, water and soda? Okay, I won't say something. I'd like to thank Ryan Kirk from the ARIA here for providing those drinks for you guys out there, the soda, water. Thank you, Ryan Kirk. Ryan, is Ryan here? All right, he'll be in at some point. All right, this next topic is one that has come up and affects many different things that we are doing. Let's see. Make sure they've got that. All right. Okay, so this has been a topic from before, but obviously, with the pandemic and everything going on, uh, it's become more of an issue, I would say, than before. But we have a rule number 4 that says clothing and other accessories must not continuously obscure player identity or become a distraction to the game. How standards will apply and is in the sole judgment of the TD. There is, I mean, I don't know if this is come up more. We're never going to be able to take away, which a lot of people do want to. A lot of people want to take away the masks. Surgical masks are here to stay, in my opinion. They've been a part of the game for a long time in other parts of the world, and I've seen them for many, many years, long before the pandemic. I think it's something that's here to stay, and can be. We can take that off the agenda of something we want to have removed. But the question is should we be allowing certain players to wear multiple items on their face, which include sunglasses, headphones, hoodies, gaiters, scarves, masks, costumes, and the medical mask? Should they be able to wear all of those? You'll see that Best Bet in Jacksonville has a. I don't know where you put this, Jesse. Where is this at? It's at the front podium. So you can wear a mask and a hoodie, you can wear a mask and a hat, you can wear a mask and sunglasses, but you can't wear all three. I think this is going to come down to house policy at some point. We already have a rule in place for this. But does anybody feel like the player on the far bottom left should be allowed to play in your room? Now, a lot of casinos and properties have rules that you have to have your face identifiable. Some say that you have to have it identifiable when you first come into the room, and then you can do whatever you want. Other people feel like you have to have it identifiable at all times. So that, again, is house policy. Other players have been out there now, and what they're doing is they are making bets, and then they're covering their face like that, right? So the other discussion we had at the Wednesday Poker Group was, should you be able to change your appearance from what it was at the start of the hand? That's just another discussion. Is there anything here? Can we do anything more than what we say up to the top, up there? Should we be doing more? Is it unfair? Is it annoying? Is it no big deal? That's my question. Comments from the board? No. DC?
Well, for me, the only big concern is for security reasons. So making sure that the player that is playing is the one that actually bought in, the one that actually belongs to the seat. Other than that, if we can't verify that the player's identity, he needs to remove something so we can. But other than that, it's just strategy and sometimes players being not too friendly to the other players.
What I do have a problem with, if somebody's wearing a surgical mask and they're wearing it on their chin, and then during the hand they decide to put it on. Only during the hand they put it on. I have a little more issue with that. But yeah, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that. But I'm definitely not down with the guy that puts his hoodie, pulls it so tight that you can't even see anything once he's in hand. And we're going to get into it in the next discussion. We're going to get into devices and electronics and things like that. But again, if you're wearing a full hoodie, are you able to just, to hide something that you're wearing on your head? That's another whole entire discussion, which we'll get into. But does anybody see anything more here that we need to say except for do what you do?
I think we all came to a consensus on Wednesday, at least among the group, that um, the mummy people were kind of an issue because they are not identifiable. And however you entered the hand, whatever your appearance was at the start of the hand, was how it should be at the conclusion of the hand. Correct.
My concern on that would be enforcement, but I also will say I love having real official sounding stuff to fall back on. When like for example, when vlogging first started up and I was with Stars, because of GDRP or GRDP, whatever that EU thing is called, we basically were able to tell everybody we cannot give you the license rights of everybody in the tournament, so you can't film. It was people like, oh, but no, there is no but. I legally cannot give this to you. So at this time now that stuff's changed now, but so the someone in our Thursday mentioned that if you have casino surveillance to fall back on, then you can use that. Like I like having that to fall back and say surveillance says they have to be able to see you at all times, so you can't do X. I mean, it sounds like I'm kind of moving the blame, but it's a nice backstop to have of saying we're in this property. This property says you must be visible at all these times. So the rule is this. I do agree with Matt. I don't think we're necessarily going to come to a rule. It's going to always be house rule. But if you can work with your property to come up with a rule that helps solve the mummy people, then that can give you a lot of backup. It's the same. I know there's a number of places that don't do deals because they say they can't legally do them in that state or that county or that city. It takes the onus off of you as the operator and says, no, this is just illegal, guys, or this is what my property is telling me. I'm just the poker room manager. The casino has said that you can't, cover your entire. You can't. Oh, the picture's gone, but the guy with the death mask, or something like it was Lack who did the full makeup. What, 10 years ago? Phil Locke, who dressed up like an old man, played the whole tournament as an old man. Old man, that should 100% be illegal. Not illegal, but he shouldn't be allowed to play that way because you can't identify that it's actually him. So if there's a way you can find a rule to support you, then I encourage you to try and find that because that to me that helps.
I have taken the rules from the World Series and from the Win. And the World Series rule is the House reserves the right to ask removal of accessories, and we need identity protection from switching bags, switching players, and barred players entering. The win rule is the one I also like that says players must be clearly identifiable at all times. Tournament staff may request a player remove their sunglasses, hood, or other facial cover, which inhibits a continuous identification or is a distinct distraction to other participants. I do not like the last line, by the way. Players are not allowed to wear sunglasses and a face covering at the same time. I do like the first part of that. Does anybody out there have an issue with the first part of that ruling striking the last sentence of that? Does anybody else have a problem with this? I think we can adopt that, Mike.
Matt, can you go back to the
Yeah,
prior
I
slide?
know we have something like that already.
Or
Yeah. Definitely we're gonna get into it. We're not at electronics yet, but we're getting there. Uh yeah, nobody has a problem with that, Mike. We can adopt that language, I think is fine. I know you're saying that we have that language. Close. I like that one a little better. We did. Well, everybody said that nobody had a problem with it, so that's pretty unanimous. Would anybody have a problem with the full win rule? And I'm talking about the last sentence. I would. Yes. You're new, Toby, but less wording is something we've worked on for a long time on the TDA. Yeah. All right, here we go. A big one. electronic devices. Our current rule reads players may not talk on the phone at the table. We're all okay with that. Ringtones, music, images, videos, etc. should be inaudible and non-disturbing to others. We're all good with that. Here we go. Betting apps, charts, and poker information tool may not be used by players with live hands. Okay, so I could stop there and say that the win and the World Series now have additional language to this. I'll start with the wins because I'll start with the last line of WSOP. Participants are prohibited from using betting apps, gaming charts, and other poker information tools while involved in a hand. Now let's go to what the win says. The win says participants are prohibited from using gaming charts and other poker training tools while in the tournament area. Any participant found using gaming charts other than or any other poker training tool while in a tournament area may be penalized in Win Las Vegas sole discretion up to and including disqualification. PokerStars has at the table. A poker training tool is. Go ahead.
Aria's rule is also at the table. I treat it basically like speaking a foreign language or speaking on your phone. You cannot be at the table. I don't like the tournament area. I think it's just impossible to enforce. And then when you try to enforce it, it's going to be very selective enforcement. So our rule is that no charts, no devices, no aids at the table. It doesn't matter if you have a live hand or not. They're not permitted at the table.
All right, now let's go to enforcement. How do we enforce this rule? People say it cannot be enforced. There's privacy screens. There's no way to tell. Are we going to have players calling out other players? He's on a chart. What is he doing on his phone? This is happening. We've seen videos of people saying that the players are on the chart. I think having a rule in place will discourage people from actually using it. We already have this rule in place. The question is, do we need to go further? And will we be having this discussion again in 2 years? The answer is yes. But for me, it all goes to enforcement. How many of you are actually enforcing players not being able to use their hands or their phones during live hands? Okay. Who's doing it? The dealers? How many of you are killing hands if players are in there on their phone? Those are the three same guys from Winnipeg. Sorry about the Jets. Okay. The gaming authority says that they cannot have phones at the table. Now, when I put a poll up, should phones be allowed at the table? 64% of the people said no, which for me would be terrible because I'm on my phone constantly. They did that on their phone during a tournament. They answered that poll. But 64% of people said they would not want to have phones at the table. That is shocking to me, even if polls aren't scientific.
I think you have to add 64% of people who follow Matt Savage said that. No, it's a different. It is a slightly different thing. 64% of people who follow Matt Savage said that, and I imagine most of those are tend toward higher buy-in players.
No,
people that no, but I mean,
probably.
Negronis followers
just in a
he's
video.
out 13K from that tournament 2 weeks ago.
We're gonna get to there too.
Oh, sorry, 8 more. Yeah.
Okay, so question is, guys, there's cheating going on in certain things that are happening. There's a major scandal coming out that you guys will all hear about coming up soon. And it involved leaving your cell phone on the table with a camera coming out the side. We've also heard that people are using rings on their hand. Rob Froman, who's doing our audio back there. He's the one responsible for the audio. Has a pen with a camera in it. So there are sunglasses with cameras in it. So these things will come up. These situations are going to come up. Headphones are a big potential issue in the game. All of these things are potential issues. Everybody in this room needs to be aware that we need to be very careful with what we're allowing to be on the table, at the table, and what they're using. I just need to stress that. We've had this conversation for years about electronic devices, but the world is changing by the minute. And once you hear all of these things, you need to be real confident that people at your tournaments are not cheating. So, uh, as far as the solvers go, I think what we have there is fine for now. It's in accordance basically with what the World Series has. And how you're going to handle those players that are using charts at the table or betting active. Now, the WSOP has a rule that if you're texting another player at the table, you can be disqualified from the tournament. It's a very tough one to enforce, but it's a very strong statement saying that they don't want people texting each other at the table. Now, this is very simple for me to text Linda after I've done my hand and said ace king. I could have done it from away from the table. She's wearing headphones and it says ace king in her ears. That's simple. That's already available. Just be aware that this stuff is out there. So, somebody else want to follow up on what I'm saying here? What am I saying?
Well, there's also like I'm wearing an Oura ring now. It is mainly for like sleep and health and stuff. But the Samsung ring is coming at the end of this year. The Apple ring the details were just leaked. That's coming next year. Those are both allegedly going to have like haptic feedback, so they'll pulse when you get a message. So eventually the stuff's going to be so small that you're not going to know if anybody's wearing it. There's when I was researching wearable tech, there's a women's earring back for basically for sexual assault that they can basically reach up and it like sends a text to their family loved one. It's like a 911 text if they push their earring back. So it's getting smaller and smaller. And unless we reach the point where you're like literally wanding the players where they come in, there's only so much we can do. I agree with deterrent and putting deterrent in the rule. The texting each other one, I'm not so sure I'm behind 100%. But I also, Toby and I think was it like 2014, 2015 for EPT. We did a thing where there had just been a cheating thing in Europe with people using their phones. So we said no phone on the table, not on the rail, on the thing. We did it for half of a season. The players hated us. The players hated the dealers. The dealers hated us for making them enforce it. Every time they went to pitch a card, I'm sorry, sir, you can't have your phone on the table. I don't ever want to be in that scenario again. But part of this to me feels like it's already there. 99% of these solvers are on your phone, so they shouldn't be on their phone when they're in a hand. That's been a basic rule for 15 years. You're not allowed to be on your phone. But that to me goes to Matt's original point, enforcement. I think everybody probably trains their dealers. Don't give the second card to the big blind until he puts his big blind out. It's like kind of standard. Don't pitch that one, so that way you know you're right. Maybe we got to tell the dealers, don't give them their second card till you get them put their phone down, because almost everybody I know is doing this, and then they'll have it in this hand and be like, oh, huh. And now they're playing because the whole table's on their phone. So I'm not sure where we can go, to be honest. Because think of the main event final table that we see. So Matt makes the final table. He folds his hand. He goes to his rail. He's got 30 coaches, all of them using AI, analyzing the stream from 30 minutes ago, explaining everything that his opponents have been doing. That's legal. That's allowed. That's encouraged at the final table. But if Matt steps away and pulls his phone out and runs the exact same formula through the solver, now he's DQ'd. So I like the language of at the table. To me, that's the only thing we can actually control. Our dealers and our floor should be walking around, or the floor will be walking around. The dealers are there. They can see that Hammer's on his phone at the table while he's got cards, and either of them can say, "I'm sorry, sir, you can't be on your phone while you're in the hand." But if he's 3 feet away, I'll be honest, guys, I don't care. I don't want to know what you're doing on your phone in the bathroom. I don't know what you want to know what you're doing on your phone 5 feet away. And for the discussion of recreational against the Colossus against the World Series main Alpha 8 and Triton, you got a 10-table room in San Diego or Oklahoma City or something like that. Try telling your players that they can't talk to their spouses or their kids or whatever, that they got to put their phone away. That's not going to fly, in my opinion.
All right, and I do believe we'll be having the same discussion in a couple of years. But Linda did tell me she's completely opposed to removing vibrating devices at the poker table. Sorry, Linda.
David Neiman, Hollywood Park Casino, Los Angeles. I agree with a lot of what's being said, and definitely the threat of a lot of these devices being used for cheating is very real and something that has to be considered. I think that if we came to consensus in this room and set the cue for the rest of the poker tournament world that cell phones, headphones aren't allowed at the table, I think that's a really bad thing for the growth of the game. Just on a ground level thing, I think it's much harder to get players in and share this thing that we all love if we're telling people you can't have your phone, can't listen to music at the table. I think that there's other ways, especially through the language and the rules, that we can try and combat it. And yeah, it might become an issue one day where we do have to ban it. But until then, I just think it's important that we avoid that as a measure that we're going to take in here.
Hello, I'm Danny McDonough from the WPT in Asia. I can tell you for sure in cash games, it's happening in Asia. Players sitting close to the dealer that are using cheating devices and cameras. And I'm sure, I've got no proof, but I'm sure it's happening in tournaments also. I'd like to see a rule where we have the option to say no phones on the table. It could be just for the main event. It could be when an event gets down to 5 tables. So there's some type of wording where a venue can say, especially in venues where it's happening, which is more so in Asia at the moment, that there is an option for the venue to say no phones in use while a hand's in play. So once the hand starts, nobody can be touching their phone.
Yeah, and like with all live streams and everything that we do on the World Poker Tour, you aren't allowed to have your phone at the table. We actually lock them up and give them back to you on the breaks. But yeah, I mean, I understand. Maybe.
No, I think that should be the case. I think we need to be stronger with the enforcement of you can't be on your phone while involved in a hand, and that will solve a lot of the issues. But we all run different tournaments. We run $60 nights leads up to Paul, who's running $100,000 tournaments. And certain tournaments do require certain procedures. I don't think there's anything wrong if some players at the $60 nightly in whatever casino they're playing are on their phone, they're texting their friends. While as Paul having a tournament with millions of dollars at stake, then he needs to be way more stricter because players could be more incentivized in order to try to bend the rules, or like try to gain an unfair advantage at least over their competitors. But if we just keep the rule as is and not allow players to be at their phones at the table, we're already like limiting a big security risk. And also the same with headphones. Should we, as the gentleman from LA just pointed out as well, should we really be limiting players for not using their headphones while 99.90% is listening to music, and only there might be potential out there that people are trying to cheat, but it's up as a tournament organizer as well to judge that specific situation and take appropriate measurements if needed.
Yeah, Kenny, that's a good point. And we obviously want to make a rule that works for tournaments that are run worldwide, whether it's a $60 tournament or it's a $300,000 buy-in super high roller bowl. But yeah, the bigger the buy-in and actually the smaller the field, a lot of times the tighter your procedures are have to be. So, my rule is that you can't be on the phone at the table, and if you want to use the chart, you have to step away from the table. And then when I'm deep in a major event, I really tighten it up. You know, just like Matt at WBT, we don't allow any phones on any feature stream table. If you look at an event like Super High Roller Bowl is a good example. For those of you that see, we'll often have a feature table in the tournament. We might have 3 or 4 tables going. We have a feature table where I do not allow them to have phones. Now I don't allow anyone in the tournament to have phones because I don't want one table playing under a different set of rules than the other tables in the tournament. So yeah, depending on the event, you can always get tighter and tighter. I think it's just nice to have a base guideline of what is the expectation of the players, and then it's up to the operators to understand the needs of that specific tournament and when to tighten it up.
Okay. Alan?
Okay. I have the rare occasion that I disagree with Linda. This will fly. I have empirical evidence. How many here have ever played in a chess tournament, a rated chess tournament, besides me? Okay. I run chess tournaments. I'm an international arbiter. The rules for international chess in large tournaments, and even in the United States, are no electronic devices, no cell phones, no earbuds, no fancy glasses, no smartwatch. Uh, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, those of us making rules were saying nobody will buy this. Okay. Now the situation is it's mandatory. The cheating that can be done with a cell phone or with earbuds in chess is immense. It's more long term than in poker. In poker, I'm dealing with one hand at a time. So going to the I can't stop in the middle of a hand and go to the washroom and look at my phone. In chess, I can do that. I can stop in the middle of a game and look at my phone. So it's not an exact parallel. But the thing that is parallel is 10 years ago, people said we would never be able to enforce such a rule. And now it is the rule all over the world.
I just want to point something out. I know that Triton's not the perfect example, but going to Paul's illustration of tightening up the super high rollers, I've watched some of the streams done by Triton, and because of their app, where you're getting real chip counts, they have actual people standing behind each table following the action, the hands being played, the chips moving, every single hand is available on their app, and you actually see the players on stream with their phones. So it's really, really hard to police or ban phones from an event when, you know, people around the world are seeing the biggest players in the market allowing it. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, WSOP allows players to play online poker while they're playing the tournament. Um, BetMGM, I'm sure, will allow people to be betting sports while they're playing in a tournament. Those type of things. They just shouldn't be doing it during the hand. That's it. Simple. Yeah, vloggers is a completely other subject, and those are generally approved by the House. I think, Sean, don't you approve your vloggers? Sean McCormick over there, by the way. Do you approve the vloggers before they? Okay. All right. Sean McCormick.
Is someone recording this? Well, put your damn phone away. Put your damn phone away. That's what we're talking about here. I think we're talking a lot about what we're doing today, and we're not forward thinking. And I think, Matthew, that's why you keep saying we're going to be talking about this in 2 years. We got to start thinking in front of the people that are nefarious, not behind them. And I know that's hard in the tech world, but we're coming to the point where we're going to have to treat this like table games, guys. These phones are going to have to be off the table. And I mean off the rail, off the felt. They have to go. They just have to go. I'm sorry. I don't want to say that we should be taking music away from everybody. We can't make this one-to-one in chess where you're playing one person and it's a sport more. Where in poker you're playing 16-hour sessions where you need to be talking to your wife or your spouse or this person or listening to your music. What are we going to do? We can't put this back. Can't put the genie back in the bottle, so to speak. Go back to 2003 poker. I'd love to, but because everybody was worse than me at that time. But we just can't go back to those days. We have to start thinking ahead of the people that are in affairs. Like Matt was somewhat alluding to, and I have some information on too. These people are coming after us. They're coming after our game. So we have to start thinking that the game is above all of us. All of us and anything we do. Game integrity one, everything else second. So stop thinking, oh, what are we going to do when they're not entertained? What are we going to do when we close the poker rooms down? Start thinking that way, guys. I'm dead serious when it comes to this. And the casino's doing the same thing where when we approve these vloggers, we say you can't record the roulette wheel in a certain way because people can track those things. You can slow down the roulette wheel and start tracking where it might land. You might get in certain sections. They're going to do this in poker. And right now we're seeing it with cell phones. But we're going to have to start thinking about when a ring has a camera in it and someone's got their hand on the table. Maybe they're catching the pitch of a dealer, or maybe they're catching your cards as you're discarding, or maybe in a deuce tournament they're seeing the black cards versus the red cards, and they're knowing that hearts might be missing versus diamond. By the way, this is why I hate card decks, because if I throw away a green card, I already know it's a club. But if I throw away a black card, it's 50-50. That's why 4-colored decks just shouldn't be in our game, but there's other reasons too. But I'm telling you guys, talking about this certain thing, we have to start thinking ahead of these guys, because right now we're thinking very analog. We're thinking behind them, oh, do this, do that. But we really need to start thinking even further down the road of that. And again, our counterparts in table games, slots, sports, they have their own issues in this space, but I don't think we're realistically thinking about this because we're just thinking about the entertainment side of poker. Yes, it is our job to create an experience. It is not just gambling and it's not just poker. There is an experience factor to this. And we've changed the game. 20 years ago, we didn't even talk like this. Now we're talking about like keeping them in the seat longer, whether it's in poker or any other avenue. So keeping them in the seat longer means they have to be entertained in a different way. However, game integrity first, guys. We all know this. So what I am going to be doing, I have our monthly divisional with all the poker leaders. I see some of them that flew all the way across the country to be here today. So thank you for that. We're going to be talking about these phones are off the tables, guys. We're going to still let them have their entertainment. We're going to still let them have AirPods, whatever they're called, until we see a reason for that. But this stuff with them keeping them right on the felt, right on the rail, that's done. And what we're going to talk about is the vloggers and streamers too. We're going to set everybody up. If they're an approved vlogger, we're going to get them the right equipment to be able to, I know not everybody can see it, but basically have their phone facing at the felt this way, where we can monitor it walking around the tables, because that's our job, to protect the game and monitor the tables, and not just give them an entertaining experience, but also protect their action. So we're going to give everybody that's approved one of those little stands that looks at the table this way, because nobody should be ever looking at the table this way. We can't see the table this way. We have one camera unidirectionally facing down. We don't even face it this way unless it's like a rail camera. That's the only time. So why would we ever give someone else the ability to see what we can't? Think of it that way. Reverse engineer from there. That's all I got.
I didn't want to follow Sean. I think sometimes these conversations merge into a solution looking for a problem. Honestly, some of these things we know we're not ever going to 100% solve cheating. Like if we get the phone off the table, or if we take away headphones, or if we do, like, we're never going to solve it. Somebody is going to come up with something that is going to do it. If we want to have players, like, you have to play naked and sit here so we could see everything. There's going to be one creepy dude playing our tournament every single time, and maybe it solves the problem, but we're going to scare away people. And if we get to a point where we are trying so hard to solve a problem that we are never going to fully solve, that we go past customer service and we go past what people are willing to do when they come to play our tournaments, then I think we do more harm than good. We have rules that we know we can enforce so that there's no like plausible deniability. You can't have recording devices that look like sunglasses or headphones or whatever. We have rules like that so that when they come, we can punish those people instead of punishing every single person who plays a tournament in order to prevent this 1 in 100,000 situation from happening.
Okay. I think we're good. Oh,
I had already stated my rule at Aria where you're just not allowed to use phones at the table, and if you need to use some sort of training aid, you have to step away from the table. I think a lot of times all this cheating and training aids, there's definitely levels of training aids, and I feel like sometimes they get all lumped together. A player playing online using RTA is 1,000 times worse than some player looking at a pre-flop chart in a poker. They're not even the same thing. They're not even in the same ballpark. So my rule is pretty much for standardization that I just do not allow them to use charts at the table. But philosophically, I think we should give them all charts.
Uh, you know, going back to the guys that are favoring like headphones, I think right now the real problem right now is like what you mentioned, RTA. Imagine, you know, guys with the headphones, showing their cards to somebody outside and actually telling me how to play. It is becoming a problem, and I believe that's how the cheaters are currently doing it. We've actually witnessed the cheaters at our last event in a cash game. We've watched them very closely. We don't see them touching their phones, but they do have the earpieces in. But they're known cheaters, and they didn't basically deny it when we told them stop playing. Nobody wants to play with you guys. They kindly just walked out and cashed out. They're not even trying to deny it that they're cheating. So I believe that if we're really going to ban something now today, it should be headphones.
Okay. Is it on?
Who are you, Brian?
My name's Software Brian, and as a player, I can tell you that in the early stages of a tournament, I very much want people on their phones and doing other things than playing poker. And I think that you're right. The percentage of people in the early stages of a tournament that are using those devices to cheat at that time is very, very low. I can tell you late in a tournament, when a lot of money is on the line, if somebody's on their phone with earbuds in, I'm highly, highly suspicious. I see very, very few people in the later stages of a tournament totally distracted like that. So I think that as the tournament goes on, you're in a much different place. So that's what I had to say.
All right. Okay.
Hi,
Who are
Sherry
you?
Lascota. Um, I'm not sure if you're going to bring this up later or if, because this has nothing to do with an electronic device, but what about someone with a notebook with notes that they're referring to in a hand? Are you going to cover that at some point or?
Yeah, you're not allowed to use it during the hand or anything that disturbs the pace of play, and that would cover that. That's already in which rule? People reading newspapers at the table. Right, but she's talking about a notebook, charts, or yeah. Yes, we already have a rule for that.
Okay, then I challenge some of you to look up that rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
These rules are great, but I've ran card rooms and I've dealt, and from a dealer point of view, it's very difficult to enforce because players always say, "You're the only one that ever tells us to get off our phone," or da 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 da. And it's very hard to get everybody streamlined. And is there a way?
Training.
Well, yeah, of course. You can always tell your dealers, you guys, you need to tell people that they can't be on their phones when they have a live hand. But the realistic reality is that it's very difficult from a dealer point of view. I dealt at the Win in December. I just quit saying it because it wasn't getting anywhere as a dealer. So it's just, I don't know if there's an answer for dealers, but it's very difficult.
All right. It also, just from her dealer perspective, is you run into this sometimes. If half the dealers do it and half the dealers don't, the dealers that do it are the ones who doing the right job. They're the ones that the players hate more. And so that you almost create a problem. If everybody's not following the rule, then the dealers that are following the rule are the ones that everybody hates.
Yeah, again, this is a problem of enforcement and consistency. So you need to, if you guys adopt a rule that you cannot have interacting with any gadget, any electronic device while you have a live hand, you have to take it as a priority to train your staff to be aware of that. So all of your dealers need to be aware of that, and they need to call the floor. If the guy looks at his phone while he has a live hand, he needs to call the floor. It's simple as that, and the floor will deal with the player. And if all the dealers do that, and if your training is consistent, it helps a lot. It will never eliminate cheaters. It will never eliminate the cheating potential, because electronic devices are getting more and more embedded in our lives. You just see with Apple Vision, the VR headsets. Maybe a few years from now, regular glasses, prescription glasses, will have some kind of overlay display, just like military fighter pilots have on their helmets to see information when they fly. So it's not science fiction anymore. It is going to happen, but we have to do our best. And I think that not allowing players to interact with electronics while in the hand is good. And just like Aria has here, you cannot use your phone or have any kind of charts or anything at the table. I think that's how we can actually enforce it.
DC, I think those HUDs already exist. I think the Ray-Bans have them. And I know, like, when Google Glass was announced, I can't remember if it was MGM or Caesars, but like within a month of them being announced, they were banned in most U.S. properties. Because I know we banned them from tournaments as well. As soon as the first major U.S. casino banned them from the casino floor, we banned them from our tournaments just for that capability. So that's not something that we're waiting for. That's something that's already here.
I think what we need to do as managers, supervisors, whoever we are, if we aren't the dealer, we are supposed to be supporting the dealer. And I think the problem is dealers will deal cash and they will also deal tournament. A dealer that's dealing cash is going to be super lax with these players and their phones. They do not enforce it very much in a cash game because those players are throwing them tips. They are not going to be bothering this guy about watching a YouTube video or texting or whatever he's doing on his phone because they want the tips. And it's hard for them to switch into tournament mode where they're going to now start to all of a sudden enforce it. The thing is, we're walking around the floor, the supervisors, the floor men, whoever's are walking around the floor. I think we as a whole should start to be more vocal to the players as we see it. We're just wandering around looking for open seats, doing whatever we're doing. And we're not the ones that are pointing it out all the time. We're just expecting the dealers are doing it and kind of not even paying attention. We should say it as often as we see it. Walk by, see a guy with a phone, say something. And the more you say it at that dealer's table, the dealers are going to feel more comfortable saying something without getting any repercussion because they know the supervisor who the floor person has their back. We should just all go around and constantly just be looking for phones and saying something. They're going to start getting annoyed with you bothering them that they'll eventually just not do it anymore. We need to make the dealers feel more comfortable to do it because as a dealer, I've been in their shoes, and you don't want to be that dealer that has to sit in the box for sometimes an hour or longer with the players that hate you. They don't want to do it. So let us do it. Walk around, see people on phones and say something repeatedly, throw penalties in there. Have the players know that you mean it. Have your supervisors know that you mean it, and then the dealers might actually start doing it too.
All right. I like it.
Asking about.
No, let's move on, please.
No, I was just about to say, I know that you hate auto penalties, but if we just auto penalty a guy for picking up his phone during a hand, it probably might fix the issue.
All right, moving on. All right. Balancing table. We have a rule that we instituted 2 years ago where the players where the dealers will keep dealing if the big blind is not on the open seat yet, which is great. It's working great. Anybody having an issue with that? Anybody halting tables automatically now when there's a difference of 3? The question is, it's been coming up, is when do we move players from 9-6 situations, or 9-7 situations at what stage of the tournament? I'm not doing it at the beginning of the tournaments. I'm doing it when I get down either one table out of the money or as a standard 6 tables, even when we're not in the money. I'm hearing different conversations of people that say that they will move a player if they have time to do it, or for different issues, or they're not doing it during the registration period. I've heard that as well. Any issues with this? Should there be any kind of procedure? Should we come up with some kind of standard?
The only the only standard I like is actually your standard of one table outside of the money. At Aria we do two. At two tables outside of the money, you're guaranteed to be within one player at all times. And then obviously in certain events, high rollers, it's always within one. But I do think the minimum standard of one table outside of the money is reasonable, and then the operator can push it out further if they want, depending on what the event needs.
We've all had players say, "We have 2 seats open on our table." Yeah. You're balanced. You're okay. I don't think there's any issue or anything. I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on what they're doing and if we can be more consistent with it.
With you, Matt, you mentioned the 6 tables. When I was running 9 max events, I was applying bounce within 1 at 6, and now that we're dropping to 8, I'm bounced within 1 at 8 tables. So, as a standard.
Yeah. None of us want to be moving players all day long because they're a little short, even when registration's open or different search situations in the tournament, because it doesn't matter. They're not close to the money or anything like that. So having people moving all the time is annoying for the staff and the players.
Well, it's not that it's just annoying too, and I think people think that TDs are unwilling to move players because they're lazy, and that's not the case when registration's still open or you're still far away from the money. You can actually overbalance your tournament if you're constantly moving players. Those of you that run tournaments, you notice a table might lose 3 players before another table loses 1. Well, their average stacks are no higher. They're playing deeper effective stacks. So now later what's going to happen is the table that hasn't lost any players, they're going to be losing players because they're effective stacks at their table. So if you're constantly shuffling players early on in the tournament, you're actually going to be overbalancing your tournament and changing the chip distribution on the table. So it's only as you're approaching the money that keeping these tables within 1 is really important to the integrity of the tournament. I would encourage a little further than 1 table outside of the money, only because I was actually 1 table outside of the money, and then when we went to Big Blind Ante, I went to 2 outside of the money. I thought it was a little better to have that tables be balanced because of the Big Blind Ante, because of how much one player is putting into the pot.
Okay. I don't think there's much more there. Just pointing that out that there's certain situations where we should be balancing and not. And I don't think that you should ever be balancing just because. You should have some kind of standard built into what you're doing. It's a courtesy. It's a courtesy. Okay. Don't make it a courtesy. Have some kind of standard. All right, let's get into this one. This is 15B. Player, this rule's been in effect since 2013, right? But it came to a head a couple weeks ago when Jordan, who left, made a ruling at the World Series of Poker to a famous poker player who finally won a bracelet a couple days ago. And it says 15B. We're going to go back to 58, but 15B says player bets and discards thinking they won, forgetting another player is still in the hand. The dealer should hold the cards. That's rule number 1 for me. The dealer should hold the cards and call the floor. A Rule 58 exception. This is what Mike is saying. It's a Rule 58 exception. If cards are mucked and not retrievable and identifiable to 100% certainty, a player is out and not entitled to a refund of called bets. If cards are mucked and the player initiated the bet or raise has not yet been called, the uncalled amount is going to be returned. The rule is called stupid. The floor person was said that he got all right, I'll say it. Daniel said he got screwed by Jordan in this hand and went public. And then I defended Jordan, and then I took a bunch of heat. And a lot of people, a lot of his, we'll just call them minions for short, called me stupid and bad names because I defended the rule and the rule as the rule is written. I feel the rule is fine. Who has a problem with the way this rule is? Now, this situation was as such. This was a $100,000 event. Okay. Daniel, the blinds, I think, were 1 and 2,000, right? No. He limped for 5. Oh, it was limp. Okay. It was 3,000, 5,000. Hopefully it was 3,000, 5,000, and not 2,000, 5,000. Who out there is putting a 2,000, 5,000 level? We'll discuss later. It was correctly 3,000 and 5,000. And the player, Daniel, limped for 5,000. Now, another player on the other side of the table made it 13,000, a raise of 8,000. Both blinds folded, and the player that had the 13,000 out folded his hand, not realizing that Daniel was still in the pot. The dealer incorrectly killed the hand. Incorrectly, Jen, killed the hand. And then Daniel said, "What's going on here?" And the floor was called, and Jordan went to the table and correctly ruled that since the bet was not yet called, Daniel was entitled to win the pot and the antes and the blinds, but not entitled to the 8,000 raise. Now, this rule was in effect in 2013, and I got a lot of criticism for people agreeing with Daniel, saying that it was a terrible rule. I still feel the rule is correct. Anybody else agree that the rule is incorrect? Besides Lee. Oh, Lee wants to talk. Lee used to work hand in hand with Daniel Negreanu, so this could be critical.
No, I never worked hand in hand with Daniel. He was in a different space. To me, we need to really divorce the rule itself from the ruling. And the point is that this case was a clear, cut and dried ruling based on a 10-year-old rule. And whether you like the rule or not is totally irrelevant. Okay? Because it was what was printed in black and white, and Jordan ruled exactly congruent to the rule. And that should be the end of the discussion. And if Daniel is uncomfortable with the quality of the rule, then he has Jack Effel's phone number, and he can text Jack and say, "Let's have coffee and discuss this." And instead, he, ran out of the town square and threw a grenade. Not the first time he's done that, and it's ironic because he, unlike 99.999% of us, has direct access to the people who could actually change the rule if they wanted to, and he could have that discussion over coffee rather than in the town square with grenades flying.
Or actually, they are allowed and invited to show up here today and say hello and
Or
like my Waxman is taking a day off poker to be here. And we appreciate it.
He could have taken a week off. He could have waited a week, stood right there, gotten the mic, and said how bad a rule he thought it was. But I think it's very important that when you have the rule, there was no gray area whatsoever to say that's the rule, we enforce it, and that's the end of the discussion. Now, if you want to discuss whether the rule is good, bad, or indifferent, we can do that in a separate forum. But it's really important that when you have the rules, to enforce them as written, because otherwise, see, what really bothered me about it was there was a subtext, which is the rule applies to everybody except me. And that's what I think that you have to stop. You have to nip that in the bud, or else things really go off the rails.
Thanks, Lee.
Matt, we are only discussing this rule right now because it was controversial because of the player involved, and that player has been vocal for the last many years, saying that if it ain't broken, don't fix it. And nobody's I don't know if any of you guys here or anyone watching through YouTube is having consistent problems with this ruling being applied on your tournaments, because I am not, and I'm running tournaments with 200 tables, 100 tables, and we're not having any problems. And it was unfortunate for Daniel. I mean, it was he wasn't aware of the rule, but it happens. It's just part of life. It was a mistake, but I don't think we have anything to fix here.
No, but there's also there's something here. Many people are familiar with Gail Bauman's hand from 2010, 2011. Most people know the ruling Steve Frazier had to make on Estelle Denis when her aces, what she said was aces, got swiped out by the dealer with 3-4 tables left in the main. This rule, 99% of the time that this rule is applied, it's applied because of an accident. And probably more than 50% of that time, probably even 60, 70, 80% of that time, the rule is put in play because the dealer made a mistake and swiped the cards away from the player. To me, and I said this in our chat when this came up over the Daniel rule, to me, if something if there's 100 times and 99 it happens because of X and 1 it happens because of Y, we write the rule for X. We're not right. Rule number 1 covers Y. So if 99% of the time this is an accident, the player didn't know, like the rules existed for 10 years. We've been here every 2 years. I have never in all my time in that time or any of the time we've been here had somebody come up to me and say they saw this rule used as an angle. Now, to Lee's point, we might see it now since someone screamed it into the universe instead of calling Jack or Matt. But in all of this time, I've only seen it in like Estelle's situation or Gail's situation. That's why we wrote the rule. And to my understanding, the rule's working perfectly. I understand why Daniel doesn't like it, and I understand why he disagrees in that scenario. I wish he would have just called Matt or called Jack, but I do not see a problem in this rule, and I don't like. I in no way do I want to vote to make a change in this in any way.
Okay. There is so there are a lot of situations. There was a dealer error on this one. The majority of the time this is the case is because a player accidentally folds his hand. Then there's also a player moves all in and then the dealer kills the cards. This one happens more often. There's also when a dealer doesn't see the initial bet and pushes the pot to the player that raised and then the player folds. That player still gets penalized and loses that bet because the dealer made a mistake. There's also if a player is concealing their hand, or if their chip happens to be on a big logo that might be on the table and the player doesn't see the cards. There's a lot of reasons why it's a rule. Now, the way they're talking about it being an angle is simply this, that if he had made it at 13,000, it got back to Daniel. Now the player in that spot sees Daniel going to make a raise or anything, and then he folds the hand. If that happens, guys, give the guy a penalty, charge him the full amount, do whatever you need to do. But that's a completely different situation than what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, Savage, you just said what I was.
Who are you?
Matt Waxman, player.
Professional poker player.
That's what I was
Two-time
gonna
WPT
What you
champion.
just said was what I was gonna say. Is that this is a rule one situation, right? Like, you don't want to just like automatically rule it a certain way every single time, because there's situations like where this could easily be a mistake. For example, like if a player is in a seat next to the dealer and the raiser's on the other side, you might not see a limp. Um, but yeah, like I said, the floorman should be walking over and be trying to understand the situation to see if there is a potential for an angle or not. And then that's when you do that. But I just don't want floors like automatically ruling it one way because that's what the rule says. Like, you got to actually examine the situation, because I've seen so many times players just getting screwed because of like just lazy flooring. But yeah, you pretty much covered what I was gonna say. So
Thanks, Matt.
Matt, Matt,
Leaving the rules it is.
with the new wording, could we actually add in the verbal declaration as well there? I'm talking about, okay, there's a verbal declaration where I had to make a ruling where there's a raise from the cutoff in seat number 9, and the guy in the small blind says call, but only puts out the small blind. It's obviously so obvious that he didn't see the raise coming from the 9 seat. Now, as soon as it's pointed out to him there was a raise, he mucked his hand and the dealer buried the hand. Now, the player that raised was demanding for that to be paid off because he announced call. We have in our verbiage that verbal is binding, but because of the new wording that was up there regarding the dealer mucking the hand, is why I ruled it in a way where he didn't have to pay it off because it was just too obvious. I went to rule number 1, so maybe adding in that somehow there to that rule.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's actually it's in something that we're coming up to, Lloyd. But yeah, we're going to talk about that as well. This number 58. No, we got more. Go ahead.
Yeah, just the opposite angle to that would be now players are concealing their hands to get them to fold their hand.
Right.
So there's always an angle to something. So I think the player is correct that the floor should look at that, but we can't just make rulings based on the potential of an angle because everything has potential of an angle one way or the other.
Right. I agree with that. So this is 58 non-standard folds. If the big blind didn't post their big blind and folds on their hand, should the dealer push the cards back? Why and why not? I see this from time to time. The big blind didn't post their big blind and then tries to fold because they think they're under the gun. I wrote some reasons why I think they should. I wish it wasn't on the screen right now so we could actually see thing of hands here, but who thinks that the dealer should automatically kill that hand and then charge the big blind and the ante? You feel that they should? Leon feels they should, and Toby feels they should, and DC. They feel that they big blind should just be out. They should just lose their hand. There's no further action. Big blind folds their hand. I know they're going to say there is no muck. They can easily read that hand. I disagree. First of all, I think it's a dealer error. The dealer didn't tell the player to put the big blind out before they dealt him the second card. Second of all, it's that old saying, player friendly, which I'm not completely for, but it's player friendly. There's no action behind. What's the harm?
I think when a player's making a conscious decision to fold his hand in this situation, not when he thinks he's won the hand. So when he's making a conscious decision to fold his cards, then you should take those cards in. If he's on the big blind, if he's not on the big blind, I don't care. You need to pay attention, you know. But we don't. The dealer never wants to be giving someone a card back, saying, "Oh no, you can just do this," because then that player might maybe take another player out of the tournament, and he shouldn't even have had those cards. So it's kind of affecting the game.
That's exactly what I think. I think if the dealer stops and gives him back the cards, the dealer is actually influencing the result of the hand. The guy should have been paying attention. It's rule number 2, and he voluntarily and intentionally gave up his hand, even though if it was a dealer mistake to not have charged the big blind before he pitched the second card. But sometimes even players that actually posted the big blind incur in that mistake. I've seen it happen. They have the big blind out and they forgot about it and they fold. Take him in. Yep.
I know you didn't want me to talk about this, and I tried to sit there quietly, but I can't. I agree with what you just said, that when a player intentionally releases their cards face down, it if the dealer mucks them, they muck them. Like rule number 2, player responsibility. It's their responsibility, whether in the 1 seat, the 9 seat, whether no matter what's going on, it's your job as a player to pay attention to the action. Know how many people were in there on the flop, so that when on the turn, if it was 3 players, 1 player folded, you can't see that the guy's in the hand. You should still know he's in the hand. You need to pay attention. Which one? I say he should always pay attention. Are we talking about the Negreanu situation? I also agree that his hand should die. I do. I do. I know. Well, I believe if you intentionally release face down, it's your own fault for not paying attention. You didn't know you had a collar. You didn't know there was a limper. Yeah, this is just my opinion, but I feel that intentionally releasing face down should be a muck. They need to pay attention. Rule number 2, put the onus on the players.
Again, it is a dealer error. This is a dealer error. This is a dealer error. The dealer did not tell the player to put the big blind and the ante out. It's a dealer error. So it's a dealer error. The dealer should have told that player before they gave him that second card.
So Kelly DeSellis, I'm from Brigada once again. On our live side, and we try to line up our live rules with our TDA rules for consistency purposes for our players. I can tell you that in our rule book in black and white, it states that we will return cards to a player in 3 specific instances. One is when the player believes he has won the pot. One is when the player believes he owes more money to the pot and does not. And one is when the player is in the big blind, meaning obligated to put money into the pot. It is a dealer's responsibility at Brigada to return those cards to that player in those 3 specific instances. And at the end of the day, we're just there to run a smooth game for them. I'm not there to judge them or their actions. And we do believe in not killing hands and being as player friendly as we can. So that's just where we stand at Brigada. And I don't see that changing moving forward for a TDA regulation change.
One follow up at the slight. I'm curious what everybody does in the same type of scenario. The play goes around to the big blind. There's been no raise. They're on their phone doing whatever they do, and they just muck it. Are people giving the cards back then?
No.
I understand. I understand that Matt's focusing on dealer error, but I struggle with the fact that in one instance I'm going to take his hands, and in the other instance I'm supposed to give his cards back. because to me it goes to what Jen said. It's the player's responsibility. We all know when we're supposed to be in the big blind or whatever. Especially, I used to deal a lot of cash. You get a lot of mucked blinds in cash. They're flirting with the masseuse. They're eating their food. They're on their phone, and they're not paying enough attention. And they flick those cards forward, and they're like, "Oh shit! Oh, like." When I was trained as a dealer, if it came forward, it went in, and if it needed to come out, you called the floor, because the one thing the bell you couldn't unring was not letting them fold. Do you know what I mean? Like if they still have their cards, now they can still win the pot. And so when I was trained as a dealer, if it came forward, it at least touched the muck. Because back when I was trained, touching the muck was killing the hand. So it at least touched the muck. If you were a good dealer, you kept them loose because you knew it was going to be a mess. And you were going to call the floor, and you needed to be able to say it's these two. But you did your job if you killed it. So we talked about this at the dinner the other night, and I struggle with the fact that if it's in turn, I'm supposed to kill Leon's hand. But if he mucks it thinking he's UTG, I'm supposed to give it back. I don't like training my dealers separate for that, but sorry? I understand you can retrieve it. I just don't want to.
Neil, sorry, I know you're my boss, but so I'm kind of hard. I think if that's the case, in the instance of the ruling before where a player's putting some chips without seeing it and mucking the hand, the player has mucked the hand. Why aren't we making those players pay the chips? It's his fault if that's what you're trying to put out.
No, I understand that. Because the reality is, using Daniel's scenario rather than Estelle's, because I don't remember the bet amounts. I know she was all in, but Daniel never called the extra 8K. So, like, if we want to say that because the difference for me is the fact that the majority of those scenarios are 100% a dealer error of snatching cards out from an active player. In this instance, this is almost always the only extra dealer error I could think of is, and you really don't see this anymore, but let's say Leon, it's 1,000, 2,000, Leon flicks 2,000 forward, the dealer grabs it and puts it in as an ante, and Leon just hasn't thought that, oh, I needed to put out 2K and 2K because it's BBA. And so he just, whatever he's doing, he's just not kind of thinking about it. And he looks down, doesn't see chips in front of him because the dealer took them and throws them away. I guess that compounds the dealer error. But to me, most of what I'm seeing in the previous one, the Daniel scenario and Estelle scenario, is dealer error. This one, this is player error. I get that you're saying, and I 100% agree, every dealer I've ever trained, you do not give the second card until your board, your pot is right. I'll tell you to sit in front of the player for an hour going blinds. And it used to be worse with antes. Everybody be like, antes, please, as they're getting ready to cut. And then they'll put the first one out, antes, guys, or you shouldn't put it out, but all of that, and you'd hover. I need your big blind. I need your big blind. Right. If
Neil,
it doesn't happen,
yeah, you're right. That's why I mean this is specific. There's two things here. Matt's specifically taken out a dealer error because a dealer gave them cards without getting that big blind. That's why it is a dealer error, compounded by the player making the error too. That's where the other one is when they were dealt in, they put their big blind out, and then it came around to them, and then they folded. So, you know what I mean? Again, so I think they're two different things, and that's so we're only if we're going to talk about this one, that's different, right? That's is compounded by the dealer error, and that's where I can see them pushing them back. But on the other end, when they've already posted their big blind and they fold, you're not pushing them back.
And there's significant action. That's also another factor for me. Anyway.
The reason you don't give the cards back is because now he has cards that he tended to fold, and then he ends up knocking out you, the other player, and now
I don't care about that.
You don't care about that. You don't care about giving everybody
At all.
when they tried to fold and then them knocking somebody else out. Well, I think the player that gets knocked out cares a lot about it.
Just want to say real quick, Neil, when I see this situation the most, it's when somebody's coming in from a broken table and they sit in between and they're not posting, and the blinds aren't posted correctly, and the guy looks like he's under the gun. So he doesn't put it out, and then he folds because there's two people in front of him on the button, and then the dealer didn't say, no, they're being dealt out. You need to put out a big blind. Spots like that are where I do think it's a dealer error because it's not a usual situation, and you need to point out, I know it looks like you're under the gun, but you're not. You're the big blind in this spot. You've been promoted much higher than a dealer now. Congratulations, Neil.
Who's? Oh, Kelly's. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I would like to see that again, I guess, or hear that again. But yes, I don't have a problem with it. Yes,
Why not just say before the dealer pitches the first card, blinds must be posted, just like we used to do with antes?
that's in the rules already, isn't it? I think it's in the. Yeah, it's a conventional rule of poker.
I know as a dealer with players having their earphones on, I have said so many times, it's your blind. Sir, it's your blind. I need your blind, please. And then at what point do you like just stall? You know? So if we don't pitch any cards till their blinds are out, then that solves a lot of problems.
Yeah, training enforcement. I think again, you guys can handle it the way you handle it. I guess I definitely going to.
Well, we could add to player responsibilities.
You did like what Kelly said. Kelly, can we hear that again? Sorry. I don't love everything Borgata does, but I like that one. Kelly, what do you got? Oh, she's in the restroom. No, where'd she go? Kelly, get back
Matt,
here.
Matt, we could add to the responsibility section that players also are responsible for promptly posting their first bets. So if it is a blinds, they have to post it as soon as possible.
Can we hear again your three?
Oh, my three. Check. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. The three exceptions in which the dealer will always return the hand to the player is when the player believes he has won the pot and folds his hand, when the player believes he owes more money to the pot but does not, right? He thinks there's a raise in front of him, or when the player is obligated to place money into the pot, such as a big blind position.
You're good with that. Anybody have a problem with that?
Sorry, Brigada, all actions are either passive or aggressive, and the players are stuck into that. So, like, if I say call and I'm facing no bet, I have to be passive. If I try to fold my hand, I can't then be aggressive after it.
Where can we find you on Twitter? Huh? Where can we find you on Twitter? Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Thank you. I'm not even killing the action myself, but yeah. If penalizing on top of that, I don't think so in that search.
I think for me, the only time when a penalty would apply is when you're post flop multi-way and somebody folds, not facing any action, like purposely relinquishing the pot, but heavily influencing the action between the other players.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I had a player literally text me 2 days ago who I just met that was playing in the 10K PLO, and he was fourth to act in the on the flop, and he just folded his hand, and he didn't understand why it was against the rules. So he was playing an event for the very first time, and didn't have any idea why that would be a penalty. But yeah, I agree that could be penalizable for sure. So does anybody have a problem with the three things that Kelly said? Anybody opposed to that?
Matt.
So, Kelly, I don't want to speak for you, but the second one, the way I interpret it, is that it said that if the player believes that they owe more money to the pot, but they actually don't. So just to clarify that, that would be a situation where if if the big blind is posted and it gets checked around and the big blind tries to relinquish their hand, that we would be returning that hand to the player because they don't owe any more action. I'm actually okay with it. I don't have a strong opinion on this one either way, but Kelly, that's what that rule is referring to, correct? She's gone again. All right. But
But that would be the situation where a player believes that they are folding because they believe they owe money, and we would be saying, no, you actually don't owe any more money. I don't.
Just people have a problem. I don't have a problem with that either.
I have no problem with it. I just have no strong opinion either way.
Matt.
Paul.
Oh.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, regarding her rule number 3, which is a great one because of the situation where it's on the river card and a guy has checked and a guy has bet, and the other guy has mucked out a turn thinking that he's won the pot, has released his hand. A dealer should push back that hand if there's another player still in the pot. So that's why I think it's a great rule.
But rule number 2, you gave the example, Paul, but it also could be what they're saying is if you've called the bet and somebody moves all in and they have less than you, and now you don't realize that, and so you're trying to fold your hand thinking you don't want to call, is that okay? That's what she's saying in rule number 2.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. Waxman, are you okay with that one? Are you okay with that one? You're coming up next, buddy. You're coming up next. But are you okay with that? Okay, go ahead.
A dealer should protect their muck, right? If a hand is live, the dealer should keep the hand live. That's how I feel. And the only exception is if a player abuses this and like mucks aces, knowing the dealer is going to protect it to angle.
Right. That's
disqualify him. And and then other than that, like I don't see any reason to kill live hands. And I think everyone at the table knows that the player wanted to fold their hand, and that's information for everyone.
Right.
And that's
So
the fairest
you're
way to
okay
do
with the big blind facing no other action, getting their hand pushed back to them.
Yeah, definitely. And then obviously I'd also take a note of the dealer and tell them like, hey, you got to be better about this. You got to make sure that the big blind knows they're the big blind. That's super important.
Okay.
Because that does hurt the player who.
This is actually a new one that we can add, Mike. I'm good with that. You can get that language from Kelly.
Matt,
And nobody was opposed to it.
Well, I can live with that. My only problem with that is that we now create a procedure for the dealers in which they have to be very careful when players are throwing in the cards, because in some instances they cannot pull them in, and if a dealer then pulls it in and it was supposed to hold the cards, and now we have a problem.
No, but we don't, because that's they didn't protect their hand. It was a rule, but it's fine. It's not. It's still going to happen, obviously. I would like the dealers to be more careful, if that's okay.
Matt, on this one,
I'll talk one more time. Sorry, and then I'll be quiet. So I think that I'm sorry. I apologize. What was your name?
Yeah, tell them to
DC,
stop
thank
talking.
you. I think in this instance, you are correct. The dealer does have to think about whether or not they're supposed to muck it. But in these very 3 specific scenarios, the dealer should kind of falter when that player tries to, because the dealer's not seeking any action from that player, right? Other than check in the big blind instance. They're going to them either to collect their bet and make change accordingly. So when that player throws in that hand, it should be an offset for the dealer there to stop and call the floor and return that hand to that player. It's not every instance where the dealer's thinking, do I have to return this one? Do I have to return this one? Do I have to return this one? It's 3 extremely specific scenarios that the dealer should be put off by that player folding or trying to fold those cards.
Okay.
At the World Series, it's stated in their rules, I think, if the dealer accidentally mucks a hand, the tournament supervisor will try to do everything in order to retrieve the hand, and that will include getting the cards out of the muck. Is anybody still doing this here? So what would happen? I've seen it happen. The procedure is the player would whisper his cards into the floor's ear, and the floor would get the cards out of the muck.
The dealer thought it was these 2 cards. She whispered ace into Steve's ear. He looked at him, said, "I'm sorry, that's not what those are," and gave her back over the raise that she'd called or that she'd shoved over, and gave the rest to, was it JC Tran, I think, or
Kenny,
But
sorry.
like I'm not saying that I'm agreeing with this procedure, but I'm just knowing that this procedure exists at the World Series, and I was wondering if there's other operators who are still using this procedure as well.
I have to say I am. But to an extent, you have to define going through the muck. I'm not going to pick up the muck and, try to sort for his cards. You have to literally point at the two cards that's possibly yours, whisper in my ear, and if those are your two cards, I'm going to give it back to you. That's not to me going through the muck.
Yeah,
We
it
have that
doesn't.
rule
It
already.
doesn't
It's
matter if
free
they.
All identifiable. That's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they touch the muck; they can touch it.
Yeah, it's fine.
But as long
We
as you know that
we already,
those,
we already
those
have
two
that rule.
cards are fine, then
We're not going
give
through the
it.
muck. No, no. Okay. All right. Let's move on to 16.
Matt, can you go back to the prior slide? So in this
You fulfilled all the requirements of the action, so that's why we're saying you get your cards back, and they are pushed back. So I think that we do need to change it if everybody agrees. If just people don't agree, there everybody seemed to be okay with this language.
I'm personally, I'm not ready to get there yet. Again, I'm not ready to die on the hill. I like Kelly's language, but I want a little bit more time to think about it because I don't like they're debating right now on. Sorry, if they're Jan has what they're debating on the chat about the dealer being involved. Is this the dealer influencing the game and stuff like that? And so like I want to think on it overnight a little bit because I was in certain of these instances I was killing that hand. So like again, if we come back and 90% of you go like, yeah, let's do it. I mean, I don't care. I don't have to enforce the rule. He does.
I believe it. I believe it was 100%, but nobody
There
spoke
are
up and said they didn't like it.
there are some situations where giving the cards back that, in my opinion, is more than one player to a hand. I mean, poker's a visual game, and it's important that you pay attention, and you know that if it's big blind ante and you put your ante out, well, you owe a blind also, and I think that there are huge errors where it would be appropriate for the dealer to give the cards back, but other than something,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
you're talking about again from the bottom to the top. So we're trying to protect everybody. I promise you, on one of your card player cruises, you've been fine with the player giving the dealer giving those cards back. You have to. It's player friendly. They've fulfilled all the requirements of the pot. It's the same thing for me. Is I always want a best hand in a called pot to win the hand. I've always said that. I still believe it. Nobody will ever change my mind on it. If you've called the bet, you should be able to win the pot. We're going to get into that on the next page. But yes,
Well, this is the Rule 58 is why I said earlier what I did say, which is folding in turn, not facing a bet, is a valid fold. We actually do call the floor over if that happens, so the floor is aware that somebody Like you said, if it's the flop comes out and they fold the first one to act, big blind folding there, it's a valid fold. However, we need to know that they did that because we need to monitor for soft play, friendly play, all of those types of things. Because it could be a mistake, but it could be also be, I want to get out of this hand. And that's giving information to everybody else in there as well. So floor needs to be called over for that. A fold in turn is binding, not facing a bet. That's why we don't push the cards back.
I think everybody was okay with it.
That's when they already posted
We'll
everything.
get
of
Neil
course.
over his angst on that.
There wasn't a dealer error.
Before tomorrow. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the very first time the dealer will kill his hand will have an educational factor. He'll never do it again.
We just don't have those mistakes.
Yeah. All right. All right, guys, let's go.
Only in Paris, where you need 400 dealers.
All right. Let's go for this one. All hands will be tabled without delay once a player is all in, and all betting action is all betting action by all other players and the hand is complete. No player who is either all in or is called all betting action may muck his or her hand without tabling. All hands must both in main and side pots be tabled and are live. Is anybody have an issue with this? Meaning that on pre-flop, if you move all in and it's bet and called, the cards come up. On the flop, if you bet and an all in and called, the cards are turned up. On the turn, it's the same. On the river, the card should be turned face up. Anybody not doing that currently? Good. Anybody have a problem with the rule? Oh wait, there's one player. There's one player back there that might have a problem with it.
The rule is incongruent. It doesn't make sense. The problem with okay, first of all, with action to come, 100%. When there's cards that still need to be dealt out, then yes, all cards should be shown on their backs before they deal. Yeah, great. On the river, I have a huge problem with forcing the player who calls an all in to show their hand. The only reason that this has ever been a rule is to prevent chip dumping, and I got to be honest with you guys, if people want to chip dump, there's a million other ways they're going to do it. So it's not preventing that, okay? The only thing it is doing is it's humiliating some professionals and some recs that don't want to do that. And most of us don't really care. I don't care. To be honest with you, I don't care. I'll show every hand. But we've already had 2 issues at this World Series alone. I can name the pretty well-known pros if you want that have had problems with this, and they've abused the rule by mucking the cards that they should have shown, which is a huge problem, right? But if this wasn't a rule and they were just allowed to muck in peace, there wouldn't be an issue, and it's not preventing chip dumping. Okay, and then the main problem with this is if someone bets all my chips except for 1 chip, which is like almost essentially the same exact thing, now according to this rule, I don't have to show the hand. How does that make sense? So like in my opinion, if you want the rule to be congruent, it should just be on the river, show all your everyone has to show, whether it's an all in or not. I mean, look, a lot of people would love that, but a lot of the older school poker players that know this is a game of information and don't want to show cards when they don't have to, they're going to hate it. They're going to absolutely hate that happening. So, in my opinion, the only way to do it, and by the way, this way also makes it a million times easier for dealers who don't get yelled at for not enforcing the rule to begin with, it's just to let people that call an all in and lose muck. Just let them muck. It doesn't matter.
All right. I'm going to debate this a little bit. Matt and I may or may not have had this debate already.
Matt, if it's multi-way on the river, are you letting them not show? So even there's four callers on the end with one of them all in. You're only forcing if the guy turns over a royal, you're letting everybody else muck.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I'm open to hearing why that would make a difference. I'm definitely down to understand why.
All right. I think the argument that players are going to be humiliated is silly, first of all. Um, the dealers do need to protect the muck, right? That's part of what they should be doing already. Okay. And we have the rule where you have to show the cards already pre-flop, flop, turn. It's already a rule. Why would we change one part of that rule to accommodate what you think is? And by the way, I do think that while you say it doesn't eliminate chip dumping, I do think it discourages it.
People are gonna if people want to chip dump, they're gonna.
It discourages it though. There's
No, it doesn't. It
there's a
just changes.
level of protection from this not happening.
That's like literally the worst way somebody could chip dump at a spot when somebody.
I understand.
The
I
way the rule
understand.
used to work was like on the river. When someone mucks their hand, if you want to see it, you can ask, but you're only supposed to do that because you think they're chip dumping, right? Like that's been the rule since I've been playing for 20 years. So all of a sudden now, like it just doesn't make sense why we're allowed to bet call a river and then you don't have to show, but when it's an all in, you do have to show. Like it's not congruent. It doesn't make any sense to do it that way. And and I know you're saying it's silly, but guess what? You know, the winningest bracelet winner of all time was the one that abused the rule. So go figure. Like if you know, I mean, it's just all it's doing is causing like animosity at the table that's unneeded. And like the only benefit, like I've asked people, the only times people have said they want to keep the rule is because they want the information. But as far as I'm concerned, like that's just a benefit for your personal game. You know, it's not doing anything for the integrity.
Also, there is some all-in protection, which we've talked about, and I do think the best hand should win, especially on an all. And don't say that it's never happened. It's definitely happened that somebody turned their cards over, didn't think they won, and they did win. That's
Yeah.
definitely happened.
Yeah, but there's other situations when somebody makes a bet and someone has the nuts and then they fold. Are we going to protect that? It's the same thing, right? Like it's not your job to protect the winning hand because like people could be having chips behind and they still have that same situation and you're not telling them, "Oh wait, you have the nuts. Don't fold that hand." You know, it doesn't matter. It's a player's responsibility. If a player if all the money's in and a player turns their hand up, yeah. If they have the best hand whether they know it or not, we give them the money, right?
Matt, I have a question for you. If they're all in a call on the flop, and you show your hand, and I want to muck mine, are you okay with that? We're on the flop.
With cards to come?
Yes. We're all in a call. You flip over a hand. I throw my cards in the muck. I think I'm drawing dead. Are you okay with that?
I mean, I would advise against mucking, but yeah, sure.
If you say no, then why? Why?
Am I okay with you being able to muck on the flop?
What if I'm worried about being embarrassed on the flop?
Well, either way, like if a player is mucking on the river, right, after an all in, any player can still say, "Hey, I want to see that hand" as they're leaving, and that's legal.
But they can say it with the one chip in the call. If you bet 99% of your chips and you get called 99% of your chips,
yes, you can.
Then nobody at the table can ask to see the hand. By the way, it's not a thing. That's not a rule. That's
So
not.
so that rule was changed, I guess.
Yeah, that was
That's
removed a long time
gone.
ago. The other player can ask to see the hand. On a bet and a call, not an all-in situation, a bet and a call, the only player that can ask to see that hand is the other player in the hand, and they risk losing the hand if they are wrong and that hand is better. So nobody really wants to see it just in case, on the off chance that they may have been folding
I think that's good. I mean, I don't know the way I've always saw it is just like this rule is to prevent chip dumping. You know, so if you think that somebody's doing that or colluding or doing something bad,
Matt, I don't think chip dumping is the only reason that we have this rule. I think there is a point in tournament poker where the players are no longer doing the action and the cards now speak, and they are the ones that decide who is eliminated. And the all-in and a call is when the responsibility is no longer on the players, it is on the cards. And the same reason you flip them up on the flop is the same reason you flip them up on the turn, and it should be the same reason you flip them up on the river. It's so that the cards decide who's eliminated from the tournament. And just like I might muck my hand assuming that I'm drawing dead when I'm not, and so we protect that player by having them flipped it over. The exact same thing can happen on the river where I think I've lost and I didn't, so we protect them by having them flip it up on the river. It is, in fact, congruent, which you started this saying it's not. Any spot where there's an all-in and a call, whether it's pre-flop, flop, turn, river, we have you flip over both hands. It is very consistent and congruent, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly the point I was about to say. It is an integrity issue in my point of view because you're resolving the tournament life of a player. So it is only natural that all cards are open, tabled, and surveillance is able to see whoever who got eliminated if there is a dispute over later. So I think that's important. And one thing that he said that some people just want the cards to be open to for their personal advantage to gain information. Well, you could argue the same way for the otherwise, right? It's for their own personal advantage not to be quote humiliated because you were caught bluffing. I think that's a very small percentage of all poker players that feel that way, and especially the biggest pros. I'm not saying that it is wrong in any way, but I think the rule is better the way it is because it protects integrity.
Matt.
I mean, like I'll say it one more time, like just in terms of like game congruency, if it goes bet call on a river, it's just absurd to me that like if you have a chip behind, you don't show, but if you're all in, you do. It just doesn't make any sense at all. So like the way I look at it is if you want that to be congruent, you could either let them muck or always make them show. But like this
Yeah,
this
and a lot of it is enforcement, by the way. Dealers should be protecting and showing those cards, and a lot of times they're not.
Yeah.
And then if a player does do what Phil does or what the other guy did by jamming the cards into the muck, if they're not eliminated from the tournament or whatever, you know what I mean? If they're eliminated, that's one thing, right? Obviously, if it's the other player that's all in, right?
What do you say?
Yeah. Uh, Brian Altman suggests penalty for the player that does throw their cards into the muck and jams them into the muck or whatever.
Well, the main issue I'm referring to is when a player calls off
Yeah.
their stack all in, right?
But he also went busted. So if you go busted, you're not giving a guy a penalty. His penalty's out for the next 24 hours. But I don't mind giving penalties for the player that doesn't show and knows that he should be showing or jams their cards in the muck. Try again in 2 more years, Matt. Try again in 2 more years.
I mean, look, I don't care. It's a bad rule. I promise you. But you think you're protecting players, all you're doing is pissing them off. That's it. You think you're protecting them, but like you need your own responsibility for your hand. You need your responsibility to read a hand. If you're going to
Most players are pissed off when they go busted or lose an all in.
Yeah, no, all you're doing is just making people annoyed.
And sorry, Matt, but also, and I know we try to avoid this. I personally try to avoid speaking in hyperbole or in over generalizing to an extent. But like, for the time that I was in Europe, this was never an issue. I never had anybody complaining that we were that in a river situation they were forced to show. Now that I've been in Asia for 2 years, again, I've literally not had a single person come to me and say that this is a problem. Now we have had a couple of issues with enforcement. Ironically, usually in a mix where it just feels weirder, I think, to our dealers because they don't deal a lot of mix of knowing that like all of these stud cards have to show or all of these draw cards. But this isn't maybe, and I know some of these things get amplified here at the World Series because there's so much poker being played in Vegas during these 2 months. But my time in Europe and my time in Asia, I have literally not had a single person come to me and say, I really think needs to be changed, or this needs to be, or I think this is unfair. Like literally the last time I talked about this, I think was with you at a TDA. So, and I respect your side of it. Please don't think I do or that I don't. But this is not. It's something that players are bringing up to us as a concern. And from a dealer training perspective, I love that I can literally say it's all in. There's no more action. Turn them over without any caveats, without any exceptions, without any exemptions. Because with love to Toby's best dealers, as he pointed out, all dealers unfortunately are not created equal, and you want to be able to have as simple of procedures for certain things as possible, if you can. So.
Okay. Sorry, Matt. We could try again in a couple years. I'd like to invite Tom Wheaton up here, just guys, just for a short presentation. This is one of our Sponsors, thank you very much, Tom, for being here. Faded Spade and Above the Felt.
It's a bag of money. Thank you, Matt. I know it's before lunch, so my slide presentation is only 50 slides. I have 2 or 3. We're going to see if Rob can throw it up. If not, no big deal, but I'd like to try. I hear there's a poker tournament tonight. Anybody remember this bad boy from a number of years ago? So tonight, you guys will be using our brand new Faded Spade FSX cards, which I'll talk 2 minutes about. We have not launched them yet. They are coming soon. I want to thank so many of you who have been involved in the Faded Spade journey since the beginning. I see so many familiar faces here from different countries, Miata, and also a lot of different states. But tonight we will be using them during the tournament. It'll give you a chance to feel the difference of the new Faded Spade FSX cards compared to some of our prior versions, but we're still very proud to be the preferred poker playing cards of the World Poker Tour. You know, 5 years ago when I stood up here, we had 6 poker rooms. Now we have about 50. And I just want to thank you guys for the support. It's been a true, wonderful journey with this family business that has turned into a mid-sized business. But with the poker tournament, the winner will be walking away with this Faded Spade Championship belt. You will also be walking away with a $200 gift code to fadedspade.com. Second place, I'm sorry, but you will be getting a candlelit dinner with Chris Moneymaker. So that heads-up match is going to be really grueling. It's okay if you can't get the slides up. It's all right. If you do, awesome. It's all good. So be on the lookout. I'll email you guys a lot more about Faded Spade FS. I'm super excited about them. The best one ever made, and I can confidently say the best in the business. So hope you enjoy playing with them tonight. In terms of Above the Felt, guys, I'm not sure how many people realize, but we started a marketing and talent agency about 3 years ago for the poker and gaming community. The goal here was to bring together operators and some of the top talent in the industry. You can go on our website, you can see the roster, but we've got folks like Chris Moneymaker, Phil Galfond, Matt Berkey, Darren Elias, Maria Konnikova, Farah Galfond, Samantha Abernathy, Jamin Burton, Jamie Kerstetter, Jeremy Osmus, and so on and so forth. But the goal with this company was not only to highlight some of the top talent in our poker industry outside of our industry for brands to help raise poker's credibility in the corporate world, but also I've seen what this does in terms of connecting operators and players for these awesome experiences at your poker rooms. So there's a new program we're rolling out. It's called Trips. You'll also get an email all about it. It's about working with us and a lot of the folks on our roster to come to your poker room, to do meetup games, to endorse tournaments, to create content, social media. You can use your name, image, likeness, and advertising. Just a better way to connect players, operators, fans for the purpose of new player acquisition and existing player reactivation. So that's all I want to talk to you guys about. I'll send a lot more details. Thank you for the time. I know I'm the only guy in front of lunch, so I'll wrap it up there, and I'll see a lot of you tonight.
Thank you, Tom. And Tom does have a couple slides, which I'll have up after lunch. We are at 1:03. Let's come back at 2:05. There is a tournament tonight at 7 o'clock, 160 buy-in. Registration only open for 1 hour. We are using the new tournament structure.
Yeah,
Called
so
Savage Average. That's right.
We're gonna have tournament
Oh, it's 2:05. All right, it's 2:05. Did everybody come back already? Rob Perlman. B Rob. If I just do that cut, will it go back and forth again still? Will the cut still work? The cut. I want to start off with that slide with with this one. So this one's
So
still cutting.
yeah, are you switching the slides?
No.
So yeah, so this is a preview. So now hit cut, and it'll put it on your wall.
And then cut again, take it back.
Yeah.
And then
But then you need to go back to go to this one so you can use your controls. So cut. So you're gonna if you're gonna go cut, then you're gonna click on that to bring it into preview so you can use your arrows, your space bar, and your backspace.
So I'm not hitting this guy.
No, it's gonna be there already.
cut, and it's going to go live, and it's going to be back on preview, and you're going to click that to preview, so you can get your arrow keys. This one, because that's the one with the arrow keys. This is a display that's copying this. So arrow keys on this do nothing. It's got to be that one selected. Make sense? If it doesn't work, I'll come up. Sorry. No. Yeah, I'm good. We're good. Spin 2 once a day. We started the conversation. You need to take it, press this once, and you'll click this and just be in. You didn't introduce me well. Maybe she like a presentation. John joke, man. And another message one. This is the director. So you see, you need to drink his name. All right. We are currently in the advanced PT series. Yeah, you know, I joined now. Sorry, it's not training. Events, you know, this is really hard.
All right, here's the slides up here for that Tom had done. So make sure you check that out. Again, they are a sponsor of the TDA. We do appreciate them being here.
Right there. Yeah.
Stuart, thank you for disinfecting the microphones, I guess. Thank you.
I just wanted to say one more thing about Tom Wheaton's presentation earlier. Again, my name is Kelly. I'm from Borgata. They've done the meetup games at our location. We have a good amount of cash games at Borgata already. However, when they offered us this meetup game package, we ran the list for an entire week leading up to the games. I had almost 300 players on my 2-5 no limit list, and on the night of the meetup game, I carried a solid 30 2-5 games for almost a 6-hour duration, which significantly increased our revenue. And those players were there for the night. So if you guys have an opportunity to talk to Tom about what they do with these poker players who have a ton of followers and hosting a meetup game at your location, it's really a huge asset for the marketing that's applied to it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. All right, I'm going to get started back up here, and some people are still coming into the room, but I'm going to call up our presenting sponsor to say a few words about their system. It is Poker Atlas. It is so much more than just a tournament clock. It's an entire gaming system that really does a lot of great work. So getting a round of applause for John Friedberg. Thank you, John. If you've never seen it, you have to go check it out. It's really worth it.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I'm John Friedberg. I'm the CEO of Poker Atlas. And it's really an honor to be here in front of you all today to be the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Poker TDA Summit. I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. Many of you are existing customers, and the rest of you are hopefully future customers. For those who maybe don't know Poker Atlas and who we are and what we do, there's really two parts of our business. One is being the largest and highest trafficked poker room directory. Our website and mobile app receive millions of visitors every month for looking for information on where to play poker, both live games, but honestly, mostly tournaments. Most of our audience is in North America, US and Canada, but we are pretty much global. So I've been running the company now since 2011. We've grown quite a bit. We now have our software system, which we call Table Captain, installed in just about 200 properties around the world. Some of our real flagship customers, Resorts World, Las Vegas here in town. Mr. Leon Wheeler is their Director of Poker Operations. More recently, though, we just went live at the Wynn Las Vegas, just down the street. Very exciting for us. Obviously, the Wynn is one of the most prominent and well-known poker rooms around the world. So it's been a real honor to work with them and showcase our product to both the poker operator world, but also the players. And so far, the response has been great. We do have some other big news coming with other properties coming on board, both here in Las Vegas and a lot of other markets. But unfortunately, I can't give too many spoilers yet. But really, what we pride ourselves on is building and providing solutions that are win-win between players and properties. Everything we do in our software system is to help improve efficiency, cut costs, and help marketing and revenue on the operator side. And everything we do for the players is to really bring order to the chaos of having one place to go to find all the information they need on where and when to play. Join the waitlist online, see relevant information, and ultimately improve the player experience from information discovery all the way down to being at the tables, whether live games or tournaments. Another one of our favorite customers here, Mr. Ben Irwin at Thunder Valley, switched from a competing system over to ours about a year ago, and I believe he's quite happy so far, as is his very large player base. So yeah, we do a lot of promotion of properties. We work with, like I said, over 200 properties. We have about another 100 or so we work with that are advertisers on Poker Atlas. We also now have our own tour, the Poker Atlas Tour. We've got a full schedule this year already booked up, and we'll be launching our 2025 schedule pretty soon, or I should say working with properties to secure the schedule. So far, all of the properties that we've worked with are interested in renewing their agreement with us for next year. But in any case, that being said, I also wanted to invite up to say a few words about our product and company and poker tour, perhaps, Mr. Justin Hammer, that many of you know. Hold it, guys. Justin deserves no round of applause. Please take that back. Please take that back. No, I'm only kidding, of course. So I brought Justin onto the team, the Poker Atlas team, about a year ago, mostly to run our live events, our Poker Atlas tour. And he's been a big asset to us. He obviously is an expert on the system and helps train new customers, Thunder Valley being one, Wynn Las Vegas being one, and some others. But he can really speak firsthand to some of the benefits that our system provides. So with that, I'd like to pass the microphone over to him, and I know he'd like to share a few words and maybe ask a few questions.
Give it up for John Freemer. You can clap for him too. You can clap for me if we're not talking about Big Blind Annie. Okay. Last summit, I did a talk, and word on the street was it took way too long. So my friend and buddy over here, Ben Irwin, volunteered to help everybody out, and if I go too long, he is going to. Okay, so now that we have that settled, like John said, when I talked last time, I wasn't working for the company yet. I was just talking as a fan of the product, as somebody who used it a lot, and I still feel very passionate about a lot of the things I talked about. I love that the number of players is always remaining. I love that the chip counts can be shown to everybody through an app, and it's super easy. I don't care if you have 2 players or 2,000 players, you can update the chip counts for everybody, and you could send it directly to an app like John said. Most everybody has over 500,000 registered users, millions of hits per month between the app and the website. It's a great product. I still love all of those things, but some of what I've learned since talking last time is everyone in here is in a kind of unique experience. Everyone is a little bit different. Some of you are the people that can make the decision for your room. If you wanted to switch what you're using now to Poker Atlas, you're the person who could do that. Some of you need to talk to the person who can do that, and that's your role. Some of you need to talk to the person who talks to the person. There's a lot of range in here, and some of you don't give a shit, let's be honest. But everyone in here has some sort of way that they could do that, and there's some things that I've realized since then that kind of apply to all of those people. And I had this awesome experiment that I wanted to do, but I feel like a lot of our customers have left already. But just do me a favor, if you are a current Table Captain customer, if you use it in your room, can you raise your hand for me? Oh, okay, this will work. All right, keep them up for me. Here's what I want. If you have had a issue that you needed customer support for, keep your hand up. If not, put it down. Everybody, perfect. If you got a response within 24 hours, keep your hand up. If you got a response within 12 hours, keep your hand up. 6, 3. If you called somebody and they answered the second you needed them, keep your hand up. I don't know if everyone looked, but that was most everybody kept their hand up on the first one and still had it up on the last one, in case you didn't see that at home. Now, what I learned from last time is I'm not going to say anything bad about the competition. Wait, sit, no, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. I learned that last time not to do that, so I'm not going to do that. But what I would like for everybody to do who is not a current Poker Atlas customer is just close your eyes and imagine or think to yourself, what would that experiment look like if I did the exact same thing here? Would it be the same? Would it be different? Some of the issues we have when we talk about Poker Atlas is people, oh, there, now the Poker Atlas people walk in. Thanks a lot, Jesse. Appreciate it. Obviously, people that work for the company are biased, but there are people in the room that use it, that have switched, that can testify. They could talk for it. He just walked in. Jesse, Ben Irwin, Leon Wheeler. Lots of people in the room who have used both that will give you an unbiased opinion, and selling the operation side usually isn't very hard. If you do it, you like it and you want it. The process of getting it through is hard. Some of the obstacles are things that can be talked about in whatever category you are in based off of what I talked about earlier. If you are the one who can make the decision, if you need to talk to somebody who makes the decision, wherever you are at, there is somebody here who you can talk to that will help, that will make it so that you can understand why, whether you are going to pay less, the same, or more than you are right now just for that software, why ultimately it's going to save your room money and make your room money. And there are people in here that can help you with all of that. Obviously, John is the best person to talk to if you are the person who can make that decision. If you are someone that just kind of wants to get it from an operator's perspective, I am a great person to talk to. If you want a completely unbiased, not trying to sell you anything, some of those guys that we mentioned that are here, ask them. They're not paid endorsers. They are just people who use it and will probably tell you things that you want to hear about having it yourself. With that said, Ben, go ahead. You're good. You're good. Thank you.
John, thank you for sponsoring the TDA Summit. And I want to give you a personal testimonial. We use Poker Atlas on Card Player Cruises, and it is amazing. And the sign up is so easy for tournaments. They have so many things. I play at resorts once a week, and I can use as a player, I can use a lot of their features, see who's on the list, where am I on the list. I don't know. So great testimonial. Please give John some business because you won't regret it.
Thank you. Thank you. Rob, if I can get you for a second. All right. So back at it. All in showdowns. Is the rule sufficiently enforced? I think we just talked about that, right? Yeah. Moving on. Awarding odd chips. I think that we passed that by your board, your idea, Justin, about where the worst position is. Everybody gave it the thumbs down. Yes. Do you want to talk about it? All right. Moving on. All right. So level change issues. Okay. This one I see a lot in a lot of different places that I play. New hand and new limits. Basically, what it's saying is the new level starts on the announcement of the tournament director or floor person. A lot of times there's not a floor person around or in the room. Should we allow the dealers to make that first announcement to raise the blinds? This is what we talked about yesterday on the board. I believe that we all felt that that would be okay as long as it was supported with the backup of the tournament director. Did we not? All right. Does so with all these systems out there that we're talking about, like Poker Atlas, do they have an audio sound cue? Should that audio cue be enough for the dealer to change to the next level, or should we always wait for a floor person to make that announcement?
I think we were quite split. I know for me, if the dealer sees the dealer sees that the clock has moved on, they will then put the blinds up even though there's not been an announcement. But we always have a floor person there anyway. Kenny told me that occasionally it gets missed by 5 or 10 seconds, and I think you wait for the floor guy, right? Yeah. So I think we were quite split on the board.
Okay.
As for
I
everybody else,
believe we talked about, Mike, that it being okay if the dealer did it with the backup of the floor person, meaning that if there was nobody in the room, like nobody in the area of the tournament, that the dealer could in fact raise those blinds, based on fact that the blinds went up, and there's usually an audio sound. We talked about this with Jack Effel. They don't have the audio cue at the World Series of Poker, but they're talking about adding it for next year to have that in there. So I don't know. It's discussion. Move on.
Matt,
Continue doing what we're doing.
so you're talking about two different things, though. So you're talking about should the blinds go up because the dealer notices it,
Yeah.
or should the dealer say something to the floor that the blinds went up?
In addition, yeah.
So I mean, the floor, the dealer shouldn't just make the blinds go up, because the whole point of it being audible by the tournament director is that one dealer notices it, but the other dealers don't. So now they're playing different levels. That's why we don't let the dealers do it. But a dealer to
This also still happens anyway because the dealer announces it, but the dealer didn't hear it.
Yeah,
Or
well,
the players didn't hear it. This happens.
well, all that happens, but that's already what it is, right? So you're asking the question: should a dealer be able to change the blind levels because they noticed it up? And the answer is, if it hasn't been announced, no, because then that could be the only dealer that noticed it, and the other tables aren't.
In some
running
small
it.
card rooms, the dealer is a tournament director, actually. So
Well, then they could announce it because they're the tournament director.
Yeah.
But I did have a point on this.
If the push w- would have affected the level change, it doesn't affect the level change. As soon as if I'm pushing Toby and there's 5 seconds left in the level, and Toby crosses his deck and I push in, I deal at the previous level. The players are never affected by the push. Never affected by the There are rooms, some of these busy rooms have incredibly long pushes for these dealers. 6 ball, 7 ball, 8 balls. And we're not going to affect the break time of the last dealer just so, a dealer can deal another hand during break. I don't even want to give the dealer the discretion of telling an incoming dealer, oh, no, 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 I'm just going to get out another hand, because it affects the dealer on the last part of the string. I just make the rule that a player's hand or a hand before break or a hand before a level change is never affected by a push, ever.
Yeah, I think the problem with that the players have is that then you're taking 2 minutes of their break. That's why the rules here, the 90 seconds before a break, not a level change, but a break. Because we do the same thing other than on a break. They're not able to push right before a break, because if they do deal that next hand, like you're talking about, then it goes into the player's break. And sometimes we only give them 10-minute breaks. So, depending on the events and things like that. So taking 2 minutes off of a player's average hand is 2 minutes. That's why I say 2 minutes. So if somebody's coming in and they do that, then that's why I think the rules there to begin with, the 90 seconds before a scheduled break. I think what's added on the level change is what needs to be eliminated, because you're going into the player's break time now.
And you're saying always, even on a break, you're having your dealers push. Yeah. Let's skip right over what you just there.
Yeah, it doesn't take 2 minutes for the dealer to do the do the push and start a new hand. So I would be fine with breaking, sorry, with pushing still before the break, and I would start the clock still when the time is zero on the previous level. I wouldn't wait until all tables are finished. It's actually a bit annoying as a player, because you don't know how long your break will be. Like you look at your clock, it's 2 p.m. You know it's a 15-minute break. Okay, I need to be back 2:15, and then you come back in the room and you still see there's 5 minutes on the clock. So it's just make your breaks then 2 minutes longer if you want, but just keep going with the break. Don't stop. Don't wait until to start the break. Yeah.
I'm always opposed to stopping the clock for any reason, but yeah, especially for that. And yeah, by the way, in the tonight's Savage Average tournament at 7 o'clock, there is no running clock, so there's no reason to start or stop the clock for any reason. There's no clock. I hate stopping it so much. I stop it the entire time. Yes, you're going to see some things tonight. Excuse me, who are you?
Emily Delane, I guess with various as well, currently at the Win for the summer. But I just had some comments about that because I've always felt like, the waiting 2 minutes or the 90 seconds before a push, I agree. Like, just push through it. If there's time left on the level, have the next dealer deal one hand at the previous level. Move on. Let the push go through because there are long strings. However, I don't mind the waiting before a player break because once the players go on break, that push goes through immediately. So there's not as much of a delay when there's a player break coming in because once the players clear the area, the push can go very quickly. So I think you can kind of do a hybrid if that's the way. But I think from a level change to a level change, yeah, I hate the wait 2 minutes because the dealer on the end just gets very little break, especially during busy times. So
Should affect just about everybody. And Emily does the coordination for a lot of events around the world, so she would know better than anybody. But yeah, I can see that. Does that mean that we need to change something here? Yes.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not following that.
Yeah.
So I was just gonna suggest that where it says on the dealer push, if we could make that like you suggest a more precise moment when the outgoing dealer sets the use deck on the table or pushes it. I didn't want to use the mic. I'm sorry. I just add next to the dealer push in parentheses when the outgoing dealer sets the deck on the use deck onto the table or pushes the button for the incoming dealer, and then that is very clearly in there, and everyone can interpret that the way it should be interpreted.
Well, if everybody's on the same page about if a dealer, if the time goes up during a dealer push, they're going to go back to the last limit. I don't see why we even need to have this recommended procedure in there. It won't apply anymore.
If I'm not mistaken, that RP was added because when you have a push and it's the very last few seconds of the level before a break, players were not getting that last hand, and so that's why we added it in the past. I think that was it. It was not because you are going to have a shorter break, but because dealers were just sitting down and saying, "Hey guys, we have no more time. Go to the break and don't deal the last hand." I think that was the reason.
So leave it in. Take it out. All right, we're gonna move on. This is an interesting one. Misdeals are going to happen, right? So in misdeals, the redeal or exact replay, the button doesn't move. No new players are seated. That's important. It's in red. Limits stay the same. Cards are dealt to players on penalty and not at their seats for the original deal. Then hands are killed. The original deal and redeal count as one hand for a player on penalty, not two. Okay, so um, should players seeded from a broken game get a hand in the redeal? This
Yes.
one is debated because, just so you know, the World Series says no. I also say no, but there are many that say yes. Who said yes over here?
I did.
Okay.
So for us, the first card off is the beginning of the hand for like dealing players in, but the riffle is for the clock. So we have kind of two starts of the game, right? The riffle and the first card off the deck. The idea for me is that we should deal players in where possible, and if it's just because there was a misdeal and now that player arrives to the table, I don't see a valid reason why the new hand has to exactly recreate the previous hand. We used to do that before with the flop, trying to retain what the flop should have been. We've moved away from that, from random card theory, and I think it's kind of the same argument. But again, my key issue is we want to deal in that player into as many hands as possible, and I don't see it's a good enough reason not to deal them out.
And then the counterpoint of that is that I was dealt into that hand and I was having to face this many players. Now I'm going to have to face additional players in a pot that I wouldn't have had to face before. Um, we have I've gone as far as to say if a player was not at the table and they got cards that they were not able to play the next hand. And there are some that feel that's that way as well. So we should come to an agreement here because we have a rule in place that not everybody is following or not everybody wants to follow. Could you follow it? Could you live with it? The first could you live with it of the day. So you is there who feels that the new player should be dealt in and receive a hand at that time? And who feels they shouldn't receive?
Yeah. I think especially with big blind ante, it can have some impacts. Like if somebody comes from a broken table, went straight to their seats, uh, was not supposed to be the big blind, now all of a sudden will be the big blind, and has to pay an ante. No, we're talking about people that come from a broken table, not people that were already seated.
Yeah, there's some that wanted to change that. That's actually why it got brought up. Some people said that they should receive a hand. Like I said, I take it a step further, and if you were dealt in but you weren't there, that you shouldn't get to play the following hand. And I've actually ruled it that way before. Yeah. And a lot of times, by the way, the player that wasn't there causes the misdeal because the dealer didn't deal them in, even though they had a stack in front of them. So they kind of caused the mistake themselves by not being there.
I think what's happening with Toby is really cool that he's saying, okay, even though we do it this way, for the sake of consistency, we can change and we'll do it this way, which is the majority. So those of you, we are trying to make rules. If it's something that you can live with, even though you don't like it that way, please change your vote to be with the majority so we can get these rules passed.
Or keep the same rule and follow the rule. Yeah. Yes.
Jacob from Tampa, Florida. Um, Something that I think I saw not too long ago about coming back from break was dealers start washing the cards at a certain amount on the clock, like say 30 seconds remaining in break 45 seconds. They riffle at 10 seconds and start pitching when the blind level starts. I implemented that and my players love it. So I just thought it'd be a suggestion that maybe we could come up with the time frame of that.
It will come up actually. It is in the on the PowerPoint somewhere. This thing. Yeah. Might be only tomorrow, but we were planning on discussing this actually. Yeah.
Clark said, can we standardize dealers having cards ready before the break-ins and not shuffle? And we can just go through this now. It's similar, same thing. The time is wasted is unnecessary to have that. And I always said that, yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't have never really thought of it as being something we recommended, but you don't want to ever have the deck set up before there's players at the table. So you should have at least 3 players at the table, 2 players at the table, and have that maybe 20 seconds before. But I love it if as soon as that clock starts, the dealer's pitching. I love it. I think that's great. Yep.
Yeah, I changed my view from what I had Wednesday when I agreed with Matt and Linda. Because look at a similar situation. The dealer starts his shuffle and a new player sits down while he's shuffling. Does that player get dealt in? If that player gets dealt in, then I don't understand why he shouldn't get dealt in if, in fact, the dealer shuffles, deals 2 cards to the somebody sits down. I don't see the difference if I'm giving the player the hand in one case than the other. So I'm now switched my view to say that they should get that since I can't distinguish between those 2 cases, to say that
Another issue for that is table's broken. You might have 2, 3 seats open, and one of the players got there, and they're getting a hand, and the other 2 players aren't. And now, because of the misdeal, they're not all getting hands. Only, and then another player shows up later, so you dealt that guy in because he got to the table faster, but you didn't deal.
Well, I'm just saying. Oh, you already switched. Okay. This is for guys that are actually wanting to deal people in. If it's a new hand, then
Same blinds, yeah, it's the same blind. So we are going to do that, but how many players feel that if a player was dealt in but was not at the table should get to play that hand? How many feel that the player that was dealt in but wasn't at the table should get to play or should not get to play the following hand? Yikes. Not player friendly, Linda.
The problem that I see with this is that it's rarely getting enforced. None of the players are aware of this specific rule. Less than 10% of the dealers, even I would say, are aware of this very specific rule as well. And the player always gets dealt in anyway. And if somebody makes an objection and say that player should not be dealt in, you're having to call the floor over, and even some floors are not aware of it, and it creates a huge confusion. I think it's just easier to deal that player in. The reason that we would not deal him in is for integrity reasons, because technically, if like we killed his hand on the initial deal because he was not at his seat, and there's integrity issues because he potentially could see like other players' cards while he was still like walking back to his seat, but now he's seated, so he's getting cards. Why not let him play? Like, because also the misdeal might have happened after the fourth card was dealt. He was not there initially, but might have been there when the last card was dealt. So you never know what would have happened anyway if correct deal would have taken place. So I think for the easiness of things, always deal that player in and let him play the hand, because you're gonna pitch his cards out anyway. There's a misdeal, so you always the hand started at the first riffle of the initial deal, not that of the redeal. You're replaying the last hand, and that dealer was dealt in. And the rule is, if you're not there when the last card hits the button on the redeal in this example,
How about the blind posted, Kenny?
no, I'm talking about players that, not talking about players from broken tables. We're talking about players that had the stack on the table and were just, I don't know, laid back from break, went to the bathroom, whatever. You don't know. Like, he might have been back on time when the last card hit the button on the initial deal, but the misdeal took place prior. Like, it's going to be very hard to judge. And you can ask, I think, a lot of the dealers, like, what would happen in this scenario. And I think a lot of them would just deal them in. Like, I've seen it countless times happen, and nobody actually, like, the players are not aware of this rule. The majority, 99% of the players don't know this rule.
My name's Lennon from Deerfoot Casino, Canada, Calgary, Alberta. I think it becomes an integrity issue. Like if the dealer is buddies with the player, they could potentially purposefully misdeal so that they come back in either scenario, whether they were dealt in initially or the table's breaking. The dealer sees that maybe they're going to miss their big blind, makes it a misdeal. Now that player comes back for their big blind. So I think there could be some integrity issues there.
Interesting point, for sure. I don't know any players that like dealers though, so yeah, maybe. But yeah, that is an interesting point. They misdeal on purpose because they know that player is going to get a hand on the next one.
Can I just add to that as well? Like, it's not even so much that I think, especially in later play, when you've got 2, 3 tables left, they're taking irregular breaks maybe at that time of night. Like, I've seen the pressure on dealers to slow down, hold up, wait for somebody to get back to their seats. I mean, I've even personally felt it from time to time. And I think even if they're not friends with the players, maybe they are thinking they might get a tip or something. If they're friendly to them, misdeal just so that they don't have to lose their big blind or something. I just think it opens up to that. I don't know. I don't.
Hey,
Welcome back, Matthew.
guess what? I got something to say. Yeah, I gotta talk. Kenny's right. You gotta listen to Kenny here because like if if there's a misdeal, it should be the last live card of the most recent deal for a player's hand to be active. Okay, I realize there's special exceptions, but you're going down this rabbit hole where you're just making way too many rules upon rules upon rules. Like if it just it's just the luck of the draw, I guess. If there's a misdeal and that happens, but as far as a misdeal adding players to the table, like no, you don't do that. Like if there was a misdeal, then someone comes to the table, they don't get to now take the blind or now get a hand. It's the same exact hand that gets redealt. But as far as a player's hand being live, it's the most recent card being within arm's length of the chair. So if that happened to be on the misdeal and they're there and they weren't, fine, they get a hand now. Like that's you can't go into like overcomplicating things and making all these like special situations, or it's just going to be a mess to try to
Right.
enforce.
And I'm like I said, there's like what the main one, Matt, and I agree that that could be. I've never liked the fact that that player got a hand, but I don't really care that much. But I also think that it's not going to be discovered that often,
or it's going to happen where that player does not get to play that hand. And then you have floor decision that is going to add to it. So I really don't see an issue with it, but it does contradict the fact that it says exact replay. So if we are going to change it, we do need to change that from exact replay. Yes, it's different. Yeah. Okay. So we all said how many like can is everybody here? Can everybody here live with the fact that that player who can't live with the fact that that player that was not at the table but was dealt a hand would not get a hand afterwards? We have one. So, okay. The player that was at the table, their chips were check was at the table, they were dealt in, and they aren't allowed to play the following hand after a misdeal. Are we going to allow them to play that hand? They weren't there. Yes. Right. We live them getting to play the hand on the misdeal.
So the reason that I thought that is because the player technically was not missing the hand yet, because if it's a misdeal, they most likely did not complete the deal. So they didn't miss the last card going to the button. So technically they have not missed their hand yet. So if they make it back to the table during during the redeal, then technically their hand is still live. That's the mentality that I have behind it.
The determining factor should be whether or not that hand actually got mucked. So if the initial deal, we completed the deal, we mucked the hand because he wasn't here, he was in the bathroom pooping, and we mucked his hand, then we discovered we have a misdeal, then I do not think he should be dealt in the next hand because his hand was physically mucked and killed during the initial deal. If we were doing the initial deal and on the second pass we discovered it was a misdeal, the guy was out there pooping still, and we didn't complete the deal, his cards were never mucked, then yes, he should get to play on the redeal if he's finished and he's back on the table and he has washed his hands. Then I think he can play. If you haven't killed the hand, I don't think you should punish him and not let him play the next one because it was never killed. We can't tell if he would have been back in time. We don't know.
All right. Can we all live with this? Anybody that can't live with it? Are we going to change it from exact to players that were dealt in on that deal can play the following hand? So not exact replay. Pooping. And diarrhea.
That's a carryover from Wednesday. It's been going on a long time.
Right. All right. Let's move on.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Matt, we're not pulling back blinds, right, Matt?
Yes. All right. Yes. It's and we're still looking at those new players out. The new players are out. Okay. New players are out. All right. Another interesting one. Irregular flops. Landon LaCroix says that Rule 39B, there could technically be an angle. I don't want to spend too much time on this. But if there's no burn on a 3-card flop, exposed or not, and regardless of whether the door card was presumed known, if no action has occurred, the 3 cards are scrambled face down. You take one out as the burn, the flop the other 2, and then the next card off, the stub will be in the flop. If any action, even one check has occurred, play proceeds to the initial 3 cards. Only 1 card is burned for the turn. So now, did Lee Jones, does he come back? This is random card theory. Landon's issue with it is it says it gives too much control to the first player to act. If the player likes the flop, they're not going to say anything about the no burn card, and we're going to keep the flop. If they don't like the flop, they're going to say something about the missing burn, so maybe they get a new card on the flop. So his suggestion would be that that flop always stands no matter what. What I'm saying is if there's substantial action, it will stay. If there's not substantial action, we're going to do all of this mixing of the cards and pulling a card out.
Not substantial action, any action, even one check.
Right.
Not substantial
No, I
action.
know that's not. I mean,
That's what she's asking. She's asking why are we doing it with just one check? And it's because any any action has given information.
Right.
If I just checked on an ace king queen board and we're saying no substantial action has happened, so we're going to flip these over and make a new flop. Now the flop isn't ace king queen, it's king queen 5 and I have pocket 5s. Now I checked the first time. Now I might bet.
Yeah.
You can't change the flop once there's been any we put that in last summit. Any action. It was introduced
Right.
2022.
What I'm saying is should those three cards always stand no matter what?
Matt. Hey, Matt.
Yes, Lee.
You've got 3 cards out. It's unfortunate there wasn't a burn card because theoretically the burn card is supposed to protect the deck, right? But okay, stuff happens. You've got 3 perfectly good face cards in the middle. Let's play poker.
So it's a good addition. We are getting away from making everything the way it should have been, random card theory. This is another example of it, but for some reason we didn't change this one. Landon came up with this and thought it didn't make sense that it should stand. I kind of agree with him. And you don't even have to call the floor. I mean, maybe should call the floor, I guess, but the floor needs to know. Yeah. You're still doing it either way, Jesse. There's only a 25% chance that that card's not going to be there. That the burn card. 33. No, it's 25, isn't it? 3. Okay. I know what you're saying, Jesse, but it has to be a scenario where you think your dealer's cheating with another player. I don't see that as much of an issue. And I
In horse games, Raz, stud, stud 8, if they don't burn and they go ahead and give a card, are you going to back it up? Or are you going to do the same thing you do in the 3-card flop?
I think in stud it's different because it's what the card is. It's pretty easy to do. But it's again the same situation. It is still a random card. Lee? Okay. Anybody that can't live with that or yes?
Yeah, same thing. Same thing.
Matt. I, I believe it's a dealer mistake, and I believe as floormen, we need to fix mistakes. So we need to fix the mistake. So unless substantial action has happened, like was mentioned there, we should try to fix the mistake. It's just
Uh, well, reason for the burn card is protect as for this rare case of a marked card in the front or whatever. And my feeling would be as a floor, if the dealer forgets the burn, okay, let it stand regardless of which way what game you're playing. But if the same dealer forgets the burn all the time, now I'm pretty suspicious. Now I'm going to be watching that dealer very closely, if not writing him up.
I think I wasn't here for last time when you guys did this. I apologize. I didn't watch the stream, but I feel like this was put in place because there's not always an opportunity to fix this dealer's error and be correct. The same reason why we did the 4 cards. I think when we have an opportunity to correct a mistake, though, as just a turn, just a river, an up card and stud, that we do need to try to correct that and make those cards as close to what they should have been as possible. Otherwise, our players feel gypped by that, of course, if I lost the hand. In a triple draw scenario, obviously, if those cards have already been dealt out and they're mixed in the hands, we can't fix it. What we pull an extra burn out of the muck after the deal is finished to make sure that we represent the proper amount of draw in the burn. But I think on a river and a turn, we should try to fix the dealer's error in this instance. With the flop, the way the rule is now, I understand we're doing it this way because there is no way to properly guarantee that we're taking the right burn out, correct? That's our issue here.
The problem is that if there is action on that, if there's action on that, then we're not bringing it back in anyway, and it does give that potential for somebody um, to angle and say, "Oh, if I like the card, I'm not going to say not going to say anything. If I don't like it, I'm going to say something."
I think it's still random. It's still random if you give them cards that they should have got. It's still random. It's not either one. You just let them keep it. The theory is true. It's random. If you push it back when you can, then you take away that element of everybody knowing. In stud, especially, I would have got that card. I would have got that card because it's true in this spot, and you can fix it and stay random, and you cannot have that element. And I think anytime we can do that, we should do that. If something happens, now it's more of a detriment to give that information and then fix it. So you can't do it at that point. But anytime you can, you should. And since this thing just okay, I get it. It's possible. It just doesn't happen. Nobody says, "Oh, I noticed he didn't burn. I'm going to wait and see if I want to get rid of 1/3 of the flop or if I want to keep it." Nobody does that. So it's another it's just not a thing, and I don't think we should base possibility of it happening and ignore the fact that it just doesn't ever happen.
It's happening.
The argument for just leaving it the way it is. I mean, let's stipulate that the issue that Landon raised, I mean, I don't know if it happens or not, but let's just stipulate it doesn't. The argument for just leaving the 3 out there, if we can agree that the cards are random, is it just makes everything go much smoother. You may or may not you don't even necessarily have to call the floor, right? You don't have the backup and the disruption and everything, right? They just go out and the dealer says, "Oh shit, I didn't burn a card." They call the floor, but in the meantime, you can literally continue playing. And the floor comes over and says, "What happened? I didn't burn." Okay, fine. and every, otherwise you're having to do the backup and all the stuff.
Is it on? I know. Yeah. I would think that in any situation, if we don't keep it consistent, where if there's a missed burn, you just leave the card out. This situation can happen on each street, right? Even in stud. Like, what's to say? Hello. Okay. What's to say if someone's playing stud and they don't like their up card, nobody says anything until they don't like it, and then you have to back it up. But if they don't say anything because they like theirs, they get to keep it. This situation happens in every instance where a burn is forgotten. And I think it happens so rarely that it wouldn't matter, random card theory, to just let the card stand. And again, if you have a dealer making the same mistake over and over again, then the problem is the dealer, not the rule. So
So are we back to accepting it, not accepting it? Where are you at? Yeah. Yeah, you were the only one. Because I'm not going to kill them. No. All right. Who's in favor of leaving it? Leaving the flop, leaving the cards, leaving the cards. Random card theory, leaving them. Only in this instance? All right. So who's against this ruling only? Who's against it? Fixing the flop. You want to fix the flop. All right. So that's changed. Landon is, all right. Now who wants to fix the stud rule and the turn in the river? Okay. Let's add another little wrinkle. You're exposing a card that wasn't supposed to be exposed or wouldn't need to be exposed. What if you need that card? That changes the game, does it not? Does that change the game, Jen? It's an exposed card, but it didn't need to be exposed. But it doesn't need to be exposed. What? Right, I understand that. But I'm saying is you don't need to expose any more cards. You're actually exposing a card that didn't need to be exposed. I'm saying leave it on all situations. If you leave it on all situations, a card that wasn't going to be exposed won't be exposed. If I have two nines and that exposed card is a 9, now I know when I might change the way I play the hand or fold the hand. If I know I can't catch that anymore. It's another reason, right? Am I making this up? No, you're not. Have I lost my mind? A good reason. All right, who's in favor of cards standing in all situations? Stud, turn, river, with no burn. Yeah, but now you're exposing an extra card for no reason.
Matt, I got a question on that. If you leave it the way it is, do you add the fourth card as the burn now to leave the turn and river the same, or you play the hand with two burns?
Play with two burns.
So it changes the outcome of the whole hand.
No, because it's a random cards.
Randomly.
You don't have to. And it still opens angle opportunities. If a sharp player sees there's no burn and he doesn't like the turn card, he quickly say there's no burn, where otherwise he can quickly check or make a bet in order for that card to be guaranteed to stay. So
But I was supposed to have that card.
no, you were not. Who was going to be the burn? No, I'm with you, Matt here.
Matt, the problem
Don't
with
back up burn cards. It creates opportunities for people that are very sharp to gain an unfair advantage, and we do want to limit that. And if you never back up a burn card, that's or like no burn cards, then it's very consistent and it's easy for everybody to understand. Instead of doing it in this situation, we're going to do it. In the other situation, we don't. Just never back up burn cards.
So all right, let me do the counterpoint here, even though I'm on this side. In stud or high low or whatever, it's much easier for it to see a mark card and then just give that card out. But that's only to the first player in stud. But in hold'em,
If you don't trust your dealers, then the issue is not within the rules. That is different. It's also, like I say, to avoid the angle shooting from a sharp player at the table.
all right. All right, guys, let's get this one back on the rails here. All right, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know what the solution is, but just a concern that I thought of is if a dealer doesn't burn a card and all the players know the rule that it just stays and the dealer knows it stays, what incentive is there to call the floor to even let the floor know what happened? And are we okay with the dealers just moving on? And because the players can get agitated if they have to stop the game and wait for a floor to come over.
It's pretty much gonna be a floor call anytime, and I think that should be a floor call too.
I agree, it should be a floor call, but
Yeah.
how do we?
I mean, I don't think many dealers are going to get two players to agree that that's the way it should be without calling the floor.
That's fair point.
First of all, I do agree with the point that this doesn't come up often, but whatever we decide, whatever rule we have, some of the players are going to be peeved. Okay, and a counter or a similar situation is the premature burn and turn. There's going to be one player who says, "I want that card," and now the other, now it has to get shuffled back in the deck and it doesn't come out. He's mad at the dealer for the rest of the day. In this case, the same sort of thing. If I'm dealing stud and I deal without a burn and somebody notices and I say, "Sorry, we have to keep going," even if I call the floor, um, the player who sees the card he wanted right next to him is going to be mad at me. If they do fix it, then the player who got the card he wanted is going to be mad. So I don't think uh, player satisfaction really comes into this. What comes into this is it's a random occurrence, or at least we assume it's a random occurrence when a dealer makes a mistake. If the dealer makes the mistakes too often, then it's not random. So a dealer making a mistake is just the same random occurrence as Lee said, as an extra riffle. It's just there.
Matt, I got one last thing, Matt.
Okay.
Hi, this is Ken from Arya Poker. I wonder if the situation will be changed if it's all-in situation where two players went all in a turn and dealer forgot to burn the card.
That would always stand because there's
Always
been
stands.
action. Yeah, that will always stand. A lot of times, this happens too, where they'll see only two burn cards at the end of the hand. They'll say, "Hey, there's only two burn cards," right? So the action stands.
I
Same
mean,
thing.
when players went all in on the turn and the dealer forgot to burn
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
the
matter.
river.
Then it stands 100% already. That's already in the rules.
Matt, I'm sorry, Matt. I understand the three cards. I understand the three cards, what we're trying to debate on, but on the turn, the river card, and in stud is 100%. The players will know 100% that's supposed to be the burn card. Nobody's gonna
But
agree.
Lloyd, he
Yeah.
said if it's all in and called, we're not bringing the cards back.
No,
Never.
I don't think that's what he meant. This is Kevin. This is one of my tournament supervisors. I think what he's saying is that let's say me and Kenny get it all in on the turn, and then the dealer delivers the river card and didn't burn. We should be fixing that. We should be making that card the burn and then giving what should have been the river. He's not saying that we missed a burn prior. We missed a burn on that turn. Kenny and I get it all in. Dealer delivers the river card, and then we say, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You didn't burn." We're gonna fix that. So that would be contradictory to always saying that that card has to stay.
Okay. I didn't understand.
And I do remember a movie, I believe it was called Lucky You, where there was a burn card forgotten and it got corrected. Do you remember that movie, Matthew?
He said a card laid is a card played. Lucky you. Amazon Prime $3.99. Own it tonight. This is actually something we need to come to an agreement on. We have to. Because one way or another. Unless there's action. That's what you want too, Mike, right? All right.
Put it up. Paul, you do the vote.
All right, we're going to do a vote on this. Who is in favor of Kelly's proposal that we are changing this rule only, where if there is a 3-card flop, it is going to, with, so every other situation, stud, turn, river, when we know what the card was supposed to be, as long as there is no action, we are fixing it. Who is in favor of that? Any action. In this situation, I think that any action is substantial action.
All right, that's what it's going to be. It's passed. Thank you, guys. Good job.
Mike, you can get the word 100% certainty in there somehow.
All right, this is one that happens fairly often. I'm going to go straight to the issue on the bottom, and it says blinds are 2 and 400. Player A raises to 1200. Player B puts in 1 500 chip, and the dealer tells B it is 1200. B folds. Does B forfeit 400 or 500, and why? It's on the bottom. Read it. Blinds are 2 and 400. Player A raises to 1200. Player B puts in 1 500 chip. Dealer tells B it's 1200. B folds. Does B forfeit 400 or 500, and why? They can still call. They can't raise. They can still call. Who's in favor of 500? Who's in favor of 400? All right, it's gonna be 400.
Next.
No, you forgot. Can the five?
Oh, can the 500s live with it? Yeah. I don't love it. I want to charge them 500. I can live with 4.
So Matt,
Matt said if it was 1,000, he thought it should be.
I'm good. So
Yeah, that's
I
it. Quick. That's a good one. I like the quick ones. All right.
Oh, Matt, on that one, different example. No, same example pretty much, but different chip. I mean, guy throws out $1,000 chip. It's still 400.
Yes. But in that situation, Sam, the player's going to put 200. I mean, if you force him 1,000, he's automatically going to put the 200 out,
Agreed.
and then
Agreed.
changes the hand. If you said he had to leave the 1,000 out, it makes a better case for 400. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on. If you throw out a 5K chip, it's going to be a call. All right. In all situations, we would love for players to verbalize their actions. Yes. But in this situation, A bets, B raises. Player C does not see the raise. Without hesitation, C announces call and puts out that same one chip. So imagine that. Said call, but put out the same 500 chip. Who's making that player call the full 1,200? Who's making him still do the 400? No, you said call. I understand. That's why I did. That's why it's up there, Justin. Because you're penalizing people that are doing the correct thing by verbalizing. That's right.
I have actually advocated for this for a while, that I did never love the rule that verbal actions are always binding because of this exact situation. So we clearly know what season intent was. It was to call the lesser of the two actions. If there's no action behind, then I would definitely like to hold them to the lesser amount. I feel like a lot of time we penalize players by making them put chips into the pot that they didn't want to put into the pot. And if a player is, not paying attention or is making mistakes that are causing confusion in the hand, I feel like that is kind of even what penalties are for, like a one-hand penalty or a two-hand penalty. I don't think the penalty should always be that they just have to put these dead chips into the pot and bloating this pot and let another player win chips that they rightfully aren't winning. They're winning it on some weird technicality. We already know what season tension was, but we have a rule that says, gotcha, you said call, when clearly there's no action behind. I feel like it's a situation where we already know what the player wanted to do. There's no action behind. There's no real angle to shoot here. I don't know why we're automatically changing them from 1,200. I'm not a fan of the rule that verbal actions are always binding.
Doesn't this kind of go back to what was said this morning about the dealers announcing the raises? So if the dealer had announced the raises, if player B raises, theoretically, under the earlier rule from this morning, the dealer would have announced the raise. Perhaps C didn't hear it because he had earplugs in listening to his music. And whose fault is that? It goes back to player responsibility. And if the dealer's following what the rules are, the dealer would have said, raise. Just my 2 cents.
No, we're wanting the dealer to say the amount. We're wanting the dealer to say 1,200. So
here's another situation too. Let's say you never know which player you're penalizing in this situation. So let's say I move all in and Toby says call, thinking he's calling a smaller amount. He clearly was just calling what the big blind was, and now no action behind, and we're gonna make him call an all in. We think, oh well, you should have been paying attention, Toby. You got to put your chips in the pot. I might not want him to call. I'm moving all in. I'm just trying to create some full equity here. I want to win the blinds. you're dramatically affecting the outcome of the tournament just because there's some gotcha rule.
That's why I brought it up. And by the way, this is not heads up, correct? All right. Make sure everybody knows it's multi-way. Okay. Okay. You understand that's why but most of the people in the room raise their hand when they said call, even though they put the under amount. Again, we're penalizing the player for using a verbal declaration. Exactly.
Paul has actually changed my mind on this one because he's made two actions. He's thrown a chip and he's said call. So in this, you can make a decision as to which action do you want to follow, and your argument is you follow the lesser action. So my hand is now down on that one. He's changed my mind. This specific situation, in this specific situation.
My only fear from a rules perspective, sorry, I know we've got somebody back there, just one second. My only fear from a rules perspective is what is more like rule one covers specific scenarios always. We always have rule one to fall back on. Which is more open to angles if verbal is binding or verbal is conditionally binding? And I'm more concerned that if the rule is verbal is conditionally binding, it opens it more up to angles. Whereas we say the rule is binding and Paul gets called to a table and the guy's literally losing his mind because his whole tournament is at life. It's like, no, I had no idea. I'm so like losing. Then rule one could probably fix that. I completely understand what Paul's saying and I agree in a large part, but I just from writing a rule, I'm nervous that saying verbal is binding if or verbal is binding when versus having the rule as verbal is binding and then allowing rule one and even a subset of rule two for Jen, allowing rule one and two to be the exceptions instead of making the rule itself an exception. Am I saying that right? Does that make sense?
But Neil, adding verbal as binding, if it creates action, could work. Because if action is like you say call, I turn over my hand, that's action that creates binding. A player mucking behind you because you said call would be binding. But anytime there's no action behind you, it shouldn't be binding. That's what we're trying to debate.
No, I understand that. I also think there's should be a consideration, and then we have to go back there because somebody's been waiting patiently. But I think a consideration is also sometimes for these when we're overturning precedent, like something that's existed for 10, 12, 14 years, even what we just talked about with a 3-card no burn flop versus a 4-card flop, we're going to get a lot of questions of why did this need to be changed? What is the impetus from, if we go to a lot of these players, especially professional players, and say verbal is no longer binding, that's going to create a significant discussion as well. I'm not saying that that's a reason not to do it, but I'm saying it's something that we should consider when we're I mean, I hate to sound like we used to joke that this sounded like C-SPAN. Apparently now it's the Supreme Court. But if we're overturning precedent, um, then we need to be prepared for those discussions as well.
It's funny you guys talk about this because this literally happened last night in a tournament that I was in at the final table. Middle position went all in. The only people left in the hand were small blind and big blind. Drink server was talking to the small blind. Here's your drink. He's like this. He looks ahead, thinks it's just him and the blind. 5,000, 10,000 blinds. He says, I call, throws out another $5,000 chip. The big blind says, I fold because the verbal thing, and then the floor was called. And the floor made him call the all in bet, which was a substantial amount of chips. He was okay with it. He was cool, but the drink server was distracting him, which is on her. No, she literally came up to him and said, "Excuse me, here's your drink." I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It literally happened last night. It made the big blind fold because of the verbal. If he would have just flicked in the 5,000 chip, it would have been a different story. But yeah. Yeah. But I'm just saying, it literally happened last night, and they made him
Yeah, and that's
he
an
missed the
unfortunate.
chips.
That's an unfortunate situation. In that situation, I would have ruled that he has to call the whole amount because the big blind folded, and I have to assume that the big blind folded because the small blind said called. The situation where I would not make the small blind call the full amount is if the dealer said, "Okay, it's 18,000," and the small blind said, "Whoa, I'm just trying to call the big blind. The big blind hasn't acted yet. There's no action behind. No harm, no foul." One thing that has always bothered me, and I've still heard it here in the room today, where we think that if a player isn't paying attention, that we should just always penalize them by making him put in chips into the tournament, into the pot. And I just could not disagree with that more. I think we need to make rules and rulings that gain the intent of the player as frequently as possible. And like I said, when you make somebody put chips into the pot in the tournament, you don't even know which player you're penalizing. You have no idea. You think you're trying to teach this player a lesson, but you're affecting the outcome of the tournament. You have no idea who you're penalizing.
If I could point something out about the current rule language, Rule 40, methods of betting, verbal and chips. It says bets are by verbal and or chip pushing out chips. If a player does both, whichever is first defines the bet. But if it's simultaneous, that is the chips in the air and I say call, the under chips in the air and I say call more or less simultaneously, the clear and reasonable verbal declaration will take precedence. Otherwise, the chips will play. But here's the important line. In unclear situations or where verbal and chips are contradictory, the TD will determine the bet based on the circumstances and Rule 1. So it pretty much is kind of built into that there are some
Right.
exceptions.
So I would like, this is all I'd like to do on this one. And let me know if this makes sense. Unusual circumstances, as we said, may exist. Refer to Rule 1. That's it. On that rule, because now we're not penalizing the verbal anymore if you feel like a different decision needs to be made.
That's an excellent part of 40 Part A. In unclear situations or where verbal and chips are contradictory, the TD will determine the bet based on the circumstances in Rule 1. That is what I do. And I feel like that part of that needs to be highlighted a little more. That situation comes up quite a bit. That is an important power that TDs know that they need to know that they have that power, and they don't need to just say, "Oh, well, verbal's binding." In unclear situations where the information is contradictory, you should be making the best call on the fairness of the game.
And I think with to Neil's point about the importance of the declaration of call, just how important that really is. If we start penciling in exceptions, now here's an exception to a call. Here's an exception. If we go back to that same question about penciling in exceptions to folds, now we're taking then now we'll have exceptions to raises. It really should fall into Rule 1 in most of those situations.
Okay, so about that example earlier with the someone threw out a $5,000 chip and we said it should only be 4,000. I just want to say I agree with that, but I think I found what might be a contradiction in the addendum, Rule 51, Example 2. It says blinds are 1,000, 2,000. Post flop 4 players remain. A opens for 8,000. B silently puts out 2,000, which is equal to the big blind. It says here, per Rule 51-B, be undercalled the opening bet and must make a full call of 8,000. And I don't know if I agree with that, but it wasn't even an option for the.
Yeah, I think also the same as for example 3, it might need a bit of a review. I think those both examples, good for pointing it out, that we need to, because as you described the way it is described here, you would say that it would always be a call for the full amount. But given what we just recently discussed, we will review the examples and come up with a better wording for it at least. Thank you.
I don't think we should ever be making rulings and decisions based on what we think their intent was. All of these rules are made based on what the player actually did, not what did they want to do. Even if they said that's what they wanted to do, we can't go by that. We have to go by what they did. We have so many rules in here where somebody can throw out an over chip, a 25K chip on a 1K bet, and maybe he intended to raise to 25K, but we're going to rule that a call because the rule says it's a call. Well, no, I really wanted to raise the 20. Sorry, that's the rule. It doesn't matter what their intent is. It's what did you do? This is the rule. This is what we're going to do. You said call. You have to call. If you're going to be verbal, I mean, I don't know why we're saying we're penalizing people that are being verbal. It's not penalizing them. They need to pay attention to the action. And if you're going to verbalize a call, then you're committed to whatever the previous amount was, whether you saw it or not. Pay attention to the game. Don't and we can't just go based on intent. We are not the judge of what their intentions were. We can't read their minds. We don't know, and that's not fair to the other 8 players at the table.
Hi, Mike from the South Point. I feel like in your example, Paul, I like it a lot. There's a gross misinterpretation of the bet, right? Like I know that there's a letter of the law, and I can express the black and whiteness of it, but the last I checked, a lot of us that are running tournaments or whatever it may be work to such an extent to where we can use our own judgment within the letters of the law, right? Rule 1. If we're all hired here and generally speaking our bosses or whoever thinks highly enough of us that our judgment is good enough, why just rely on the black and white when we have rule 1 to lean on? If that at all makes sense. I feel like there should be room for each tournament director to be able to look at their player base or at least that table in the face and say, I can understand that this one severely got screwed up, and then back it to where we need to be. Like, I feel like that's what this summit is for, right? To understand the black and whites, but it's also to at least lay out some groundwork where common sense still can dictate poker, right? Like I feel like common sense in that situation where a player's going irate because he's now going from a $5,000 bet or a 5,000 denom bet to a 200K denom. That's a gross misinterpretation. Why hold the player from a 5K to 40X simply because he was trying to do the right thing by verbalizing the amount? In poker rooms across Las Vegas, it's loud, rambunctious. Everybody's doing 30 things, and chances are you have some other person in your ear screaming other things at you. Like, just general comment, but common sense still needs to make its way into this. Correct? Maybe
I
I'm
agree
wrong.
with what you're saying, and I'm agreeing with what Paul's saying, but also agreeing that verbal should be binding. But I do think it's just a rule 1 situation. In this case, if somebody moves all in and then somebody puts in a a big blind, I'm probably not making him go all in. But if it's 1,200 and the guy says call and puts out 600 or 500, I'm probably making him call the 1,200. It's not at this stage of the tournament or at that time, it's not so penal. And I think that there are situations where I would not make the player call the bet.
Rule 51 already, this one and the one that we talked about before, where it says a player undercalls by declaring or pushing out less than the call amount without first declaring call. And it says an undercall is a mandatory full call if made in turn facing any bet heads up or the opening bet on any round multi-way. And then it defines the opening bet as the first chip bet of the round. In blind games, big blind is the pre-flop opener. So in that case, the 1,200 raise is not the opening bet. And it goes on to say the rule governs when players must make a full call and when at TD's discretion they may forfeit the amount of the intended undercall and fold. No, no, no. No, no, no. It says player undercalls by declaring or pushing out less than the call amount without first declaring. So in both cases it's not, but he's committed only to the opening bet of the round, which in pre-flop would be the big blind, not the 1,200. So this all this scenario is already covered under Rule 51, and it says to use TD, which
Okay. I think we're going to move on. I think that we understand that that's you're going to rule in the best interest of what you think is right. I understand the calling out of verbalizing and penalizing the player for doing so. I think that is it can be explained by rule number 1. So I'm okay with the rules the way it is, to be honest. maybe want to add if or combine 51 with this. You know what I mean? I think Jen's going to do some of that as well. All right. I'm moving on. Yeah.
For all of us who have microphones, if you got 5, 6, 7, or 8, that's one of the ones causing this problem. 1, 2, 3, and 4 we can keep. 5, 6, 7, and 8.
That's good. All right, this one I'm not even going to talk much about. To get to the big blind's 500. A opens to 1100, which is a 600 raise. Action folds to the big blind who throws out 1100 and pulls back to 500. Is it a raise? And don't. This is something that happens all the time, mostly in limit where they're making the change out of the pot. That's all they're doing. Let's just move on from that because it's not an issue at all. As long as there's no pause, it's fine. There's no rule here. I think we all know and understand that. All right. In this example, 1,500, 3,000, big blind player puts out the 3K ante and has only 2 5K chips remaining and puts in one for the big blind. The button raises to 6,000. The big blind pulls back his 5K chips, combines them with the other remaining 5K chip, and throws them both into the pot. Is this a call, a raise, or an all-in, and why? How many vote for this is a call? How many vote this is an all-in? Yeah, this is a tough one. It's a tough one. Huh?
Sorry, can you ask for those who voted for an all-in? Would it be an all-in if it's not his lost chips?
All right, for those that voted on the all-in, again, I don't want to spend too much time on this. This is just more interesting than anything else. If he just had the 5K chip out there and threw the 5K chip on top of it, it's a call. But once he picked up the 2 chips, that's why I'm saying it's a raise and it's all in. And we have a rule that was on the books from 2017. It's not. Oh, don't. Oh, God.
The rule that we decided in 2017 is not this rule.
Oh, it's not.
It's when the current chip, the existing chip covered the current call. This one doesn't cover
Okay.
the current call. That's a different one. But while we're on this one, we already have a rule that says when you put out multiple chips, even if they are your last chips, you will be just calling if both those chips are needed to make the call. We have this rule. We have this rule already. Whether you manipulate them or not. So if you do a full pullback, the rule that we have right now, a full pullback of any existing chips, and then you're now going to introduce new chips. Those new chips are following whatever rules we have. If you throw out one chip, it's following the one chip rule. If you throw out multiple chips, it's following the multiple chip rule. Full pullback, a partial pullback. If you have several chips currently posted, you pull back some of them and you add new chips, that is a raise. We have that rule currently now. So there is no reason why him doing a full pullback and then dropping 2 puts him all in. What if he's not all in? What if the guy with 1,000,000 chips, he's got a 5K chip out there, pulls the 5K back, now he drops 2 5K. Is he not just calling 6? Yes, he is. He's not raising to 10. He's calling 6. What if he wasn't even a person with prior chips out there? He just was a guy calling with 2 chips. 2 chips is a call in this situation. We've had this rule for very long.
What is the player intending to do here?
That's what he's intending to do. We can't
think
read their
it's-
minds. Yeah, what if I was intending to call and now you're going to make
Anyway, I don't care. This is more fun than anything else because
this is
I think
a
the player's
key.
all in.
If you want to be all in, you got to say all in.
Take my second chip. I grab the chip and I flip them to the dealer. We all agree that's a call. If I pick the chip up and grab the second chip and flick them that way, now you guys are saying it's all in. It's literally like I'm in the 7 seat. I'm trying to get my chips to the dealer. It feels weird to me that taking the second chip from in front of me, putting it on my big blind and flicking them in, we all agree that's a call. But if I pick the big blind up, pick that one up, and do the exact same thing, we now are deciding that we're interpreting him to be raised.
Not sure. You should go for the lesser.
That's why these rules are created.
Shouldn't have to work. There's no other time.
No other time do you have to verbalize all in either. You don't. So exact opposite of what you just said. You have to. You would have to verbalize all in here. Yes. So it's the exact opposite of what you just said. Anyway, like I said, this one's more fun than anything else. And there's no rule here. Chip manipulation. All right, let's go.
Yeah, Matt.
Which Jen mentioned where I can't read players' minds, but I'm almost 100% sure he meant to make an all-in, and I'm still ruling against it because he didn't do it.
Well, guys, I think that the reason that we have over 60 rules in our current rule book is because we always try throughout history eliminating intention of the player and eliminating ambiguity to make a decision. So we created these rules, multiple chip betting, oversized chip, so that we don't have to go inside their brains and try to figure out what their intention was, because it is just unfeasible. Some people, I think that 99.9% of the players are well-intentioned. They're good and honest. There's going to be that one, or perhaps less than 1% that are trying to gain an edge or an advantage or angle, but we cannot be sure who is who. So we cannot be judging intentions. That's why we have all these rules, is
All right.
to eliminate ambiguity.
Let's go. Move on. All right. Do whatever you want to do. I don't care. All right. This one, guys, this guy, this is really comes up a lot. And how many of you are using for out of turn passive action, enforcing passive action on out of turn bets? Nobody? That's good. If they check, I check out of turn, I can no longer raise. If the action does change to you, checking. What do you mean? All right, let me say it again. Let me say it again. A player out of turn checks. Now the floor gets called and the player said, this player checked out of turn. And the player that's first to act now bets. Can the player that checked now raise? Who says no? So wait, who says the player can only call besides one player? One. So once the action changes, you're released from that. You can call, fold, check, or call or raise. Yes, I understand that.
Right.
But I get the question all the time about passive action. So you're the only one doing it? Quick, we can move right on.
Matt.
I don't want to move on totally yet. Regardless of what the written rule is, I would definitely prefer that passive actions out of turn
Yes.
are binding in turn.
Yes.
Especially heads up. The frequency of it being an angle heads up is almost 100%. If me and you are in a pot and I check out a turn in position, knowing full well that the rule is I can take aggressive action, checking out of turn heads up is almost always an angle, and we allow them to then raise. I'm not comfortable with that. I would definitely prefer. I don't want to complicate the rule. I don't want to complicate the rule by saying that in multi-way pots it's okay, in heads up pots it's not. But in general, regardless of what the written rule says, I am very much in favor that passive action out of turn is binding in turn.
Kenny came up with these. Do you remember writing these to me?
Matt, I
Not only heads up, I check out of turn. The button checks, which is what I've seen happen numerous times. Even if there's 4 or 5 people ahead, they can have the button checks. Somebody makes an opening bet, comes to him, he raises. You can certainly make the argument that he checked to induce a bet. I don't know that that's what happened. I don't know that that's always what happened, but I don't object to a rule that says if I checked out of turn, then I shouldn't be able to raise. That isn't the rule. I wouldn't enforce it as a rule, but I would certainly be happy if that were a rule.
This is Kenny. Kenny wrote these things that are up here now. The reason why passive action is not good, and I'd rather penalize in that spot. Yes. If I feel you, how do you say it, Toby? Pulled a stroke? Is that how you say it? You pulled a stroke? Is that what it's called? An angle, a stroke. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Anyway, if you feel somebody did this on purpose, the person in front of him knows the rule, and the person then raised, I'd rather give a penalty than change the rule.
Yeah, I think if you're heads up, if your opponent checks out of turn, you already have the advantage that you can get a free next card or can get a free showdown by checking yourself. But sometimes, like especially in limit games, you're sitting there with the nuts and you want to just make a bigger pot. So if you're not gonna, if you're gonna limit the out of OOT player, out of turn player to only passive actions, you can't potentially play a big pot anymore. And maybe I just want to play a big pot. That's for me one of the reasons. And also when you're in a multi-way pot, if you're the first one that acted in turn and now the third player goes out of turn, the second as the first player, you're in a disadvantage as well because now B might be more inclined to check knowing that C can't raise him while you're sitting there again with maybe a big hand that you want to check raise and you're getting like those options are getting taken away from you for a majority of the time. So I think the rule is fine as it is. And if we feel like we're in a situation where somebody would try to angle these situations, I mean, then I think we can always make a decision on the spot itself. But I would always keep the rule as is. But yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna name any names, but if you're with Man the Master, then yeah, you might consider a different ruling.
it's okay.
Yeah, I think keeping the rule the same is just making yourself aware that this question does come up quite often to me about the passive action. I would want to know who was still doing it or why they were doing it. And again, if you feel like somebody's uh, angling, then you're going to deal with it at that time. So I would be fine with that. So I don't think there's any change here.
Like for example, if somebody checks out of turn on the river and then he raises a river bet and he effectively has the nuts, then that player definitely should be penalized because that was clearly an angle.
So if we're going to limit somebody who checks out of turn to passive action, I know we're not, but what happens if they call out of turn? So I'm in the 5 seat and the 1 seat opens for 3,000. I say call. It goes back to the person in the second seat and they raise. Am I limited to a call? because I was not aggressive initially. So I think you either got to have it open for everything or locked down for everything.
It's okay, I'm never raising in that situation.
All right, PLO players, PLO. We're gonna get through this one quick. Tara brought this one up. If it's 1 in 200, you have a dead small, so you only have one big blind. What's the opening pot bet? Who says 600? There's only one big blind. 1 in 200, but there's no small blind. 600. All right, who says it should be 700? All right. In the interest of the fact that the WSOP does it this way, the WIN does it that way, many structure sheets have the opening raises up there. If the blinds were 1 in 200 and the big blind had 100, what would be the opening raise? No, it's 100, 200 blinds, but the big blind only had 100 left. What would be the opening bet? 7. 8? So the what we're trying to say here is that it's always 700. And like I said, WSP is doing it this way. Other big rooms are doing it this way. I think PokerStars is doing it this way. I always think it should be 600. I always think it should be 600. I'm going to give you an extreme example. It's 500, 1,000, and the big blind only had 100 left. If hundreds are still in play, the opening bet would be 500, 1,000. The opening bet would be 3,500. So the fact that there's no small blind, this would be the only situation where you would make it any different if there was no small blind. So they've just gotten rid of it. What? What? Huh? That question didn't get asked. You're right.
You just have to consider the small blind is there.
As 200.
So it doesn't matter if it's the first bet or the second bet or the third. So the small blind is
So we're saying we always count it as the blinds being there, no matter what. Is there anybody in this room? Is there anybody in the room that can't live with that? All right. Done. Simple. Voted and consistent. Pot limit players, beware. What? What? We'll talk about that. Where? I don't think so. I'd rather talk about that tomorrow. All right, here we go. Skip the. Oh, we took it out. 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 All right, guys. Here we go. How many of you are Ante first? Ay, ay. See a lot of face palms out there. How many are you blind first? Big blind first. Just so you know, the hand of the WSOP has been raised. The hand of Poker Go has been raised. Of Aria has been raised for blind first. Also, Poker Stars. They are. Let me read the way I wrote this. Is standardization more important than being technically correct?
Yeah, for years, philosophically, I've argued that it is ante first. I still believe that it should be ante first, and I make it blind first. For standardization, for the fact that players never get upset about blind first. And listen, I run, high rollers with some of the best players and game theorists in the world, and they say it's fine. And people who are complaining about this is such a semantical argument. It just doesn't even matter anymore. I feel like people, and again, this isn't meant to be derogatory. People who are just still insisting that no, I'm going to make it be Ante first, are just doing it to argue.
WPT is Ante first, and Poker Stars, you.
And I philosophically, I believe Ante first is better.
Just so
But
everybody knows, Paul and Ben sat up there last year and said, absolutely not. We're never changing to Big Blind first. And 2 weeks after the summit, they both changed.
Well, I was yeah, I was also an avid defender of Andy first, and as I was talking to Paul another day, the thing is with Andy first, even though we believe it is factually and technically correct, some people will complain, and with Big Bang first, I don't see anybody complaining. So I'm just done with that discussion. I'd rather go Big Blind.
And there was a poll ran like where a lot of players also answered. And the poll was actually 50-50 between Big Blind first or Ante first. And then there was, I think it was roughly 40% each, Big Blind or Ante first, and the rest was basically saying, I don't care as long as it's consistent. I think that's way more important. And I think the whole Big Blind or Ante first, like as a player, we sometimes might argue with tournament organizers and rule makers about what should be done and what should not be done. But this is actually a thing that's only being discussed among the rule makers, and the players, they actually don't care at the end of the day, pretty much. And this is it's very like it's such a minority, like it's a unique situation. It happens very infrequently nowadays. If players just ask, is it Big Blind or Ante first, and they do whatever it is, and they might sigh a little bit, but we just need to, I think, come to one standardization, and that's more important than anything else, than whatever correct.
And that I agree with.
Hey, this is Ray Chu from Hong Kong. I've been doing, this is my fourth TDA Summit, and I've been to all the discussion about Ante first versus Big Blind first. And I raised my hand for Ante first, but I'm here to tell you I'm going to switch to Big Blind first. I'm going to tell you why. For the last 2 days, I turned my back to God, and and let me tell you why. The word Ante. So first of all, I'm Chinese. My first language Chinese, but I Google the word Ante, and it means before. So it has to be called Ante. But I look up the antonym of Ante, the word's post. So I'm going to make the suggestion to all of you so that we can live with it. The word is post. So let's erase the word Ante from our vocabulary. Let's call it post from now on. It's going to be Big Blind post. Okay, and from now on, Hong Kong is going to be Big Blind post country. From now
All
on,
right.
and I will no longer worship any kind of god.
Wow.
Let me let. By the way, how about a round of applause for Rob for getting the mics fixed? All right, Rob, well done. Took you half a day, but well done. Yeah, I mean, no one fought harder than me for Ante first, and nobody has fought more on social media with players for Ante first. And we on the World Poker Tour have always been Ante first, and I've never done a tournament that wasn't, except when then side events. But when the WPT comes in there, it's Ante first. But I would be willing to change if everybody would agree to do blind
Okay,
first.
I have one thing to say that might change your mind. I have been Ante first the entire time. I understand what Ante means. I believe it should be first. But I came across a ridiculous situation which has changed my mind, and I am willing to be Big Blind first because of this stupid situation. So imagine this happening. Where do I have it here? Okay, Big Blind Ante. The guy is all in for just the one big blind. So he posts it for the ante. He doesn't post anything for his big blind. It folds around to the small blind. who now doesn't have to put in any chips. He pulls back his small blind. The entire pot is now that one chip that cannot be broken. Okay, now they chop.
See ya.
What happens to the guy in the
See
big
you later.
blind?
Bye bye.
I don't think you can get chopped out.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Matt
bye-bye.
Savage, who is the
Chop.
poncho of everything, says that guy is out of the tournament. So I believe that that's not fair. You shouldn't get eliminated from the tournament with the best hand. You have the best hand. You did not lose. Why are you out of the tournament? If we did not ante first, if we did big blind first, then he's not out of the tournament. And this is the weirdest situation that I thought of that has just made me be okay with big blind first, because I don't think people should be where it doesn't say it. It just says they can't be raced out of the tournament on a chip race. If there's Broadway on the board and that's the nuts, but that's not the rule. And Savage will knock him out. Are you going to overrule him? I believe that also, but that's not a rule. So that was what changed my mind. And if you believe that that big blind should be kicked out of the tournament and he didn't lose the hand,
All right, I'm going to be the really
Okay, so
I'm going to argue for you in the only way I know how. Like, our gentleman up here gave up
guys,
on God, but I like tournaments because they kind of resemble life in general, right? You have an X amount of a budget that you start with, right? And as you go through the tournament, you're supposed to use those chips to the best of your advantage and continually trying to compile more chips, correct? We're arguing about anti-blind versus big blind first in a spot where theoretically 1 out of 9 seats, 1 out of 9 rotations on the table where it affects you. If you're that upset about the big blind first or the ante first, you could have shoved under the gun, second under the gun, under the cutoff, whatever direction you want, so that your chips can be for full value. Correct?
unless he lost it on the last hand before that.
Okay. Correct. But when we're getting to this spot, I feel like when we go to the big blind first, because we don't want to hear the argument. It's a really hollow argument. Soon, when you go down that road, you're going to say, well, I don't want to pull the big blind in order to balance tables and put them into the worst position because everybody keeps complaining that to me. Instead, what I'm going to do in my house is pull the big blind and put them into the cutoff because that way nobody's going to yell at me afterwards. Like, part of this is a confrontation business. You know what I mean? Like, part of it is telling people logistically, this is kind of the way it is because affords the competitive balance throughout the entirety of the tournament. So that's just my own comment, my statement. Thank you.
All right, so again, the biggest operators are Poker Stars, WSOP, maybe Win, maybe APT. What?
Matt, can I say one thing? I'm sorry. Can I
Hi,
just cut
Allie.
you off really quick? Hi,
Who
sorry.
are you? And where are you from?
Hi, I'm Allie. Just my thoughts on the ante versus the big blind. If you look at this more in a simplistic manner in terms of the actual rules of each independent game, the first piece of monetary value that enters the pot is always the ante, which would stand to reason that in any game, whether you're playing with an ante that starts with an ante or whether it's forced in a tournament setting, the ante is the first thing that comes into the pot. So it would stand to reason that if you follow that simplistic rule across every game, that's where you're going to find the most equality, finding that the ante should be first because it happens prior to the big blind happening in any spot or the blinds happening in any situation in any game. So the ante should be the first thing calculated, the big blind should be second. The ante is always pulled in prior to the start of a deal, which means it's in the pot, it's calculated for. Each person would have to ante on their own, but in this situation where we now have the big blind taking the ante, they are leading, they are expediting, speeding up the game. So if we take that theory and break it down backwards, the same thing is happening. The ante will always count first prior to the big blind being the first thing that happens.
And that's the technical argument which you can argue against. However, in my opinion, it's not an ante anymore. It's just not doing the same thing. It isn't. It's not doing the same thing, you know? Previously, everybody had to put in that, that 100 or that 25 or whatever it was, and everybody was invested into the pot. And we all know the reasons why that changed. Less wear on the dealer, speeding up the game, players don't have to pay attention. But I just don't see it as an ante anymore. Simple as that. So your technical argument is correct, but for me, it's just not valid. And what I think is important is that you get action on your last chips. I think that's important and overrules kind of the technicalities of the game. Oh, sorry, of the ante, which it's not an ante anymore. I just don't see it, and that was my argument with Matt. You can give it that technical argument all day long, but it's not an ante anymore. It's just a new structure.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I do feel like if you're going to do that, then you do need to redefine the word in terms of if that's going to be what's happening, then you need to look through a different lens because it becomes very confusing across the board, having one word meaning two different things.
And just to add a little comment, Toby, if you said you'd like to get action on your last chips. If it were the traditional ante, and you just had to put in $100 chip, you would get action on your last chip. So big blind ante also doesn't feel so inconsistent anymore. If you look at it this way.
Sorry, I'm just going to say one more thing. On EPT, we sometimes do some like surveys against the real players. We put out like a QR code, and we ask the players to answer a question. I did this exact question probably 2 years ago, and I got I think it was about 300 real players sat down playing. So my players who sat down playing, and I think it was about 65% who wanted BBA. And that's another reason why I'm reluctant to change, because that's what my players have told me that they want.
I've ran multiple polls, and it's always about 50-50, and with thousands of votes.
I could ask.
All right, go for it. I know. Texas, you're so tough over there, Texas. Yeah. Of course. That's because it's technically correct. Yes, I agree with you. No, I know. He's saying with no, he's saying with blind first, you do get the action on it. Yeah, that's the action. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take the first vote here. If the WPT switched to big blind ante first, and Poker Stars and the World Series of Poker do it, and the Asian Poker Tour, and everybody up on this panel, the Brazilian Series of Poker, all went to big blind first. As a rule, who couldn't live with it? Who wouldn't change? Who would not change? Who would stay ante first? Again, we're trying to get not people going against it. Come on, Winnipeg. I know, I know. No. I know. We've already done this.
All right, Tyler Wilsey here, Card Player Cruises. Rather than just completely violate and abuse technically correct, why don't we just get rid of it altogether and just adjust the structure accordingly? That way, no one will have an issue. It isn't robbing any players of anything that they should have gotten or shouldn't have gotten. Just get rid of the ante at all and adjust the structure accordingly. Otherwise, just no, just 1-2. Keep it 1-2.
Absolutely not.
Well, no, the reason we had the antes in the first place was to get more chips into
Yeah, hang on. I do have a structure for that to get rid of it. I did talk to Matt about it and a couple others. It's two big blinds, so it's no ante, removing the ante altogether, and it's having two big blinds. You have a small blind, a big blind, and a big blind. That way, nobody's ever contributing double their chips in one hand. And you have two big blinds, so you're playing the exact same amount per orbit, which I know is important. An example: blinds are 1,000, 2,000, 2,000. You're playing the exact amount in one orbit that you would if it was a big blind ante, and it's two big blinds. So the blind always comes first, right? Because there is no ante. You're removing ante, just like you guys. I thought that's probably the best idea here from everybody is just removing the word ante from the big blind ante. So anyway, we came up with an idea where it's just get rid of the ante altogether, make two big blinds. Everybody plays the same amount per orbit as you would on a big blind ante format, and work it through, vet it, think about it, and you come and tell me why it wouldn't work. And I'd love to hear it because it's not my way or the highway. It's how we can all work together. So we've thought about this, and that's why we've come up with this two big blind possibility for a structure. And that's what he was asking for. He was asking for a structure and get rid of the ante. So that is a possible. We can always talk about it, and I have vetted it out as far as with pros and other tournament directors on why it would be good and why it wouldn't be, and nobody's come up with a good enough reason to say why it wouldn't work as of right now. So it's something you can think about, and it's definitely better than this back and forth ante versus big blind.
We currently
Yes. Correct. There's a first big blind and a second big blind. And just like our rules now, you always have to have at least one big blind. You always have to have two big blinds. So there's a small blind, a big blind, and a big blind. There's the first big blind and the second big blind. It's
we currently
so yeah, three ways. It would be that in two ways. Yeah, it works all the way down. If you go all the way down from 9 players
Fundamentally
to 3
changing
players.
the entire game.
Yeah.
What's
we
that?
We
Changing the
operate
entire
triple
game.
blind tournaments
When you
right
add
now.
big blind ante, that changed the entire game too.
No, not really.
It's strategy. Yes, it did.
Three. We operate triple blind games at Borgata right now, and my players that participate in that game, they tell me all the time that they like it because when they are on the button, they still have 3 people behind them to act instead of just 2, and so it does change their philosophy or their methodology and how they play in our triple blind events. They are popular with players though. Players do enjoy triple blind poker at Borgata, but it is a completely different entity from a 2 blind poker game. And
Right. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Whether it's 3 players left, it's still small blind and 2 big blinds. And if it's heads up, you can have 2 big blinds. It's going to be the same thing. There's 2 players left. So it's
Can I say
fine,
something?
but
Can I say something from a complete outsider perspective? Please don't shoot me, but what if the structure were 1-4? Yeah, I mean, no, but I mean that you're only putting out 2 blinds. Small blind puts out 1, big blind puts out 4, which is exactly what they would do in a big blind ante.
Yeah, the open will be different, Tom.
The what?
The open will be different. Instead of a guy trying to do 2.5x now, his 2.5x now is on 400 now.
But the point is that if the blind, if the small blind is 1 and the big blind is 2, and there's a big blind ante of 2. Yeah, you're right. Okay, my bad.
Guys, I just want to add, guys, I'm diehard Ante first, but I'm willing to change, and the reason for it's not just for the sake of standard. As much as we want to go Ante first, for those who want to stay at Ante first, we have to admit that going BB first is better for the players. It's more friendly for the players. There's gonna be no.
It's not better for the players. It's not. It's not.
No, I'm talking about in terms of when he's all in terms of winning a pot.
Let's fight. Let's fight. I'll take the guys with Texas with me. That's not. Don't say that. Don't say that. I want to hear from Jesse Hollander. Is Jesse still in the room? Jesse, I want to hear from you.
It just doesn't feel as icky.
I haven't heard from you yet.
Matt.
It's the World Series and Poker Stars. The World Series reasoning was they never had it the other way. They just never had it the other way. They actually followed the World Series. This is true. Followed what the high roller players wanted to do in Poker Go. That's what they did.
Matt, it just doesn't feel
Fine.
as icky to the players.
Well, the high rollers are the ones that started it. So
I mean, you know, you run polls, they're darn near 50-50. You have some of the brightest minds in the room, and it's darn near 50-50. And generally speaking, if a lot of intelligent people are 50-50, that means it just doesn't matter that much. It really doesn't. It doesn't affect the end game of the tournament that much. If intelligent people are 50-50 on a topic and have been 50-50 for years, that means it just does not matter. It's not a big deal, and you should just either
no, but if we
standardize it.
could come to an
Well,
agreement.
no, the standardization of it is a big deal.
Yes.
But, you know, the semantics about what's more fair, what's better for the game, it just really doesn't matter. Like you said, the players don't even care. They just want it to be standard. They really don't care that much. I'm not saying, 10% of them are probably opinionated one way or the other, but the majority of them just want standardization. That's just what they
That's
want.
what I want.
That's what I want.
And that's why I'm willing to change it on the World Poker Tour to Big Blind first. I'm willing to change. But I think that if everybody, I don't know. I think if you were in such a minority, there's no reason to stick with, as they say in Texas, stick to your guns. Candace, who are you?
Candace from Aria. If the greatest minds in the world are 50-50 on it, like Paul said, it doesn't matter that much. Then to the novice player, it does matter quite a bit whenever they're ante only and they're all in for that and they
You said
get busted.
ante.
What?
You said ante.
Ante only, all in. They have to survive. It matters a lot to them, and we're trying to build the game. With all that in mind, it's so icky feeling to that player whenever you tell them, nope, you're out of the tournament. It just seems like the better way of doing it to go with the big blind first. Even though it's wrong, I agree. If you just change the word to Annie, to post from Annie, like he said, then it's not even an argument.
Can anybody think of any other examples where we have a rule that is technically incorrect, but we all agree that it's the best way? Is there anything?
That's what's important. It's the best way.
Huh? First card and last card off the deck, yeah. These guys, by the way, wanted me to bring it back up, and we are not bringing that back up. You actually did die on that hill. All right. All right, let's go again. How many absolutely could not live with big blind first? The same amount of hands. Oh, there's less. There's less hands. There's less hands. If all of the people that are in front of the last three rows, why are the holdouts in the back three rows? That's an interesting case study. Why are you guys all in the back? All right. No, you don't. Just can call it big blind. It's not a, and or for any of you, is it a gaming issue? No. Integrity. Okay, well, there's a lot less hands up than before. Let's try it again. How many of you? Okay. Well, the problem is that, Poker Stars and the WSOP are two of the biggest in the world. Huh? And Jack's not going to change. So the WSP is not going to change. Right? Oh, God, don't start. 80-20? No way. Originally, but I know that's the way we do things. We go through a process. Jesse, you could live with it, right? Even though your wife can't, you could? All right. Come on, Lodge. Just they've never have. They just never have. Yes. Yeah, yeah. I know we got all that. We're already past that. We're already past that.
Would it also apply if we went to big blind first, which I'm very open to, even though technically in my head it's the other way? It would be big blind first, say you had 1.5 big blinds. You'd do the full big blind and then the lesser to the ante. If we went to big blind first, I just want to get that straight in my head because that one is just for less than a big blind. So the most of your bet would go to the big blind first. Any remainder would go to the ante if you couldn't cover the full ante. Okay.
What are we gonna do? What? Hi, Danny. Where are you at? We'll probably stay with the correct way if it's a hung jury. I
So,
know. If it's hung, I'd probably stay the same, but I think we're close. Come on, Lodge. You're the holdout.
so,
Peg.
so hypothetically, and whatever the room decides. But hypothetically, say the big blind is 1,000. So big blind ante's 1,000. There's one player at the table who only has 100 in chips. That player calls. Say the whole table calls. Now that player can win 1,800. 18 can get 18x their starting stack. Yeah, yes, that is the case.
Okay. Go. Stop, Alan. We're getting close. Just stop. Stop. Seriously, stop. We're getting close. Stop. Coast.
He's converted another one to the faith.
All right. Let's try one more time. Lodge. We have 3 lodge. Could you change it without? Yeah, there you go. All right. So now who cannot live with it? Wait, wait a Sam, stop. Stop, Sam. Would you okay. So let's say we agreed the TDA we were going to change it to big blind first. Would you change? Would you be the only people north of the border that still did it that way? Sam. Sam. Yes, it would. That's not true. Huh? No, it's fine. They don't care about that. They don't care about that. All right. So, all right, we're close. Relax. Can you live with it? If you have to. Can you live with it? Look at that. He kind of gave me a half shake. I think we adopt it. Anybody say absolutely not besides Sam? I don't care about Sam. Sam's my guy. Sam is my guy. Sam's going to do whatever I do. He's going to do it. I'll take you out of my will if you don't. All right. Round of applause. Big blind first. Never 50-50. All right. Accepted. No. All right. From now on, it's called the Savage Ante. The Savage Ante. Kathy, Keta, where are you at? All right. No, that's fine. Aunt Lloyd. All right. This one's a big one for me. This one's a big one for me. And we may not come to an answer today, but we're gonna try. Dead money? I don't like that. Anybody have anything that'd be cool to call it? Besides Auntie? All right, here's what we're gonna do. This is your homework assignment for the night. Let's come up with something for tomorrow. And if everybody in the room likes it, then we'll do it. And then everybody in the world will have to do it. So there you go. And okay. Well, that's a vote. We're giving you till tomorrow. Now you have to show up to find out if your answer wins. All right. This is a big one for me because there's only a few people that I've talked to. And actually, it's a big one for the players. When does hand for hand begin? All right, here's the scenario. You're paying 100 players. All right, you're paying 100 players. You have 102 remaining. You're going to go hand for hand at 101. The 102nd player busts. What does the tournament director announce? You announce, okay, we're going to finish the hand that you're on and hold up. When the next player, finish the hand that you're on and hold up, and then we're going to go hand for hand. So, do you hold that 102nd player? And if you bust 3 more players, are they sharing in the prize money? How many say yes? How many say no? You're the only one in the room. Why? You could have started another hand? The 102nd player busted, and you say,
Well, once the floor says stop dealing, that hand now that everybody is dealing is the first hand for hand.
Correct.
That's the first one. Therefore, if you're on 102 and you got 101,
sorry, 102, and you're paying 100, and you lose 4 people in that hand before you start the real hand for hand, then they're going to split those 4 people are going to split 2 prizes.
But his argument is actually, let's say 2 players go all in, there's 102 players left, their stacks are very close. The dealer needs to count both stacks. It takes 15, 20 seconds to count and verify the stacks. Shortest stack is eliminated. You say, okay, please hold on. During those 15, 20 seconds, while they were counting the stacks, that player was actually already eliminated. At another table, new hands could have started. And that's why I'm on his side as well.
Actually, Kenny, and
All right, Charlie Sreethi disagrees with me. I know a lot of you have worked with Charlie, but he says it shouldn't get paid. But he's always a hard ass about stuff like this. And I don't understand it. I mean, I want more people to get paid. I've always been that way. I want more people to get paid. If you're playing down to the end of the day, here's another scenario, which we'll get into later. If you're playing down to the end of the day where everybody's in the money, if you do this same situation, we're stopping when we get to the money, and then that happens. Some people say you have to put money, you have to put chips in the bag, so they're actually going against what they're saying. If you have multiple flights, yeah. All right. Anyway, I don't think there's a rule here. I kind of wanted to see how everybody was doing it. Jason Heidenthal from Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood asked the question: if 3 players bust on 2 different tables, who gets paid and why? And to me, it's the same exact situation. And Jason and I have talked about that, and he's come to that agreement that it doesn't matter if 2 players on the same table busted, or 3 players busted 102, 101, and 99. Then the 2 players with the most chips would split. Are we all in agreement with that? Because they're on the same table. Yeah. Yeah. So in that situation, we would again chop it because you can't base it on chips because it's 2 separate tables.
All right, Matt, here we go. I have a very different opinion on hand for hand play. So at Aria, we do not split payouts when we are in hand for hand. However, Toby, I define hand for hand as a little different than you. I define hand for hand as when we are starting a hand all at the same time. That to me, that is the beginning of hand for hand, when all hands begin at the same time. In the situation described, yes, I would split the payouts if we lost multiple players when we were going into hand for hand, and we just had that unfortunate circumstance where we just lost, too many players at one time, and then I would split the payouts in that situation.
Fortunate?
Well, unfortunate. I think that the players should be splitting their prizes when their finishing position can be defined as arbitrary. And in this situation, I feel that it is arbitrary. Which hand started first? Well, I had more chips. Well, our hand started first. Well, our hand ended first. Okay, there's really no great way to determine who should be getting payouts in that situation. So if your finishing position is arbitrary, then we split the prizes. However, when we are in hand for hand and every table is starting at the same time and they are playing one hand and then no hand will no hand will progress until all hands are complete. We have a predetermined method for determining who finishes higher. We go by chip count regardless of table. We do not split payouts at our on the bubble. I always want to reward aggressive play. Always. I'm always trying to, for any rule I have, any procedure I have, I always think it's good in tournament poker to reward aggressive play, try to reward players who are actively trying to win the tournament. And I feel like in that situation, someone who has more chips deserves the benefit of the doubt over someone who has one big blind. I know there's actually certain jurisdictions around the country who can't split prizes in that situation, so it can never be a hard rule that the prizes have to be split. And this is something that I, you know, in my 20 years in the industry, I have thought about, I have seen it from experience, and my mind will not change on this. I just will not split prizes. I just do not think that if you have a predetermined procedure for determining who finishes 101 and 100, that you need to split their prizes. Are you saying what I said? No, he's saying it's not. I think you said you are going to. Once I am in hand for hand, which I define as all tables starting their hand at the same time, I will not split prizes. It goes by highest chip count, regardless of table. Yep. The situation that you gave, we weren't quite in hand for hand. I just told the dealers to hold up. That's all I did. I said, hold up, because we're going to be entering hand for hand. And then there was multiple eliminations that actually got us through hand for hand. Their finishing position can be defined as arbitrary to me. Who finished 102, who finished 101, who finished 100, I don't know. Which hand started first, which hand ended first. The fairest thing to do is to take all the eliminations and split them up, because they weren't in a situation where they were following a procedure where I can tell you, you finished 101st and you finished 100th.
If you're in the money and there's a pay jump and two dealers say seat open at the same time, you're just going to do it by chip count for a pay jump. For a pay jump, you would split it. Oh, you would split. Okay. Okay.
How do you keep how do you keep track of what their chip count was?
So this is the one thing that I will acknowledge. You know, our hand for hand, even our largest hand for hands are roughly 20 tables. And with, you know, just a couple of tournament supervisors, it's pretty easy to keep track. Each tournament supervisor watches about 5 or 6 tables. It's very easy to determine what their starting chip count was at the end of the hand. It's a complete non-issue. However, once your tournament gets too big, like I wouldn't even expect Jack to be able to do this at the WSOP when you're paying on 100 or 200 tables. That would be too daunting of a task to keep track of chips. My point is that, you know, if the situation allows it, I do not feel you should be splitting payouts in hand frame when you have a procedure to tell the players what their finishing position is.
Okay. We are about done with this. We do have a lot of things to cover still tomorrow, so please come back for that. We also have some guest speakers coming in as well. Ryan Beauregard from the Win is going to come in and speak, and a couple players as well about some important topics. So I'm going to tell you we're going to do that. One more thing that I'm going to say is anybody in the room reducing the ante at the final table? Opposed. Is anybody reducing it at the final table? Thank goodness. Oh, wait. What? What? What?
So when we get down to 4 players at your final table, they're doing half ante and heads up, no ante.
All right. Well, you can still fix that. That's okay. Everybody else is doing it. Yeah. They can still fix that. Because there are those, by the way, Matt Waxman left, but he's very strong that we should go to individual ante at 3 tables or something like that, which I am not a fan of. Leave it alone. Yeah. It actually, people don't understand it. People think that it makes the structure worse. It actually makes the structure better. It makes the structure better by having the ante all the way to the end. Because if people bust out, then It is. All right, that was very good. Yes, Linda says casual dress tomorrow. Jan, you would dress casually tomorrow, please. We have another speaker here today. I do want to remind you at 7 o'clock, we're going to do that Savage Average tournament. I tell you, everybody should do one. Everybody should try one in their property. It really works. It's really cool. And tonight's the first time we're ever doing it at 25. It'll be in the tournament area, 160 buy-in, bring 320. The tournament area at the
Yeah, registration will open in the Racing Sports Book, which is just adjacent to the tournament area. Registration will open at 5:30. Tournament starts at 7. Matt, you wanted to allow re-entries through the first hour, correct? Re-entries through the first hour.
Re-entry for the first hour. So it's at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
8 o'clock, the registration's closed. And it doesn't see. Here's the beauty of it, Paul. If you started at 7:15, registration closes at 8 o'clock. That's it.
I'll be there to talk about that.
It will be Ante first.
We are blind first here at our.
What? Blind first. Okay. And yeah, just a few things about it. There is no running clock. Blinds only go up when you reach a certain level of players in the tournament. And we have a calculator for that. Easy to explain. The color changes happen while you're sitting at the table. There's no more waiting for a break to do a color change. You can do it right at the table. Everybody gets to see it. Everybody gets to see it. And you don't have to stop the clock to do that color change. Everything is on the fly. The starting stack is 25,000. We're playing a 25 big blind tournament. All right. And we have a special guest speaker. Where are you at? Was there any more comments before we go? I got 2 homework assignments today. We're going to come up with a new name for Big Blind Ante. What else, Linda? Linda thinks that 3 pair should be 2 pair. And another one that I'm going to give you to think about overnight is that the low card should open in Raz. And why not? All right, how about a big round of applause for this guy? It's a celebrity coming into the room to say a few words. He's here for Guerrilla Gaming, Mr. Joey Ingram.
You speak about Guerrilla Gaming, right? Okay. What's up, guys? My friend Glenn, who owns Guerrilla Gaming, basically can't be here, so he asked me just to come here. Oh boy. Do you want to take the photo now? Are you sure? You're positive? Okay, no photo. No, okay, all right. So I'm just here for Guerrilla Gaming, just to let you guys know a little bit more about what they're up to. I've been working with them. They're like one of my first sponsors, I feel like, back in the day when I first started making content, and they got in touch with me to do some commentary at the Bar Poker Open out in Atlantic City, and worked with them, had a good relationship with them, and kind of been supporting their events ever since. And they make the poker tables, at the World Series of Poker and a lot of other poker rooms all around the United States. And he's always looking for new business, new ways to get tables out there, new ideas, new collaborations, whether, working with influencers to potentially do a table or working on special events, special tables, anything like that. So they can make the custom felts or, whatever you want. If you guys got a sick design for your sponsors or for, whatever your event is that you kind of want to work into your game, they can basically create that arena for you or that platform for you. That's going to make it a little stand out a little bit different. You can kind of see when they do events here, they do events in there. They'll have a real sick production. They'll get a nice table with the felt, with the sponsors kind of all in there. And, it gives a lot of value to sponsors, and they want to pay more money potentially depending on where event they're at, and might look better in content too. So, just some ideas of how I might think about it a little bit when I'm thinking about events or poker tables or, my own custom table, something like that. But yeah, I feel like, good company, quality tables, felts. They do production as well too, production consulting as well too. So if you guys are thinking about doing a stream and need somebody to hit up, you don't know what to do because a lot of moving parts and the graphics and everything like that, and they could be a good source as well to get in touch. And yeah, I feel like that's kind of the main things. They work with a lot of industries around here. The Charity Series of Poker, I know they're a big supporter of those guys, and I try to support those guys as well. So yeah, overall, when I'm looking at poker people to work with and collaborate with, I'm trying to look for people that I feel like are trying to put up a great product and trying to treat the customers with respect. And I feel like they do a good job of that. So yeah, that's it. Good. What I don't know what to say. I mean, what else do you want to say? No, I don't have much. Oh, the promo code Poppy? No, I don't think so. But I am supposed to give away a custom table here soon, so we'll see. I'm going to give one away to a home game. That's my promotion I'm doing, spoiling it here. I'm basically just have people submit their home game online, and then whoever's got the sickest home game will make them a custom table, and then maybe I'll go there and play, or who knows who'll go and play. You never know who's going to be in there in the game and play, so we'll see. But there is, let's see, 2 specials, $99 felts, 8-inch specials for 10 plus felts, and $9.95 economic tournament tables for orders of 10 plus tables. So those are the 2 specials for TDA attendees. Correct. Yeah. I'm just telling you what it says here, yeah. Of course. Let me make sure I'm reading this. $995. Yeah. You want that? But that's it. I mean, my podcast, I don't have much to say about the podcast, really. I'm not. Yeah. That's it. I'll wrap it up.
All right. Thank you very much, Joey. Round of applause. All right. I'm going to take a picture of the room, a little pan of the room. Hold on.
Side action here.
Are we taking a real picture or that was it?
Taking a real picture.
Okay.
She's done.
Me? She, me? Okay. So I spent a lot of time over the last couple of months doing something with our existing rules. I see a lot of tweets that go to Savage and other people where they're talking about how our rules are pretty confusing and it's hard for like regular folk to read it and understand them, and not Canadians. So I spent a lot of time rewriting a big chunk of our rules with the average person's language in mind. Also, other countries, people who don't have English as a first language. I did write a poker manual from scratch about 5 years ago, and like 80% of my dealers were Asian. So I had to think of them while I was writing this manual to make sure that they were going to understand all the rules that I was writing. And I kind of took a lot of that stuff from the TDA when I wrote the manual. So I have sent a file over to a few people, but if anybody would like to see, I did write I'm going to say Rule 40 to Rule 58. I pretty much revamped it so that no rule is now referring to another rule. We have like Rule 40 refers to Rule 45. If you're reading the rules and you're at Rule 40, you haven't even read Rule 45 yet, and I don't want to flip around and find out what does this mean. A Rule 46 is super complicated. It's the prior existing chips, pulling back some, pulling back one, refer to Rule 44, refer to, and it's so confusing. So what I ended up doing was making a betting section. This section says these are all the ways you can bet. Next section, these are all the ways you can call. Next section, these are all the ways you can raise. And then after that, we address minimum raise. And everything kind of goes in a flow. We're not going to talk about anything else that hasn't been covered yet. So after we learn minimum raise, then we'll learn about a 50% raise rule. And then all in order. It all makes sense. And I do have a PDF if anybody wants me to send it to them. I did print a few copies if anybody would just take a look so that you can bring some feedback to it tomorrow if you want. And then when it's time to redo all the rules that we've talked about, you can kind of see the language that I decided to use. And I even used my family members as guinea pigs. They don't play poker. They don't know anything. And I'm making them read it and like, what does this mean to you? And they can understand it, which is great. And I got a lot of feedback from my Asian dealers saying this is the easiest manual they've ever had to understand. So if you want, come see me after the photo and I can send it to you or give you a couple of my handouts. And I did add a definition for string raise because we didn't have one. It just said, don't string raise. And I'm like, well, maybe we should kind of say what it is. So I love it. It's beautiful. A few people helped me come up with it years ago, and I think it's perfect. So you want me to read it? I don't have it. Okay, let me go. Let me go like straight from my head. No. Okay, so it says that something. I don't want to be put on the spot. Okay. Bets and raises. Okay, I got it. I got it. Bets and raises must be done in one fluid, continuous motion without pause. If a player pauses while cutting, dropping, putting out chips or going back to their stack, that will be considered a string raise. Or what's something to that effect, where it's definitely, it's like talking about pausing. You what? Shut up. Here you go.
Right. All right. Thank you. We're going to take a group photo. I'd like everybody to be in it. We're going to try and arrange it up here. Mike, how are we going to do this? Do we have somebody with a real camera in the room? Oh, yeah. Everybody stay seated, I guess. We'll take the picture this way. That would actually maybe work. No? Stay seated just for a second. All right. We're going to try it. I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
We can stand there. Yeah, they can stay seated.
Now you can pano it. You can make a pano. We can do a pano. All right. We need somebody to do a picture. All right. What do you think, Mike? Yeah, but it's also bad for the photo because it's so bright. Come up with something, Mike. Quickly. I think we just come up here and give it a shot. All right. You guys in the front row, turn your chairs around. First 2 rows, turn your chairs around. That we'll try that. And everybody else fill in. First 2 rows, turn your chairs around. Jen, in your rules, is there extra U's in there thing? No, that you got to get that out of there. It's not a favorite. And it's not a color. It's not a color change. V Rob, come up here for a second, please. Rob, you gonna take the picture? You're not taking the picture, you're gonna get in the picture? All right, cool. But Rob, I may need to make the screen black, or we'll try it without that. We'll try both. Jane, you taking the picture? Sam, get over here. Sam's gonna take the picture. Yeah, take line 3. Kenna, get over here. Yeah, there's room for Jane, you gotta stand on a chair. You gotta stand on a chair. Yeah. Oh, that camera? It's high. She's gonna have to stand on the chair. The camera's up. Wow. How many people are kind of I keep guessing 120 or 150 is the highest guessing. I think it also because of me. I brought the average way down. B-Rob, you here? Jessica just texted me, says, I see you, tell Neil I said hello. Give me a aw. That might feel loved. No. You implying these $1,000 phones are not proper cameras? At least an iPhone 15, please. I'm in the chair for sure. Stand up on a chair. Don't kill yourself. Not one of the ones with wheels. You gotta stand on a chair. Hey, some of them. Don't stand on wheels. Jane. Jane, stand in the chair. Over there. Oh, heels. All right, hold on. We're gonna turn the screen off just in case that's an issue. There you go. See? Now you can tell. I'll tell your bosses you actually showed up. All right, thank you. 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock in the poker room. 9 a.m. tomorrow. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow's only until 2 p.m. 9 to 2 tomorrow. Short day. No lunch break tomorrow. 9 to 2. On what? I gave you the structure. Huh? I did. Yeah. You don't have it or you do have it? And if you guys have anything to come up with overnight, let me know. If you have anything overnight, let me know at the tournament tonight or let me know in the morning.
Yeah, I'm here tomorrow. I won't be. He won't be here. My manager's coming down. Okay. I'll play the tag. Oh, nice. So yeah, we had custom card protectors made for the championship. So I'm gonna give him a cup. Well, the size of a poker chip. Oh, okay. And it's got my company advertising on one side and the logo for the tournament championship.
Thanks for all your hard work, man. I appreciate it. I don't appreciate you giving up so easily, but. All right. Every time I get a question. The interesting thing about it for me is that our players, it's been that way from the start. I explained it to them from the start. It changes strategy. So unless they get tangled up in a hand under the gun, they just go in under the gun instead of waiting for that spot. So it changes strategy. And beyond that, they just know that's all I can win. Okay, let's see what happens. And it's really changed. I think if the industry said this is right, this is what we're doing, all those people would get over it. I know you did. I saw it on Twitter. And I argue with you. But anyway, thank you for everything. Yeah.
Some people might think they have to be at least double. Like
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. He can really play that. Raising a 3-bet, you have a day swing. No. You don't say very much. Nothing's ever. Probably the double dice. I mean, we get off the top.
That was my own. So I went through. Like everything more roads, and that's not it is king.